Good morning, everybody. This is day 2 here at Anglesey, and it is blowing a gale. The cobwebs have certainly gone. I'm sure none of the drivers will be feeling tired this morning. See what we did there. Yes, we've got so much action coming up for you. All 5 Caterham Championships in play, and the CNC Heads are back as well. How will they cope with these conditions? It's cold, it's windy, but we're by the sea. It's still beautiful, and it's motorsport. Let's go racing. Sam, where are you, Sam? Sam? Oh, Sam! There you are. It's pretty blowy today, isn't it?
Just a bit. We have to have our hoods up, otherwise I think we'd look a right mess, wouldn't we?
I have to. I'm planting my feet and slightly bending my knees so I don't blow over like that. And we're having to stay in one position, aren't we? Because of the signal issues here at Anglesey. But don't you worry, we're going to bring you all of the action as it happens. 270 hours up first. I've spotted Adam Keane behind us. Didn't quite go his way yesterday.
No, unfortunately he got disqualified for the race yesterday. So, but, you know, he's very quick, so he will be coming through.
That's actually going to make it quite exciting, isn't it? Because Ben Wheatley kind of ran away a bit yesterday, broke the toe, didn't he?
He did, yeah, that's right. I hope we're not in the way here, actually, because
we might get run over by Craig.
Might get run over.
Here a little bit.
We're okay for the moment.
Let's get Adam. Adam, come here, buddy. Come here. I'm going to hand you over to Sam. There you go, Sam.
Thank you.
I'm going to slowly move out.
Yeah. Adam, unfortunate yesterday. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I was going into the hairpin and made a rookie mistake of looking in my mirror for whether or not the guy behind me was going to dive bomb me just as I was entering the braking zone. It's quite unsighted down there, and so in quali you're looking at different marker points. I was offline and just locked up, and then lucky actually I went wheel to wheel with Alex, front left and then rear left, so we were able to carry on, but got absolutely blasted by the marshals and the stewards. So yeah, start from the back, so that should be fun.
Yeah, you've got some work to do, but I'm sure you'll be making your way through. I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, it's you know what, sometimes starting from the back is the most enjoyable race because the pressure's completely off and you know you get a chance to try and make your way through the field, which can be quite enjoyable. So yeah, it should be fun at least. And there's 2 races, and obviously you know you start where you finish, so you get the chance to kind of try and leapfrog and get into contention. So yeah, we'll see.
What do you think about Anglesey Circuit?
I love it here. I've only ever been here in the glorious sunshine, and everyone tells me that's really, really rare. And this is more typical, but I mean, what a cool track. It's so well suited to the cars. You're coming over the top there, and then you've got that amazing view and Mount Snowdon, and it's, you know, it's really, really special. And everyone here is lovely. So yeah, it's just a great spot to be able to race. Really lucky here. Yeah.
I absolutely love it. It's probably one of, if not the favourite, it's one of my favourite circuits.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, really, really well suited to the cars because the track's the right width. You know, you've got a nice long straight where you can do a bit of dragging, but it's not like Thruxton where you're definitely going to get past. It's quite, you know, it's quite competitive up into Rocket, and then that really nice kind of section where you can try and do switchbacks and the like, and coming down into the corkscrew is quite tricky as well. So yeah, just really good fun. Yeah. And that final corner is, you've got a road coming from the right, a pit on the left, and an access road there, and you're trying to navigate and find the exit, and it's off camber, and that one's really tricky, and you want to, had it in quali, you want to put a good lap in, you might be up on your delta and then go aggressive into the last corner, but you have to be so patient with it because it's more than 90 degrees, so yeah. That's it's a tricky one, but no, it's a great track for our cars for sure.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed here. You have got to have a lot of patience. So you're so eager to put the power down, aren't you? But you've got to just wait until you're around that corner a bit more and then pull away. But it's quite, you want to just get on the power a lot earlier, but it's actually quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, our cars are, as you know, they're momentum cars, but this is quite an exit focused track. So if you try and carry too much momentum, you can really hurt yourself on the exit. So it's a really interesting and like I said, a bit different and so different to where we were at Thruxton, where you're pinned for a lot of it, and if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you can end up losing 5 positions and you feel like you've done nothing wrong. Whereas it doesn't really happen here, and so it's a bit more competitive, and you have to be a little bit more thoughtful about how you make overtakes, which I think is fun. It's a bit more strategic, and I enjoy that. Yeah.
Brilliant for Caterham's here.
Yeah, it's perfect. So this, I think Cadwell's the other one that's really good for Caterham's. Donington works really well for Caterham's. It's a slightly narrower track, isn't it? I think it really suits them.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, I'll let you get ready and enjoy the race. Look forward to watching you come through.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, we're just we've had to move out the way slowly, aren't we? With all these 270s coming in here, but
just trying to make sure you didn't get run over there, Sam. We parked ourselves really inconveniently for everybody, haven't we? But look, great hearing about that. Look, you were out yesterday in these windy conditions. How much of an impact does it have?
It affects when you're heading towards obviously into the wind. You can feel it at turn 3, which is Church Corner. You turn that corner and it just hits you. It's changed each day. I've been here since Thursday, and it's been really. Thursday was just like it is today. Super windy, strong winds. So I think today it's going to play a part. It's going to make the toe really strong on certain corners. So we'll be interesting to see.
You're back out today as well. Every single Caterham Championship in play this weekend. It's been quite special. The CNC Heads have got 2 races coming up today as well. It might be tricky conditions, but that's kind of what it's about, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, it's good to throw a challenge in with the weather as well, isn't it? But Academy, this is their double header weekend. So they get a second race today, which is brilliant. And they're all very excited for that.
It's nice to have them round, actually, for a second day as well.
Yeah.
It's been a great atmosphere. Right, almost time to get underway. First race scheduled for 9:30. I have no idea what time it is, but we can't be too far off that. So I think it's about time we introduced our commentator for today. It is, of course, the one, the only Dave Goddard. Over to you, my friend.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Thrackmon, Anglesey Circuit, the home of motorsport in North Wales, and certainly, in my eyes, the most picturesque circuit in all of world motorsports. Even in the blustery conditions we've got here this weekend, it's a beautiful day for motorsport. Day 2 with the various Caterham Championships and the CNC Heads, Northwest Sports and Saloons as well. We have got a total of 10 races coming up for you today. We'll shortly be underway with the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. We've got all 5 rungs on the Caterham Motorsport ladder here today. Second race of the day will be the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. We've got the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship, and the moobob Recruitment Caterham Academy Championship as well, plus CNC Heads Sports and Saloons, where you can use, well, anything you like really. They have 2 more races today. They had a very incident-packed race yesterday, as we get ready for our first race coming up in about 5 minutes from now. My name is Dave Goddard, and alongside me in the box is former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning from another, as we've been hearing already, blustery Anglesey circuit, but what a sight that is across the bay to the Snowdonia in the background. You can just see through the mist there, but really is getting battered again in the wind out there, and as Sam was saying, it really does affect these little cars. They only weigh half a ton or just over half a ton each, so we really do get blown around, and with plenty of action yesterday. I think my favourite race was the Roadsport, and it's good that we can get to see them again today, but all the rest are going to see what they can do. So the 270s, 310s and the 7 Championship UK all have 2 races today, but the Academy are back with us because it's their double header weekend. So yes, we've got plenty of Caterham action to keep us busy all through the course of the day, so make sure you stick with us. If you need to go away and make a cup of tea or whatever, just make sure we keep us on in the background, and we'll keep you entertained, no doubt. You can see just say overcast blue sky, a sort of intermediate, little, just little inclement, but it's nice here in the commentary box, and let's see what the Caterhams can get done out on track today.
Using the full circuit this weekend here at Anglesey, the full international circuit, so we're not using the corkscrew. That's the only downside slightly where you drop down on the coastal circuit down to the start-finish line, but instead the cars turn left through Seaman's Corner, named after Dick Seaman, the famous pre-war Grand Prix racer, and along the Tom Price Straight, named after arguably Wales's greatest ever racing driver, the man who won a non-championship Formula 1 race back in the 70s, the only Welshman ever to win a Formula 1 race. So sadly, of course, lost his life in the 1977 South African Grand Prix, Tom Price. Then they head up to the hairpin and back down to the bus stop corner at the end of the lap. Do leave us a comment on the stream. Let us know where you're watching from this weekend. We'll bring you the grid very shortly for our first race today, the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. They had a race that was red flagged a couple of laps from home yesterday. We had a collision towards the back of the field on the hairpin. Unfortunately, there were a couple of exclusions from yesterday's race. We heard from Adam Keane. He was disqualified for an early collision in yesterday's race, and also Arif Hanif was disqualified yesterday. The man from Glasgow was disqualified for causing a collision. He actually ran to the back of his brother Barry on the hairpin late on in the race, and a couple of other cars were caught up in that incident. So those two drivers have been put to the back of the grid, with the results of yesterday's race determining the grid for today's race.
But it was Ben Wheatley, wasn't it, who had a clean pair of heels, about nearly 8 seconds ahead of the field by the time we got there. Louis Darling not quite able to keep hold of him, but he had a great battle between him, Henry Speaks and Paul Oglesby, and then a little bit behind that there was the real battle pack, which Cavers, Height and Hind and Coombs were all in there, and that's where we lost a couple of those drivers. But here's the running order, the starting grid.
Yes, the grid for today's race. Ben Wheatley, yesterday's winner, his 4th win of the season. He's on pole alongside Louis Darling, number 69, the youngest man on the grid. Had a couple of wins last time out at Thruxton in Hampshire. Second row, Henry Speaks and Paul Oglesby. Then row 3, Harrison Cavers alongside Nick Heighton. The 4th row is Monty Hind alongside Tim Hardcastle. Then Andrew Bailey and Gary Cross. Now, I've got Alex Coombs on that grid, so we'll just double check if an amended grid has been issued there. Just pause for a second. Yes, Tim Hardcastle on row 4. Yeah, car number 21, Alex Coombs, that was on my grid sheet, has withdrawn, so he's a non-starter. Monty Hind and Tim Hardcastle on 4th row then. Row 5 is Andrew Bailey and Gary Cross. And on to row 6 we have number 8, Django Jones, and 14 of Giles Hansen. 7th row, Andy Palmer and Graham Finlayson. Row 8, it's Andrew Mackay and Brian Joyce, and Hall and Craig Jarvis on row 9. Barry Hanif, who was taken out at the hairpin in yesterday's race and was collected by Zach Lower, they're on row 10. Wait to see if Zach Lower has repaired his car for today's race. And the final row will be the 2 cars that were disqualified yesterday, Arif Hanif and Adam Keane. They will start from the back of the grid, so we should have potentially 22 cars for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, effectively the middle rung on the ladder of Caterham Motorsport.
Yeah, that's right. This is the first time you're allowed team support, so yeah, 3rd step of the Caterham ladder. It's a 5-step in total, and yeah, really sort of race focus, starting to turn your what was the Academy car a couple of years back into really race focus, with wide track, uprated suspension all round, and yeah, no windscreens, no headlights, number plates, anything like that. So really, yeah, turning it into quite the business out there. The only little bit more power as well, so they've got that to play with. And yeah, you can see that they've got the experience as well. The drivers sort of moving on and learning how to do this racing business. Yesterday, across all the championships, we got very close to lap records, but not quite there. The wind obviously affecting them. So we'll see whether they can do that today. But equally, yeah, so we did have a lap record in the 420s because of their new slick tyres that they're running since we were last here. But also the track was in such good condition yesterday, and I can't wait to see how this 270, can anyone keep hold of Ben Wheatley this time round. It's Louis Darling who's the closest of everybody to getting that done, but he really does show a clean pair of heels if he's allowed to. You can see him there on the right of your screen in the light blue and dark blue sort of shaded car, with Louis Darling on the left there in the dark and gold colours. So yeah, see what I can't see it happening. I mean, every single race he's had the opportunity. Thruxton was a bit of an outlier, but at Snetterton he did the same thing. So it's, they've really got to pull their socks up, right?
They certainly have, yes. These two on the front row have been the dominant force so far. The only other race winner so far this season has been Paul Oglesby, who's in the green car on the 2nd row of the grid. He won the first race at Thruxton, but then failed to finish the other 2 down in Hampshire on the fastest circuit in the UK.
was a great battle though in the midfield yesterday. So unfortunately we did have those accidents at the hairpin which cost some of that battle, but nevertheless, you know, we had Cavers, Heighton, Hine, Coombs, Adam Keane was in there, wasn't he? Arif and Barry Haniff. So all those drivers now are looking, you know, at the back of the field. They've got a bit of work to do to try and make their way through. So that'll be a story as Haniff and Keane and they all come through on the field. But yeah, it's quite a lot of cars to make your way through, so it's not going to be a simple task. Only 20 minutes to do it, but as Adam Keane was telling us before the race started, the finishing order of this race is the starting order of next, so he's getting that opportunity to move up at least a chunk of the cars, and then he can be back at the front of the field. And as we said yesterday, it was just a slight misreading of the braking point, and he did his best to try and avoid everyone, but Alex Coombs got caught up with him, and that's unfortunately would put them both behind that battle pack. And we haven't got Alex with us today, unfortunately. Let's see how today's racing goes as they head round this. We'll call it the back straight, I think, but it's, as you can see, it's constantly turning right for the drivers, and it's really picking up a lot of speed, because the church corner there coming around is an incredibly fast corner, very nearly flat out, so they really do pick up a head of steam as they head up this hill. It's a little bit bumpy, and as they get to the braking point of Rocket, they really do have to concentrate. They've got a bit of headwind up there as well.
So the cars head, turn 1 is a left-hander, known as Targets, then it's up to the banking, which we saw them come around the banked right-hander. Church corner, there is a very small church almost down on the beach beyond that corner. Then up the back, not very straight as we call it, then up the hill into Rocket. The car's just coming out of there in the background. It's a fairly sharp left-hander followed by a longer right, then into Peel corner, which is a more open right-hander. You'll see cars getting a little bit sideways through there. There's Adam Keane, the military green car with the white roll cage at the back of the field. And then it's up towards, there's the Tom Price straight, then up towards the hairpin, which is a little like the banking, but a little tighter and with less banking on the outside. There's Tim Hardcastle, good to see he's back out after some damage yesterday. Then down the straight, down the hill into the bus stop, the final corner.
We saw plenty of overtaking up into Rocket yesterday, and also into both the hairpins we saw movement, so there's plenty of opportunity for these cars to overtake, get past and draft each other. And yeah, so it's really is a sort of different track for the Caterhams. It's got a bit more tight and twisty, certainly a contrast to Thruxton where we were previously. And yeah, it's a good challenge, and loads of the drivers really enjoy the sort of challenge of going on that journey around this circuit. Yesterday we did have some spread out, a little bit more spread than we're normally used to, but that meant that we had these little battle packs, and it's interesting to see how they develop through the course. And as we said all along, every single position you make up in this race is an additional championship point. It's so important. And yeah, as we get to nearly the start of this second 20-minute race then for the Caterham 270Rs.
Didn't see if Zach Lower was there towards the back of the grid, but he picked up some damage yesterday, so may not be. Ben Wheatley, the blue and black car on pole, alongside the black and gold of Louis Darling. They're going to be the main pair to watch in this one. The red lights are on. Time to go racing here at Anglesey Circuit with the Caterham 270R Championship. They're underway. Decent starts by Louis Darling from the outside of the front row, and already Barry Haniff starting to sprint through from the back in the green and black car, out of target corner for the first start towards the banking. Darling has the lead, Wheatley on the outside line. The rest of them tuck in behind. Looks like Harrison Cavers possibly up there on the outside through the first corner. Henry Speaks didn't make the best of starts in the 37. Looks like he's lost a couple of spots. We'll check as they head out of Church Corner, the right-hander, then into this back part of the circuit. The first two have already got clear, and a side-by-side. Looks like it could be Nick Heighton coming through for third place on the inside there. Paul Oglesby on the outside. Henry Speaks is caught in the middle, 3 wide, well, almost 6 wide through there. That was Monty Hine kicking up some dust on the inside. Going for the lead on the inside line. Well, there's so many of them, it's just one solid scrub of cars. Going for the lead is Wheatley alongside Louis Darling. Leans in wide out of the Rockets complex. It's Nick Heighton that's come out of all that schmozzle behind in third place, and Henry Speaks is in fourth. Out of Peel then, and down towards the left-hander at Siemens Corner. Up there on the inside is Harrison Cavers, comes from a Porsche family background into Caterham's, the Academy graduates from last season. Everybody else making their way through behind, but they are very close bunched up around this opening lap, with the exception of the leading pair headed by Ben Wheatley.
I don't know what schmozzle the exact definition of it was, but I think that was pretty accurate to call it that. I can't see Zach Lower's yellow car, so maybe there was a bit too much damage for him to be out in at least this race one. Maybe we'll see him a bit later, as Adam Keane there you can see fighting back his way through, as well as the Hanif brothers fighting wet. But Wheatley does look like he's broken a little bit of a gap just around. He was absolutely nose to tail going into the hairpin that time, and looks like that's already starting to break apart. But this battle, as we saw yesterday, is absolutely intense. The battle just behind the lead two. You can see that Ben Wheatley's car drifting all the way out onto the curbing that time through. You have to be careful, a little bit of track limits. A bit of a move down the inside here. Is that going to work? No, Hyton managed to hold on. Henry Speaks looking to see whether he can make that, and he's on the inside of as he goes through Church then. As the rest of this pack all seeing where they want to be. Ryan will be also looking to see whether there's any way through, but there's Oglesby is absolutely blocking the way. And again we see this sort of the rattlesnake, as you call it, the rattle and roll, trying to shake the attention of the driver behind, trying not to give that toe, which gives them an extra few miles an hour. They head up into Rocket again for the second time. Another bit of dust kicked up on that inside curve by Ryan Wilby as they head over the top of the hill, but Henry Speaks gets it all stopped up. It's back together at the front as well, and that schmozzle is continuing.
It certainly is, yes, a solid scrub of Caterham's for third place. Zach Lower is not there, I can tell you, at the back of the field, but Barry Hanif and Adam Keane have both gained 6 places on that opening lap from the back. There's Paul Oglesby, another Academy graduate this year, going straight up into 270Rs with the bright green machine. Tim Hardcastle we saw kicking up some dust. There's the car with the white roll cage. That's Adam Keane, the number 88 machine. Here come the leaders up towards the hairpin then for the second time. Wheatley holding off Louis Darling. In third place it is Henry Speaks, works for Aston Martin as his day job. And at the inside, Paul Oglesby takes fourth place, so a good move there from Nick Hyton. Then Harrison Cavers and Andrew Bailey, the red car, going well behind them. Then it's Hardcastle and Monty Hind. The first two able to get away slightly at the front of the field. We'll see how far clear they are as they cross the stripe for the second time. Half a second between the two of them, and they're nearly 3 seconds clear of this huge battle for third. Let's
see whether Bailey can hang on. He was up there and thereabouts yesterday, but it drifted a little bit towards the end of that race. Again, drivers going wide out of target the first corner. You could see how late Oglesby's move was in that last time through here, and did make that move stick. So it's again, the wind and the gusting nature of this is allowing them to overtake. As we're looking down into Church, then, like I say, just a quick lift of the throttle, and as soon as you can, get your power back on and hope that you don't drift off too wide off the edge of the track, where if you get onto that grass it's not particularly grippy and certainly is going to lose you in plenty of places. But here comes that pack going up into Rocket again. You can see them all drifting across the road. We saw again the inside line was working nicely yesterday. Henry Speaks comes across the top of them, all making it round. And let's look at that, we've got a new leader though. Louis Darling is holding on. Are they working together to pull away? They can certainly see that they've got a gap over Henry Speaks, so they will capitulate and work together for a little bit up until it becomes disadvantaged for them. But here's Oglesby following along and seeing whether he can make anything of the drivers in front of him. Henry Speaks also looking like he might have broken away just a touch.
Yes, Nick Hyton having got through past Oglesby back into P4 there. Sorry, Chris, were you spotted there?
Yeah, just that Hanif and Keane both made their way through that rear pack very nicely.
Yes, up to 12th and 13th now. Barry Hanif from Glasgow and Adam Keane in the 88 from Woodbridge in Suffolk. He's a previous Caterham race winner in a couple of series this season, as the two leaders yet pushing each other harder and harder to go clear. And up the inside comes Ben Wheatley. He's going to try and take the lead into the bus stop, and he's done it under braking. So Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, goes back to the front as they come across the stripe for the third time. But Darling's got the fastest lap, 1:41.96. his quickest lap so far. Henry Speaks in third place, then it's Hyton, Oglesby, Harrison Cavers in P6, Tim Hardcastle 7th ahead of Monty Hind, then Andrew Bailey and Gary Cross rounding up the top 10. Another place gain for Barry Hanif, he's up to 11. Somebody's run wide there onto the grass in the background. I can see a great cloud of dust being kicked up, which proves it's not too wet out there. The grass is fairly dry, you can see from the amount of dust. It's just the wind this weekend that's the problem. And here comes Louis Darling up the inside. He's not letting the headwind hold him back here on the straight up towards Rocket. He goes through. Yeah, absolutely. They're working together though. You can see that there's no sort of defence going on there. They've got nothing to gain by fighting each other, and they're unlikely to be able to break each other's toe, although we did see Wheatley do it yesterday. But they're better off keeping themselves in front. You can see how much disagreement there is at the top of that hill at the moment there, with I think that was Ryan Wilby maybe pushing out wide one of the other drivers through that corner.
Sorry, not Wild Wilby. Sorry, I'm completely talking
Tim
wrong.
Hardcastle.
Hardcastle in that race.
Similar colour car, I'll let you on.
Yeah, thank you. But wrong race championship, I should know things like that. But there you go. Off we go down the hill then. But yeah, Hannifin and Adam Keane making that progress to get to that battle pack. So they've got opportunities to move themselves up as we see our lead duo still happily out in front. Henry Speak's not able to do anything about that. Oglesby still firmly ensconced in that battle. So he skipped out Roadsport and went into this championship. But he's managing to sort of keep himself fully in the mix at the moment. There are our two rear gunners looking to see whether you can see how many cars they've got in front of them. It's like a massive long chain of cars, isn't it?
It certainly is. We call it the rattlesnake. This is what we see them do down the straight. You'll see them weaving about to try and break the toe. Not that there are many straights here at Anglesey, has to be said, only this short pit straight really, and up to the hairpin. Saw Django Jones there, the number 8 car. Good to see him back out after a shunt last time out at Thruxton. Willie Darling is back in the lead then, ahead of Ben Wheatley, and they're pulling clear of the pack now. 3 seconds clear of Henry Speaks in third place. New fastest lap for Paul Oglesby, 1:41.694 for him last time around. Heighton down to 5th. Hardcastle's up to 6th now. He's got ahead of Harrison Cavers. Didn't see who the car was who ran wide a lap ago, unfortunately, but all 21 cars are still running. I think Adam Keane is going to be content perhaps just to sit in the toe of Barry Hanif, and they'll work their way up the order together as the leaders out of Rockets once again, and it's Ben Wheatley back in front.
Yeah, Oglesby very wide at the top of Rocket that time through, overtakes Henry Speaks in the process, but only just kept it on the island as he heads up here towards the Peel corner then. It's a right-hander, it's sort of over the top of the crest. You get a great view of the sea and the bays in front of you as you drop down then towards the left-hander of Siemens. They're going side by side through there. Need a bit of cooperation there as you're going side, but it's quite an off-camber left-hander just out of the view of our camera here. You can see them all rising up back out again, but Oglesby is still just about ahead. Can he keep it in front as he goes into the hairpin? Yes, he can. So Hardcastle losing a place there to Nick Heighton in the number 78, and it's Monty Hind also coming up behind. So let's see how they're going to go down here. We also saw some last minute and last corner overtakes, didn't we? We don't see the drag to the line, but it is possible to keep her down the inside and overtake. But it's looking like Speaks wants to hang on round the outside, and has he made that work? Not quite. The outside line really hasn't worked so far this weekend, but it's one to keep an eye out for the drivers. But it is Oglesby still ahead.
Coming up towards half distance in his first race of the day here at Anglesey. Oh, and there's contact there between Harrison Cavers and Tim Hardcastle. Look out! Monty Hind nearly got harpooned there into the banking. That's good avoiding action by Monty. He's only lost 1 place to Andrew Bailey. That was coming out of the first corner. There was contact there between Tim Hardcastle and Harrison Cavers. Cavers tried to rejoin. He went across the road, managed to get the car slowed down. There's a bit of damage to Tim Hardcastle's car. He's lost one of the rear wings, rear wheel arches, as here's the battle ahead of them for P3. The two leaders disappearing over the top in the background. Oglesby in third place at the moment, then Henry Speaks and Nick Heighton with a bit of a lock-up there. Hardcastle's still there in P6, and Hardcastle is now back ahead of Monty Hind. Bailey and Cross rounding out the first 10. New fastest lap for Ben Wheatley last time round, 1:41.503. Nick Heighton trying to hold off the now rather lightened car of Tim Hardcastle. He's lost that bit of bodywork off the right rear. We'll have a look again and see what's happened. There's the contact.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so it was Heighton on the outside there. Hardcastle just also drifting off into it. Awfully lucky. I mean, great avoiding by Monty Hind. He's going to feel a little bit wounded by that, but nevertheless, it was good to see him have the awareness to know there was a car coming across his nose and to take to the grass. Does manage to get back into the fight. The racing continues. Let's get this done. But Henry Speaks and Oglesby have been like going side by side on nearly every single corner, like not knowingly, you know, no one giving an inch up there. But as we see, Hines trying to get back across, but not managing to do it at the moment. But yeah, Hardcastle last time was that sort of contact in a couple of places. So let's see whether he can get that all back under control. See more dust being kicked up out of the final corner. Wheatley and Darling, there is a little bit of a gap now between the two of them as they went across the line this time. Oglesby still manages to hold on at the moment in that third place, but Henry Speaks is pushing hard. There comes Hardcastle back through and into that sixth place.
Andrew Bailey gets forced wide there, battling with Monty Hind, and here comes Adam Keane. He's into the battle now from the back of the grid. Well, he's not content to sit behind Barry Hanif, as I said a couple of laps ago. He's pulled ahead of Hanif. He's got ahead of Gary Crops as well now. the battle comes through. There's contact again there. That's Harrison Cavers again, and Tim Hardcastle the same pair.
Tim Hardcastle didn't give him any room there, and I think he deserved some of that. It looked a little bit dodgy. They went straight through some cones there, which would have been a significant impact on that car. So yeah, that was a little bit needle that time, so I'm not sure why, but let's see how that goes. Anyway, all continues onwards as we watch Henry Speaks now ahead of Oglesby, heading over the top of Peel and down into the valley just before Siemens on the left-hander. But yeah, as you say, Adam Keane looking like the man on the move. He is taking Hanif with him though, so let's see whether he can continue that progress. But you can see the gap here out front now. Wheatley's done what Wheatley does, and that is break the toe.
Louis Darling's well and truly broken away as well. They're 4.5 seconds clear of this battle between Paul Oglesby, the green car, and Henry Speaks, who has been working on the Aston Martin Valkyrie projects in his day job. That is one mad motor car, I have to say. I saw one, as I mentioned yesterday, at Donington Park at an event earlier this season. Meantime, here comes Oglesby, and he'll be on the outside line for the bus stop. Nick Heighton in 5th, and Hardcastle now back ahead of Cavers in 6th position, and of course coming up behind them all the time is Adam Keane, the car with the white roll cage there.
As they come over the line then to start their 8th lap, a replay of that, you can see he gets squeezed onto the grass and actually takes out 3 cones. They are significant, as you know, if you've ever picked one up off the side of a road, how heavy those things are, and looks like he's lost a wing or 2 because of it. But yeah, it looked like he was sufficiently alongside that he should have been allowed a little bit of room there, whether Hardcastle just wasn't aware that he was on the inside there. You can see there's a lot of cone debris, shall we say, on the exit there. So as we come towards us again then for another time, Henry Speaks on the outside. We saw that kind of outside line working, but Oglesby has got a good lot of momentum. He's got it done before we even got to that braking zone. So up into that left-hander, more manoeuvres further back, seeing who can work it out, but even more overtaking happening up into Rocket today.
Yes, indeed there is, and we'll see that throughout the day, I would think. It's Nick Heighton now under fire from Harrison Cavers. Thankfully has escaped major damage, that car, from ploughing through those road cones. Now Monty Hind having a go at Tim Hardcastle. There's Keane behind them, and Barry Hanif as well. I think has got ahead of he's got ahead of Gary Cross in the 23 car. Lead gap is now 3.7 seconds. Ben Wheatley over Louis Darling. So Ben Wheatley looking good for a 5th win of the season and really pulling away in the championship stakes. Oglesby up into 3rd place now. The train of cars comes through behind, 3 wide and the hairpin. Django Jones up the inside, and there's Gary Cross, who's lost a couple of spots on the outside. Andrew Bailey has got past him. Moving to the inside is Oglesby alongside Speaks. And here comes Monty Hind past number 6 of Tim Hardcastle. Bailey having a look at Django Jones. It is good to see that the Academy graduate has repaired his car. He took a right wallop into the tyre wall at the chicane at Thruxton a few weeks ago.
He did indeed, but the cars are strong and it's back up and running all in one piece. Henry Speaks, it has been the battle of this, but Nick Heighton now looking to see whether he can come and join that properly in the number 78 car. Monty Hind not too far off the back either, so that Hardcastle has been dispatched with. I'm not sure where he's disappeared. He's gone down to 8th place this time. Oh, we've got 2 drivers off. I wonder whether there was a big gust of wind because they were all drifting wide that time through, and Oglesby was lucky to be able to rejoin. Henry Speaks was also having problems with Nick Heighton and Monty Hind, all having problems around that. I reckon a big gust of wind just took them all wide on that corner. Just shows Adam Keane looking up the inside of Hardcastle there this time through. Can he make that place up? No. Hardcastle's going to be able to hold on around the inside, but we've got that Schmozzle is still firmly ensconced in this race. This pack has been giving us endless entertainment throughout this course of this race, but it is now Monty Hind pushing on forward. But Hardcastle and Keane, watch them. 5 minutes to go. Can Keane make any more progress?
Must credit Alan Cullen, the great short oval commentator at Aldershot and Wimbledon, among others, for many years, with the origin of that word, as Paul Oglesby has been able to pull away a little bit from this group. Nick Heighton's now up to 4th. The loser in that little Schmozzle, as we say, it was Henry Speaks. He's down into 5th position now. Only in Anglesey can you see that. All the cars suddenly get blown off course towards the sea. Brilliant. The only other place you might see is Phillip Island in Australia, the motorcycle circuit.
Agreed, although there's normally a bit sunnier there, isn't it? but the wind is genuinely relentless today. It's an absolute constant force with extra gusts on top of it, so it's you really are getting a battering when you're out there. And in these cars that say only weigh half a ton, they do get manoeuvred around, and you really do feel it. You heard from Sam how much of a headwind it is as you hit going round out the end of Church, and that's why we're seeing so much drafting going on. The Caterham's not famously a fully, it's quite an unaerodynamic object, and being able to follow the car in front gives you extra speed as they're heading up into Rocket, which is why we're seeing so many overtakes up in that area of the track. Let's see whether they can make it round Church this time within bounds. Yes, they can. Oglesby heading that battle then as they come towards us. Is that still Henry Speaks? No, it's not. It's Heighton, isn't it, who's come through over the top, and he's looking like he might want to make it up into that top 3 now.
He's up the inside at the left-hander into Rocket. Yes, he's through into P3, I think. Yep, Nick Heighton up to 3rd. Oglesby down to 4th. Then it's Cavers and Speaks in 6th position. Then Hardcastle, Hind and Keane still on the back of this train. Rounding out the top 10 is Barry Hanif. The lead gap, though, is now up to 6 seconds. Ben Wheatley in such dominant form this season. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of this group as well. The second place man, Louis Darling, is all on his own in that second place now. Got just over 3 minutes of this 20-minute race to go. Up towards the hairpin comes the 3rd place fight. Nick Heighton under threat from Paul Oglesby, who tries to cut in on the inside. There was a bit of rubbing there, I think.
He tried to do the undercut, didn't he? But he just didn't have quite the run, and naturally it was covered off by Heighton that time through. But we're going to have a disagreement now. We're going to go 3-1. More wings go flying through as they get contacted by Monty Hind, I think, as he's going around the outside of Tim Hardcastle. That's been an awkward place to be for the rest of this race, but they do make it successfully through the last corner. 2:30 on the clock, so we're going to this is the penultimate lap they'll be starting this time. Barry looks like he's just about catching up, as there's absolutely Hind there really sideways as he went through that first corner. It's not the ideal racing line, but Henry Speaks is the big loser in this kind of late end of the race, and Adam Keane just hasn't been able to penetrate the group in front of him, but Hardcastle is leading that sort of chase group. Let's see how they go. Penultimate lap then as they come round towards us. Oglesby is still chasing Heighton. You can see he's lost that rear wing. Going to see more overtaking as they head up into Rocket this time.
Here comes Oglesby. He moves to the right, but the inside line for the first corner is on the left. Oglesby trying to go round the outside. Speaks is in there as well. Harrison Cavers trying to set himself up for a dive down the inside into the right-handed part of the complex alongside Speaks. He's up the inside. The next corner is a right-hander as well at Peel. They'll be coming around to start their final lap. This time, Speaks has held off Harrison Cavers, and a small gap to Monty Hind, Tim Hardcastle and Adam Keane. And here's our leader. We've not seen much of him in the second half of this race because Ben Wheatley, the Nottinghamshire driver, has run away out in front. He's over 7 seconds clear now of Louis Darling, which is an eternity in Caterham racing terms. Down towards the bus stop and coming up to start his final lap, heading for win number 5 of the season and win number 2 of the weekend, barring any disaster on this final lap, any mechanical maladies. Louis Darling safe in 2nd place. Everybody else is trying to be 3rd. Who's it going to be as they come down into the bus stop this time? They're trying to go 4 wide. That's never going to work through there. Nick Heighton under fire again from Paul Oglesby. Then it's Cavers and Speaks. One of these 4, I would think, is going to complete the podium, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really all still up in the air, isn't it? One more lap of this Anglesey International Circuit then to decide this back. We've already decided, I think, without, like you say, any maladies, Wheatley and Darling. Oglesby tried that late lunge into the hairpin before, but he's done that more as a defensive manoeuvre this time because Heighton's got a little bit of a gap on him, but that gap, in fact, Hind is going to ruin that. There was a bit more contact there, just as they just misjudged slightly that, but Hind's down the inside. You can't really go too wide through Church, so he has to back out. Henry Speaks is going to have a bit of momentum around the outside. He has to use every single last bit of the curve. There's nowhere for Monty Hind to go, but that does leave Heighton clean. Oglesby and Monty Hind are going to have the battle as they head up here. Oglesby chooses that left-hand side, which has worked quite nicely. Hind round the outside then as they go side by side through that group. Hanif's not going to be able to join this group by the end of it. Adam Keane still seeing whether he can do anything, but hasn't managed to so far. But it is Heighton in that 3rd place. Can he hold on around these last half of the lap?
Heighton, Oglesby, Cavers and Hind, the 4 now. Henry Speaks has been shuffled back by Harrison Cavers through there. That's allowed Monty Hind to come through, and that's Speaks. It is on the grass, unfortunately. That's him out of the battle. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders heading down in the hairpin for the final time. It's going to be a win for Ben Wheatley ahead of Louis Darling, but who is going to be 3rd? Here they come out of Siemens Corner, up towards the right-hander at the hairpin. Paul Oglesby goes out wide. He's going to try and position himself perhaps for the bus stop here out on the left down the straights. Harrison Cavers behind him, then Monty Hind and Tim Hardcastle, then Keane and Hanif closing up as well, but the checkered flag goes out. Ben Wheatley takes his 5th win of the season by a very clear margin ahead of Louis Darling in 2nd, but who is going to be 3rd? Louis Darling weaves his way home in 2nd. They're coming through for 3rd place then, and it's going to be Nick Heighton in 3rd place, just ahead of Paul Oglesby and Harrison Cavers, then Hind, Hardcastle, Keane, Hanif as quickly as that. Superb stuff.
Some really good action there for the 270s. A little bit of needle every now and again, but actually, that was a fantastic race to watch from our position. A few wings gone missing, but the battling up into Rocket today, I think we're going to see that throughout the course of the rest of to this morning and this afternoon, as we watch the final few of this 23-car grid come through. And brilliant from the 270s. Great start to our day. Well done to Wheatley. He really is showing a clean pair of heels. He's Ben Timmins was the only guy that could sort of keep it. Well, he was the only guy that could keep up with Ben Timmins last year, but he's showing that continued form into this race. And Louis Darling really has come again. He's come from the academy through to this race series and doing very well. But here are the provisional results then.
Ben Wheatley the winner by 7.81 seconds in the end over Louis Darling, and a similar gap, 6.6 seconds back to Nick Heighton, who headed up that huge third place fight ahead of Oglesby, then Cavers, Hine, Hardcastle, Adam Keane from the back of the grid, Barry Hanif from towards the back after he was taken out in yesterday's race, and Gary Cross it was who rounded out the top 10. Bad luck to Henry Speaks there, that late spin dropping into 13th behind Django Jones, and Andrew Bailey must have had a moment there as well. He dropped out of the battle down into 12th place. Arif Hanif, Barry's brother, from the back of the grid after his disqualification yesterday, ended up in 14th place from the back, and then it was Giles Hanson, Andrew Palmer, Andrew Mackay, Graham Finlayson, the Scotsman, Brian Joyce, Anne Hall, and Craig Jarvis, the final finisher. All 21 of the starters went the distance in that one, and it was race winner Ben Wheatley who got the fastest lap of 1:41.503. Excellent stuff. Next up, we move on to the official Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka. They had their first race yesterday. We'll bring you the grid and the details of that one shortly. I think in just a moment we can hand down to Ian and Sam in Parc Ferme to talk with our podium finishers.
Wow, fantastic drive by Ben Wheatley. He had a great battle with Louis, and they managed to pull a gap. And then Ben just disappears again. It's absolutely fantastic driving from him, and he will be very chuffed with that. And brilliant battle going on behind Louis and Ben. But yeah, fantastic, amazing race for you, Ben.
Yeah,
you and Louis pulled a massive gap, and then obviously then you managed to get away from him as well. Incredible.
Yeah, we worked together actually, and it worked really well. So we were able to pull a gap between ourselves and third, and then I had a scrappy first couple of laps actually, and didn't quite manage to get away like I did in race one. So just settled down a little bit, worked on what I needed to work on, and then when I finally got past Louis again, I got the break, which was good. But yeah, Louis quicker today, so fair play to him, and it worked well working together to get away from the others. So it's a nice guaranteed 1-2 for us. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, it's good. We'll roll on race number 3 later, and hopefully same again.
Yeah, hopefully same again. Cheers.
Brilliant, well done, Louis. No, don't run away. Fantastic. It's Ben was just saying you both worked really, really well together to pull away from the pack.
Couple laps we kind of had to just to get away from everyone else, give us a bit of breathing room. I made a mistake going up the hill, let Ben through, and then he just disappeared because he's so quick. But good race, happy with another second, good points for the championship. So can't go wrong with that.
That's it.
Yeah.
Roll on race number 3 later.
Thank you.
Right, where's Nick? Nick's car's looking a little battered. Where's he? There he is. Nick, that was quite a battle you had going on there, wasn't it?
A real battle with Paul. Yeah, it was crazy. Lost the wing in the process. It's a tough school out there.
It is.
Yeah, it's tough. It's enjoyable though. It's really enjoyable.
Yeah.
Quite clean. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it looked really good.
For a while actually.
It
so
is.
yeah, it's enjoyable.
Well deserved, I think.
Yeah. Good. Hopefully carry on to this afternoon.
That's it. We're in a good starting place for later.
Yeah, really good. Just looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Hopefully this wind dies down.
Oh, did you feel it on the track out there?
You feel it really feel it a lot into the fast right-hander.
Yeah.
Probably helping, pushing you into the corner.
Yeah.
So probably helping. It's tough though.
Yeah. So is it flat run there today?
Flattish.
Brilliant. No, I don't do it flat run there.
No, good luck. You're racing later.
Yes, 12 o'clock our race.
Luck. Yeah, good luck.
Brilliant. Thanks, Nick. Well done. Right, that's the 270s done for now, but they have got another race later on. But now it's the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. They are up next, so I'll hand back to Dave and Chris.
Yes, cars already on the grid. Thanks, Sam, for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, the official UK Caterham Championship.
They're doing the staggered grid today, it looks like. So I wonder whether that was just a mistake yesterday. They didn't do and end up. But anyway, here's confirmation of that grid that they are setting out right now.
Yeah, the grid is staggered on the grid sheet, so it looks like they are today. So pole position goes to the race winner from yesterday, Matt Armstrong, alongside Harry Senior, who led the championship coming into this weekend. Second row, Craig Story, the leading AM driver on the grid, alongside Harry Cook. Row 3, Jake Swan and Paul Donkin. Fourth row is Greg Monks alongside Chris Fraser, the championship sponsor in the Dutch Barn Vodka car. Darren McCormack and Tom Eden round out the top 10. On row 6, number 23, Justin Armstrong, father of our pole sitter Matt Armstrong. 98, James Hall's bright yellow car alongside him. Then 68, Chris Welch, and 16, Steve Metcalf. 35, Mark Kendall, who pulled off into the pit lane during yesterday's race and retired, starting from the back.
Yep, the second of 3 20-minute races then for Seven Championship UK, the top flight of British Caterham racing. So they are heading for the title of British Caterham champion, and it's being a great battle between 5 or 6 contenders already this year, and long may that continue. But it's Matthew Armstrong took that win yesterday ahead of Harry Senior. Craig Story, like I say, the AM driver, making it out there. And as I was just mentioning before, as it was just interesting, yesterday they did the side-by-side start, and today they have got this staggered start, which gives them all a little bit more space as they head into turn 1. So it should give Matthew Armstrong a little bit of an advantage there as they head off onto their green flag lap. 180 horsepower, they've got slick tyres, it's all race upgraded suspension all round. They've got a slightly more race focused, they've got a roll cage on there, they've got, again, no lights, anything like that, wider tyres, and the slick tyre must, you have to bring them up to temperature. They get one new set of slick tyres to use every race weekend we turn up to, and they must use that through qualifying, through the races as well. So it's starts getting a little bit more tired, that tyre, towards the end of race 3, but it should be in its sweet spot right now, looking to take them through this 20 minutes. And I'm interested to see how Matthew Armstrong can continue his progress. Harry Senior came in as the championship leader, and I think he's probably just still holding on there. And Harry Cook, Jake Swan coming all the way nicely through the field at the end, and Paul Donkin losing out a couple of places, which he would be very disappointed about. So he's starting from that 6th place, and he'll be seeing whether he can do anything about moving forward in this race. He'll certainly have had, he'll have talked to himself and working out what he wants to do. We saw Chris Fraser having some brake issues yesterday again, and he starts from 8th place. So hopefully he's got those all sorted as the rest of this field comes through. All heading, like I say, for that title of British Caterham champion, and the racing we've seen from them this year has been nothing short of epic.
Certainly has, yes. I must say a big thank you to everyone who's commented so far. Hello to Ethan Dance, Adrian Passman, watching from Jersey in the Channel Islands. No circuit racing there anymore, plenty of hill climbs though. Nathan Shaw, who's watching from Anglesey. A couple of New Zealanders watching on LJB, and also Cauliflower McPug. What a great name for a YouTube channel that is. Carl, who's watching from Austria. Jill Lancaster, watching from Cheshire. Sad to miss today at the track, says Jill. Grant D. Mule, watching from South Africa. Hi to Fraser Lochte, watching from Bromley, just outside London. Paul, watching from the USA, and Mark Robinson from Brisbane, Australia. Hello to all of you.
Great to have such an international audience as well, and we bring you this Caterham action. We hope you really do enjoy it. It's certainly quite relentless fun, isn't it? We saw from the 270s. It doesn't disappoint as we see these 420R machines then in the 7th Championship UK, the top flight of that Caterham action. And these drivers, plenty of years of experience under their belts. Many of them have put together whole championship charges. They've come from outside of the racing to come and join this as well. We joined the touring car, the British touring car races last time out at Brands Hatcher. And the prestige of this championship is growing all the time, but it's got such a history as well. Let's see who's going to become the 2025 champion. Matt Armstrong starting from pole on the right of your screen, Harry Senior along him on the left.
Yeah, just a couple of points between them in the championship coming into this race. Harry Senior led coming into the weekend. He's in the light blue car with the red roll cage. Matt Armstrong on pole in bright red and blue. The second row of the grid is headed up by the Dayglow livery car of Craig Story. We are underway with the first race of the day for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. They charge around target corner for the first time. Is it Armstrong or Senior that's got the lead? It's Harry Senior just with his nose in front as they head into the banking for the first time. Craig Story is in 3rd position. Paul Donkin's made up a place up into P5. Looks like Jake Swan has dropped back behind him. The white car there, number 66, it's Harry Cook in the black and yellow car in 4th place. Last year's 310R champion as they start the weave down the exit of Church Corner and up the hill. Look at the speed of these cars, even with the headwind here, up towards Rocket. Tom Eden coming under fire from Darren McCormack a little further back in the field as Armstrong up the inside tries to take the lead away into Rocket, and he's done so Matt Armstrong takes it up from Harry Senior in 2nd place. Craig Story, remember he's an AM category driver as opposed to Pro-Am, and he qualified on pole in the Super Pole shootout between the top 5 yesterday, which raised a few eyebrows, but he's driven brilliantly so far this weekend. Then it's Cook. 5th place is multi-class star Paul Donkin of the last few years, who's raced everything from, as we said yesterday, Porsches to Citroen C1s before joining Caterham. He's behind Harry Cook. Then Jake Swan in 6th position, the white car with the blue roll cage. Behind him, Greg Monks, then Chris Fraser, Tom Eden and Darren McCormack as your top 10 as they run around this opening lap.
Yeah, Donkin's done a lot of, has driven a lot of cars or different types of cars, but it's definitely Caterham's he's got most experience in. He's actually a little less experienced than you might believe from that kind of CV, racing CV, but he's doing a great job, and but I know he's competitively, he'll want to carry on. Chris Welch down the inside, can he do anything about that? He can't against the number 16 of Metcalf there, and running in those Oakmere Motorsport team. Matt Armstrong out front then, can they cling on to him? Another thing to note is that if Craig Story gets too many outright podiums, he got one yesterday, if he does that a couple more times through the course of this race season, he will be bumped up into the Pro-Am class, as Harry Cook's really hassling his rear panel as they head through Church this time, all keeping it all on the island. Harry Cook going down the inside, then Craig Story taking that defensive line. We did see in the 270s though, and you can go around the outside with that momentum today. Maybe the headwind is even stronger. Chris Fraser losing out there as he heads up into Rocket, but it is Matt Armstrong, in fact no, it's Senior now, over the top of Matt Armstrong. Harry Cook did make that position up round the outside then, over the top of Story. Donkin's next up. We saw Donkin sort of playing that watching brief yesterday. It didn't work out for him because he lost places in that later hustle by Jake Swan. You can see there just a bit of losing the rear end of his car as he heads out of Peel and over this down into the Siemens corner. But it is Matt Armstrong in that 2nd place, and he's got a tiny bit of a gap there, and these two drivers, Harry Senior and Matt Armstrong, were able to pull clear of the rest of the field. It's not looking like they're quite having it their own way today.
There is Chris Fraser in the colours of Dutch Barn Vodka, the Australian-born driver, chasing Tom Eden as they head out of the hairpin down towards the bus stop once again. But it's Senior and Armstrong scrapping it out in front. Harry Cook now up into 3rd position. The fastest lap, of course, for the race leader, Harry Senior. There's James Hall, number 98, the citrus yellow car on the tail of it's Darren McCormack further back in the order. And so Mark Kendall, my apologies, the similarly coloured number 35 car. A little further forward is Greg Monks, number 5, was in contention for a podium in the final race of the weekend at Bram Patch, supporting the BTCC until he spun coming out of Druids. Would have been his best result of the season so far. Here come your leaders then out of the ultra-fast Church corner. Matt Armstrong is going for it as they head up towards Rocket once again. The rest of them fairly well strung out behind now. There's Darren McCormack, the 62 up the hill, who has come out with the lead. It is Armstrong who is back in front. So that's his overtaking spot clearly.
Yeah, he enjoys going around that back straight, and again with the headwind as they head up the hill. The front two careful, and alarm bells should be ringing for Harry Cook. Well, we've got one driver out wide. I think that's Hall in the background just chasing behind this car, and as they head over the top of the rise again, you can see a bit more of the bay as this blue sky sort of starting to show up, but the wind you can see with the grass being blown around. But that gap up front with these front two is extending slightly over Cook, over the top of Story. Then comes Donkin and Swan. Monk's had a couple of years out, which is he's sort of shaking off those cobwebs. It's a really tough championship to jump back into and get back all up to speed, but great to have him back in. A past Caterham champion himself, someone who's always been up at there or thereabouts, but he's having battles as he drifts away a little bit then as Tom Eden fighting with him as they go round into his yellow car this weekend. And Chris Fraser hasn't seen that lock-up reoccurring today, so hopefully they've got all that sorted out. But Matt Armstrong is drawing Harry Senior clear. He's happy to see Harry Cook disappearing backwards in his rear view mirror. Craig Story, yeah, as we saw yesterday, he drifted a little bit in the middle part of the race, but he was able to pull it all back to the podium by the time we got to the checkered flag.
Just under 15 minutes to go then, so we're just past 1/4 distance in the first of 2 races today for the Dutch Vodka Caterham Sever UK Championship. And here comes Craig Story in the Dayglow yellow and pink car all over the tail of Harry Cook. Just behind him The red car is Donkin, then Jake Swan closing up. You can see how windy it is from the sea in the background as well. Jake Swan probably grateful he's not racing his powerboat today. He's an ex-powerboat champion, chasing Paul Donkin. And a gap back to Tom Eden. The yellow and black car is in 7th place ahead of Greg Monks, so a change of position there. There's Mark Kendall, failed to finish yesterday's race, had to start from the back in this one.
Justin Armstrong not having a great weekend so far, is he? He was kind of up there yesterday early on, but has drifted back slowly throughout the course of the weekend so far. And seeing as we've seen him right up in the battle for the podiums earlier in the season, he will be wanting to see whether he can do anything to do that. But at the moment, he finds himself in that 6th place in class, but deep in the field from cars in front of him that he wouldn't normally expect to see there. So he's got a bit of work to do. Cormac joining this Eden, Monks and Fraser battle, so you're looking like that's going to become a little battle pack. These front two are having a battle all of their own and together today, whereas Matt Armstrong managed to break away yesterday. He's not done that today, so they are having their own tandem battle. Now it's Harry Cook's broken away a little bit from Craig Story. Donkin looking to see whether he can do anything about that, with Jake Swan following on from them. So little distinct packs forming as we saw yesterday, but their battle, most importantly, the battle for the lead is not done today.
So Armstrong and Senior continuing to swap places at the front of the field. Harry Cook's broken away just a little bit there from Craig Story, I think, now, but he'll close back up going into Rocket. Closing up is Jake Swan as well, not to be confused with the Ford Anglia Classic Touring Car racer of the same name. Matt Armstrong, not to be confused with the YouTuber of the same name as well. He's retaken the lead there at Rocket from Harry Senior as they head down towards Siemens Corner once again, then up towards the Tom Price straights. Here's the second group headed by the 64 of Tom Eden. 4 cars together there now. There's a battle going on for 11th too, which is Justin Armstrong with Mark Kendall and James Hall. 2 leaders have broken away to the tune of about 1.5 seconds now from the quartet for 3rd place. Then there's 4 for 7th as well. They're separating off into little slipstreaming groups here around the Anglesey International Circuit. Justin Armstrong a bit wide there, out of the hairpin, could lose out to Mark Kendall in the 35. Across the line, it's Armstrong that leads this time, and a new fastest lap, 1:31.749.
Yep, so we did get a new lap record yesterday for these. Last time we were here, we weren't on these slick tyres. We're expecting that. Matt Armstrong got that yesterday with a 1:31.623, so not quite up to that pace yet. And as these slick tyres do get a bit older as we go through the course of this race weekend, that might well stick towards the end of the week. But Tom Eden now over the top of Monks, and little gaps appearing between their battle as well. But it's no gap here at the front, with them swapping every time they go up into Rocket. And it does look like Cook's got that kind of 3rd place under control at the moment. But this headwind is really going to adjust things. Is the Eden-Monks battle. Eden going to protect to the inside there. Armstrong continues out front over the top of Harry Senior, and Harry happy to see that gap continuing to develop behind them. It's up to 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds now, so we'll watch that increase as the race goes on. Eden, though, leading this pack of 4 cars. Monk's now having to look in his rearview mirrors because Fraser's right there. McCormack is just clinging on, isn't he? Doesn't not quite able to stick with them fully. But then this final battle with now Justin Armstrong leading that. It looked like he was going to struggle down there into Siemens Corner at the bottom of the corner.
Paul Donkin starting to put Craig Story under pressure now for P4 as they head down towards the bus stop. Harry Senior thinks about having a look there. It's going to be Armstrong, I think, has led for a whole lap now, which is quite rare in this top level of Caterham racing when you get a battle like this going on out in front. They slipstream each other constantly. Jake Swan's been dropped by a couple of lengths there by Story and Donkin. At the same time, by the same sort of margin, Harry Cook has started to break away into that 3rd place. 4th in the championship coming into this weekend behind Senior, Armstrong and Donkin, the top 3 in the points. Paul Donkin with just the 1 win to his name so far this year at Snester. It's been Armstrong and Senior. They did the winning between them last time out at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit when the action was absolutely sensational, to say the least. It's been impressive so far this weekend as well. Matt Armstrong continuing to soak up the pressure from Harry Senior as we reach half distance, and still the 3rd place battle rages on. They're starting to reel in Harry Cook once again.
Donkin's over the top of Craig Story now, so he takes into that 4th place. Craig Story is that AM racer, but don't forget he will be still gaining points, and if he gets too many more of these podiums, he will actually get moved up, so he could become relevant by the end of the year. Eden's just got a little bit of a gap over Monks there as they all head down into Siemens this time through, and then there's that pregnant pause while we wait for this final battle, of which Justin Armstrong is still leading, so he managed to do that, and looks like Hall having a battle there with McCormack as well, so good sort of battles all the way through, but interesting here is that battle, so it is now Hall versus Kendall as they come up towards us, and Hall having to give that position away, and Justin maybe just springing a small gap as the two behind him battle. They both run each other wide out of that corner, but Armstrong and Senior has used his head a lot this year already, and he is fully aware of how do you manage and manipulate these races so you come across the line first. He knows that if he can get down the inside of the final corner, then there's not much Matt can do to stop that move happening, so that's what he'll be working towards, that's what he'll be trying to figure out at the moment. Can he manoeuvre his car in a way, because Matt Armstrong has a serious lick of speed in that car, but at the moment Harry's happy to let him just continue to push the air away. He can have an easy time, take it easy a little bit, use the toe to catch back up, and then see what he can do in the latter part of this race.
8.5 minutes to go as the leaders go through the rocket complex. There's a car length in it between the two leaders here. They're just over 2.5 seconds clear of Cook, then Donkin, Story and Swan still next in the order. Jake Swan is starting to close back up again now on Craig Story, I think, for that 5th position. Gap back to Tom Eden is nearly 5 seconds now in 7th place. Then Monks, Fraser and McCormack. The AM leader is still Story ahead of Swan, so Swan there, that's why Swan's turning the wick up. He wants to take the lead of the AM category as the leaders right together there. Senior has a look up the inside into the hairpin, doesn't quite get alongside Matt Armstrong, who's putting in a good defensive drive here, Matt Armstrong, to be able to hold that lead. In the background we see Swan maybe sizing up a move on Craig Story here as they come down towards the bus stop. He's not going to go for it though. 3rd in the AM division is Tom Eden. He heads up this next group. The other Pro-Am driver besides the top 4 is Greg Monks, who's 2nd in that group for 7th place. Is still Harry Senior unable to make any move on Matt Armstrong for the lead.
I genuinely think he's not actually even trying at the moment. I think he is just there because he can see how fast Matt is. They're still drawing, you know, they're now 3 seconds clear of the group behind, so every single lap they're gaining about 4/10 on the chasing group, so Harry's wise enough to know that he can just sit there, and in fact he's pulling out of the slipstream even on the not straights to make sure his radiator's getting a nice lot of fresh air, and it doesn't take much when you've got a headwind like you have up there, so he's just cooling off his car, happy to let that continue, not interested in just sticking fully in the toe and actually trying to overtake, so they're quite happy pulling away, and it's Donkin over the top of Cook now then into that 3rd place. There's some good progress made by Donkin. Has he found what he needs in that car to pull him clear and into this 3rd place battle lead? Well, he's doing what he needs to do at the moment. Craig Story now has got no one in between himself and Swan. Swan has got a little bit of the sniff of that position in front and the lead in that AM class, but it's these two just working in absolute tandem. Donkin will be seeing whether he can do anything about that 3-second gap, but I think he's going to be more focused over the rest of this race with Harry Cook in his rearview mirror.
Paul Donkin, who wants the 2nd victory of the season, won the 2nd race at Snetterton at the season opener, but has not featured on the podium since then. Has always been the nearly man pretty much of this championship, has Paul Donkin, but he's up to 3rd now and trying to chase down our 2 leaders. He's 3.6 seconds behind them. Matt Armstrong already a winner in the opening round at Snetterton. He won at Brands Hatch as well, but it's Harry Senior that has taken the other victories pretty much over the course of this year. He leads the championship. He was 5 points ahead coming into this weekend. Still nose to tail for the lead. Harry Senior perhaps biding his time here over the last 5 minutes or so, and then as they go into the last lap he'll be waiting to make his move for the victory. He's happy to sit in the toe of Matt Armstrong for now.
And he may well make to that very last lap, because what he doesn't want to do is give away the moves that he thinks he can pull off ahead of time. That will give Matt Armstrong an opportunity to get that back and repay the favour. I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks he can get it done in the last corner. I wouldn't be surprised if this comes down to an absolute last corner lunge to see whether he can get that done. It's the one way of guaranteeing that he can make that position stick. And whilst he's in that toe and able to cling on to Matt's pace out front, Matt locked up the rear tyres then, And let's see whether this gap comes down. It's gone out again over to 3.6 seconds now back to Donkin. So it doesn't look like that pack is going to fight back towards them in this closing stages. And that's another reason that Harry will want to leave it to latest possible, so that he doesn't destroy any of that buffer zone that they've got behind while they're battling away with each other. But that's the sane head out here sat in the commentary box. It's not necessarily the adrenaline-fueled hands of the drivers out there on the circuit at the moment, and they know things that I don't set up here. So let's see how that all pans out. But Donkin looking like he's having to defend heavily again from Cook behind, who's regained a little bit, and Story is still ahead of Jake Swan, but Jake Swan is right on the tail of him then. This is the battle for the AM Championship, and Jake Swan missed the opening round, so he's got a little bit of catch up to do.
He certainly has, yes, as senior. Did have a brief look there on the inside, but not really making any move. This is where the moves could potentially be being made in the 3rd to 6th battle. Further back, Tom Eden has pulled away from Craig Monks. Then it's Darren McCormack. Where is Chris Fraser? There he is. He's slowly coming up towards Church, so he's had a problem. I thought there were 4 cars in that battle up until then, so Chris Fraser, if he stops there, that'll be a safety car.
That could throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, really.
I wonder whether he's had a drive shaft failure, and he is on track. I think that is going to lead to a safety car, and that will probably be how this race ends. So all that kind of tactics of Harry Senior, if he knows that that's happening, he'll want to try and get ahead right now, because if that safety car does get thrown, we're unlikely to get this race back up and running. It's going to be really tight, but he won't necessarily know and have all this information. There's no pits to car radio at all, so there's no one that can tell him that, and I think he's going to be sat here in 2nd place, and he's going to be having a conversation with Sam Parker in assembly, being disappointed that he didn't get the opportunity to show what he had.
Through target then, so there's no sign of a safety car at the moment, so we don't know if Chris Fraser as yet has got clear of the circuit. They're heading through now.
Clear. He's still up there, I can see him in the distance.
Now, are they going to cover that with yellow flags and allow the race to continue? There is Chris Fraser's car on the track on the inside, so I'm I have to say, I'm a little surprised the race has continued though, and the safety car was not scrambled straight away. Now Senior's seen that, and he's going to go for it. There he goes, up the inside, takes the lead.
Tactics, if they do throw the safety car now, he absolutely used that speed, and there was nothing that Matt Armstrong could use. It could have been the move of the season, a tactical move. But a double waved yellow is enough, and it should be enough to cover off an incident like that, especially if the marshals can't tell whether Chris is able to manoeuvre that car, and has given, say, the thumbs up to say he's actually physically fine in that car. But with 2 minutes to go, are we going to see that covered under yellow? At the moment it looks like it, but it is now Senior who heads that. Donkin does have that small gap back. They will have to show that they are lifting off every time they go past that incident, and that could lead to some questions afterwards. But Matt Armstrong now, I think, has clocked onto what's going on, and he really needs to get back in front again. Donkin is in that 3rd place ahead of Cook. Story still leads Swan in that battle for the AM Championship as well.
So here they come then up towards the left-hander at the bus stop for what I think will be the penultimate time. I think we're going to go into our last lap this time. We'll see if the board comes out. Donkin pulling away back into 3rd place, and I think the checkered flag in fact has come out a lap early. Just come up on the timing screen. Yes, so they checkered flagged it 1 lap early, so Harry Senior did play that perfectly to take the win. Instead of a safety car, they decided to checkered flag it early. Senior wins it from Armstrong. Donkin in 3rd, then Cook, Story ahead of Swan to win the amateur class, just ahead of Jake Swan, then Eden, Monks, McCormack. It'll be Justin Armstrong in 10th place. The race ended 1 lap early then because Chris Fraser's stranded car.
Interestingly, the checkered flag is not showing. I wonder whether that checkered flag was out in time to catch the leaders. Nevertheless, I'm sure that will count back, and they will have officially classed as finished. But you can see on the scoring board there that they've gone through without that. But what a race by Senior then. He saw what he needed to do, and he had been waiting along on the back straight and just left it to go. And unfortunately for Matt Armstrong, that meant all that hard work, but what a tactical... so this is the finish. The checkered flag is 100% being shown to them, and I can tell you Matt Armstrong will be so disappointed to see that, and he would have not known that was his last opportunity. I thought he was going to make a move into the last corner, and he didn't do it, so he will be disappointed. But he's got one more race this afternoon to go to try and rectify that.
There is Chris Fraser's stranded car awaiting the tow vehicle back to the paddock there. 14 cars went the distance in that 2nd race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, and Harry Senior snatches the win. He played that perfectly, wins by 0.3 of a second ahead of Matt Armstrong. Paul Donkin back on the podium for the first time in about 4 races, in 3rd place ahead of Harry Cook. I think that's the first time that Harry's been off the podium possibly this season. We'll just check that. No, he was off the podium at Brands Hatch. So 4th place for Harry Cook. Craig Story in 5th place wins the AM category, just ahead of Jake Swan. Then Tom Eden 7th, Greg Monks 8th, Darren McCormack 9th, Justin Armstrong rounding out the top 10. The other finishers: Mark Kendall, James Hall, Steve Metcalf, Chris Welch. Matt Armstrong got the fastest lap, 1:31.749. So Harry Senior will keep his championship lead. Hi to some of our commenters. Hi to Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers. Hi to C. Alon from northern Poland. Motorsport's very popular over in Poland over the last few years. Sumner Speed, hi to Virgilio as well. Thanks for all your comments. I think we can now head down to Sam Parker in Parc Ferme.
Well, I think the early checkered flag caused a bit of confusion to some of them, and obviously that won't be ideal for Matt, because I'd imagine he would have been timing that right on the last lap to be in a good position to be in second and then overtake. But yeah, he won't be best pleased with that. But still great finish and a second place for him. But we'll come through to Harry first once he's got his helmet off. But yeah, good job they didn't put a safety car out, because that would have been not great towards the end. But Harry, oh, he's got some nice earplugs in. There we go, you can hear me now. That was a bit confusing at the end there, wasn't it? Obviously no last lap board, from what I can understand, and early checkered flag.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shallow victory, I think. I overtook Matt after sitting behind him the whole race, because I was worried there might be a safety car or something, and then obviously that would be the end of the race. And then drove probably the worst racing lap I've done all year. I was all over the place because I've been sat behind him the whole time and forgotten how to drive. And he had so many opportunities to come past me and didn't, because he was waiting for the next lap, which was going to be the last lap. And then we come around and the checkered flag's there. So, I'll take the points and everything, but yeah, that was doesn't feel right. But yeah, it was a good race otherwise. Broke away. Matt's quick. I was quite happy to save my tyres and sit behind him for most of it and try and just get a run on him on the last lap. Who knows how it would have ended up if we'd finished normally. Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. Yeah, no, that's understandably, but still, a win's a win, so well done. Right, where's Matt? He is behind, so watch yourself, Paul. Walking backwards, and we'll just turn around. Matt, that's a bit unfortunate, wasn't it? I think you timed it right, if that was going to be the last lap, which it should have been. Yeah, I had my timer on and there was 2 minutes left, so I thought I was in the perfect position, so it was a bit frustrating, but what can you do? Yeah, exactly. You can't do anything, unfortunately, but at least you got a second, so that's still good points. Yeah, it was a good racer. I knew what he was doing hanging back, but I thought I timed my position quite well, so is what it is. Try and win the next one. Yes, good luck. Thanks, Matt. And Paul Donkin. It's nice to see Paul back on the podium. Sorry, guys, to interrupt there, but Paul, great to see you on the podium.
Yeah, we made it back. We made it back somehow. Team put a mega car under me for that one. A lot better than race one. I don't know what happened in race one, but it was a difficult one. So we're in the mix again. See what happens. We've got one more left. See if we can move up a few more. All good. That's it. Brilliant. Well, wish you all the best. Brilliant. Thank you. Right. Next up is the Vertex 310R Championship. So I'll hand back to Dave and Chris.
Thank you, Sam. And now we move a rung down the Caterham ladder next with the Vertex watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. These cars look the same as the 270Rs that we saw earlier on, but an increase in power to weight ratio. The power pushed up to 150 brake horsepower and a limited slip differential as well. We saw an excellent race from them yesterday. And Chris, I think it's fair to say that yesterday Taylor O'Flanagan called it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you can tell the experience of these drivers. This is the fourth rung, so just one rung below the 7 Championship UK that we've been watching. But it's been hard-fought racing all the way through the season so far. And yeah, Taylor Flanagan doing a perfect manoeuvre. And yeah, it's they're even though there's relatively minor differences between the two cars, of the 270s we saw earlier on. This is another 2 seconds faster around this Anglesey circuit, so quite a significant bump in speed around. So yeah, it's great to see them out here at the Vertex Watch sponsored championship, and but Lars Hoffmann was still there or thereabouts in that third place. Bianchi was a bit unlucky, wasn't he? He led nearly the whole race, but just didn't lead over the line and was had the win snatched away.
Well, just over 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Apologies there for loss of commentary for a few minutes. Technical issues here in the commentary box. I think we are now back live on air. We've got just over 8 minutes remaining. Taylor O'Flanagan with the lead of this 310R race, sponsored by Vertex watches, chased by Charlie Lower in second place, who has charged his way through the field certainly and up into second from the very back of the grid. Didn't get to show his full potential in yesterday's event, so just the one car missing, which is Jeff Price, we lost earlier on, but Charlie Lower has absolutely flown his way through the field. Look how sideways he was there, coming out of the first corner up towards the banking. It's Lars Hoffman in third place, then Phil Bianchi in fourth, and Ryan Wilby rounds out the top five with about 7.5 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, as Charlie Lower came through the field there, obviously, Bianchi just lost. Bianchi and Wilby have both lost out just a touch, but Charlie's got the absolute bit between his teeth as he now comes up chasing O'Flanagan, who would have been looking in his rearview mirror expecting this a little bit further down through the race, and he is now leading this over the top of Taylor O'Flanagan as they head up into Rocket this time. Ben Lopez-Appleton just locking up a wheel as he was his fight with Ryan Wilby there, and now it's Empson and Ben Lopez-Appleton have made contact, spun down the bottom of that Rocket sort of complex. He's going to get back up and running, but that all started with a little bit of a lockout and I think a bit of contact as they went up at the field. But Charlie Lower leads this field then, and a little bit of a gap back to Ryan Wilby. Empson now makes it back over the top. Goldstein losing out a little bit, and Harvey Lawrence obviously dropping back a little bit, and he's got his next best contender Lucas in the AM Championship right behind him now, so he's got no buffer left. But Charlie Lower leads this field as they head round the hairpin then, and it's Taylor O'Flanagan right in his wheel arches, looking to see whether he can do anything. 6 minutes of this race still to go. The key part of this race still yet to develop. O'Flanagan looking down the outside, in fact not wanting to do anything about it at this stage. Again, they want to keep their powder slightly dry, not to give away everything that they've got. But you saw how wide Charlie Lower was on the exit of turn one as he's really trying to push hard and make his way through the field. He's now got to work out, how do I settle in, because he's not going to be able to continue to make forward progress at this stage. As we watch the rest of the field, that's Empson out wide there onto the grass. You can see it's not too wet or damp out there as they're kicking up an awful lot of dust. We saw that in an earlier race as well, didn't we? But he's managing to hold on at the moment, again using every single last bit of the track here at the Anglesey International Circuit.
A bit of smoke there in the background as well, possibly some dust from where Empson ran wide there, but Charlie Lower drops back to second. Through comes Taylor O'Flanagan. Lower, who's yet to win this year. The best he's had is a second place in round two at Snetterton. He's got Hoffman and Bianchi up behind in there, four of them line astern for the lead as they come through Rockets with about 4 laps, I would say, of this race to go. But that's a brilliant charge through the field by charging Charlie Lower. It's a new livery on his car this weekend, the Dayglow yellow and blue. He's lost a wing there early on in that race. Hoffman in third place leads the championship coming into the weekend, 6 points ahead of O'Flanagan, with Lower in third as they fight their way towards the hairpin once again. Philip Bianchi, fifth in the championship, was only just pipped on the line by Taylor O'Flanagan yesterday. He wants his first victory in the 310R category. With a lock up there from Hoffman as they go through the hairpin. There's a gap back then to Ryan Wilby of about 3.3 seconds. And Ben Lopez-Appleton, I think, has got going again after that spin. Yes, he's down in 11th place. Here they come down towards the bus stop.
Front four, though. Defensive move to the inside there by Taylor O'Flanagan. Can Charlie Lower make it work around the outside? No is the answer. So we've still not seen that work except for just one time. And let's hope that he can get that all back under control again as they head through. The podium's coming from this front group, aren't they? Taylor O'Flanagan absolutely ragging everything out of his car there, getting back on the power early but having to run wide over that bumpy curbing. But Charlie Lower is now back to that familiar spot near the front of the field and making his way through the early part of this race so that he can be involved in this battle. Bianchi will still be licking his wounds from yesterday, and he's not able to stay out in front of Taylor O'Flanagan and Charlie Lower today. He's going to see what he can do. We're going three wide though up into Rocket. There really isn't a lot of space there now. He's gone all the way around the outside of them. Hoffman, great opportunistic move, made it stick, and Charlie Lower is going to stick in that second place. So Taylor O'Flanagan is going to go from the lead back down to third place, and shows how powerful that toe is up into Rocket today.
That was a superb and very gutsy piece of driving from Lars Hoffman to go three wide around the outside there, down the back of up into Rocket, past the school turning that's on the shorter layout here. They head down towards Siemens now. Can he hold on in front. Lars Hoffman, the championship leader, 2 wins at Snetterton. He had a win at Thruxton as well. Taylor O'Flanagan has got the other wins this year, but here comes Lower up the inside in the 21 car. First 4 clear of Ryan Wilby in 5th place. 6th it is Paul Goldstein. He's got ahead of Empson, who's under fire from Harvey Lawrence, who's the leading AM-class driver in the 77, ahead of Gareth Lucas. Going to the outside now is Charlie Lower. I don't think he'll get round the outside as they go into the bus stop. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go. O'Flanagan in the yellow car in 3rd. In black and white in 4th, it is Philip Bianchi. It's the Motor Oil sponsored car of Lars Hoffman, the German, still out in front. Fantastic racing here between these 4. The 310Rs really have been brilliant at every round this season. Through the banking they go. Charlie Lower moving towards the inside as they go towards Church Corner. It's a couple of laps to go now. Hoffman will maybe try and position himself here to defend his lead, but is somebody going to get into the toe this time? Hoffman across to the inside, now to the outside, trying to confuse his rivals. Here comes O'Flanagan. He won't get around the outside there this time. What's going to happen up into Rocket? Charlie Lower onto the grass almost on the inside, but he'll be on the outside for the left-hander. Can he keep his foot in around Lars Hoffman? No, Hoffman defends his lead.
But he still managed to hold off Taylor O'Flanagan, which would have been his primary aim going up into Rocket that time. Hoffman was weaving a little bit much there, wasn't he? He was really sort of moved to the full left of the track and full right of the track, and he'll have to be careful of that as his driver, his competitors are right on his tail. Can Bianchi do anything from this 4th place? He's just faced with a wall of cars right now. There's really very little he can do. But Goldstein is holding on over the top of Empson, and Harvey Lawrence still leading his battle with Lucas. But he really is trying to shake that toe, but they are all there. Bianchi again faced with that wall of Caterham, nothing he can do. We'll be on the penultimate lap this time through, so they'll be starting their lap on the next time over the line, as Taylor O'Flanagan is now also figuring out what he can do. They've all learned that they can defend to the inside of this corner. There's not much that can happen ahead of the end of where the line comes too quickly, but they are all now working out whether they can then take the run through and try and overtake into turn 1, which is an unusual place to see cars going. And Taylor O'Flanagan's going to give it a go this time. He's up the inside. He's got contact there, a little bit locked up. There really isn't room for 2 cars, but they've just about made it happen. Charlie Lower's going to lose out, and Philip Bianchi's going to think this is my moment, but Charlie Lower is going to lose out a place there. I would say opportunistic, and it was a really quite scrappy overtake, but he is in front. But that's given Lars Hoffman slight lead as they head into this last lap. Is that going to be enough to hold him ahead as they go up into Rocket this time?
Yes, Lars Hoffman will have been grinning and looking in his rear view mirror, I think, there, thinking, well, if you're going to trip over each other, that's going to let me escape at the front of the field a little. O'Flanagan second, there goes the other rear wing off Charlie Lower's car. And it's doubly lightweight now as Philip Bianchi attacks for 3rd place. He wants another podium here. Lower up the inside of O'Flanagan into Rocket. He's got the move done, I think, has he? He's on the grass again there on the inside. He's used all the road and more in this race. Charlie Lower last on the grid, through to second, but can he catch Lars Hoffman? He hasn't got many more opportunities to do so.
A couple of opportunities, hasn't he, in that last corner, last inside dive, but I think they're all wise to that at the moment. Charlie Lower does make it through. He was using bits of the track that he's not paid for this race weekend, but he got it done back in front of her. And I wonder whether there was a little bit of, I'm just going to give that place back, because he felt he was maybe off, slightly off into that turn into turn 1. Who knows? But whatever, we're coming down to that. Was the second last opportunity to overtake. It is all going to come down to this last corner. Is there anything he can do? Hoffman's still got a nice comfortable gap, and he's going to be looking in his rearview mirror more than out in front at the moment as Taylor O'Flanagan looks like see what he can do.
Moving to the inside, weaving about there, Lars Hoffman, side by side for second place. Lower's there on the inside, but it looks like it is going to be Lars Hoffman in the number 70. Takes his 4th win of the season. A photo finish almost there for second. I think Lower just got it ahead of O'Flanagan. Bianchi in 4.8 of a second covers the 4 of them. Ryan Wilby is 5th, then Harvey Lawrence in 6th. James Empson, I think we've lost on the final lap. Yes, he's gone off on the last corner. Makes it back onto the tarmac and will cross the line in 9th place ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. We'll confirm the full results in a few moments' time, but a great drive through the field by Charlie Lower, but he comes up short by 0.365 of a second. The win goes to Lars Hoffman. Our final finisher coming in, the number 67 of Richard Coop, comes across the line. An excellent race once again there. 4 cars going at it for the victory in our Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. It's a 4th win of the season for Lars Hoffman by 0.36 of a second. Taylor O'Flanagan a further 0.12 back in 3rd place, and Philip Bianchi in 4th, less than a second covering the top 4. Ryan Wilby in 5th ahead of Harvey Lawrence. Paul Goldstein in 7th, then Gareth Lucas. Empson after that moment on the last corner finishes 9th. Ben Lopez-Appleton after a spin earlier in the race is 10th. Then Peter Mott, Stephen Lancaster, Alex Vincent and Richard Coop, the final finisher. We lost Jeff Price on the opening lap.
Fantastic there for Hoffman. He really is controlling this season very well at the moment. Charlie Lower couldn't quite make that story happen of the drive through from the rear, but Taylor O'Flanagan coming through in that third place. He's going to feel a little bit robbed, but as is Bianchi, so Bianchi looking to see whether then he can do. All the cars are starting to arrive down in Parc Fermé. So as soon as we get a chance, we'll go and hear from our drivers in that last race.
So I think we can now hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, here we are, everybody down in Parc Fermé. Very happy Lars Hoffman, Taylor O'Flanagan over here, and Charlie Lower. He's a happy man too, isn't he? In fact, let's grab him very. We'll let Lars get out, but got a very happy Charlie here. You quite pleased with that one?
Yeah, I mean, last to second is never a bad thing, is it? But yeah, showed the guys I had some pace. I was in the exact right place for last lap, had it all planned out. Then Taylor smashed into the side of me, being a bit naughty.
Oh dear.
So yeah, not impressed.
Oh dear, but listen, you have got out there, you are happy, mate. Like you said, from last to second, quite incredible. This is why we love Caterhams, isn't it?
Exactly, and having a 10-second penalty at the beginning. There you go. Having a 10-second penalty at the beginning of the last race was just a kick in the teeth. Totally unfair, but it happened, and I just proved that I can race last of the front pack, so I'm pretty happy.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's grab Lars over here for a chat as well. Lars, over you come. Congratulations. How does that one feel?
Amazing.
You don't stop smiling.
Was a tough one, yeah.
Look, this is why we love Caterhams. It's always so close, isn't it? You've always got to position yourself in the right place, right time, and you did it today.
Yeah, was lucky with that. Yeah, they both done a very great job behind me. I'm lucky for being in front of them.
Well, go celebrate. Congratulations,
yeah,
buddy. Well
you.
done, Lars. Great stuff indeed. Let's grab Taylor for a very quick chat if we can as well. It's good to see him. Taylor, can we grab you over for a quick chat if we can, buddy? Congratulations on the podium. Things getting feisty near the end.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunate coming together with Charlie, so apologies to him. But yeah, super tight, super close. Yeah, these things happen. So yeah, apologies.
See, at the moment, it is motorsport. It is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always a super fine line with Caterhams. Unfortunately, it's very rare that I'm on this side of it. But yeah, hopefully he sees it as what it is. It wasn't a total accident, and he ended up in second anyway. So yeah, all good.
Top man. Tyler, it's good to see you again. Well done, buddy. Right, everybody, do stay with us as well. We have got the CNC Heads about to head out on track. I'm going to do a little hop, skip and a jump over that fence. So don't gracefully watch me do it. I'm going to quickly run round. We're going to move the camera as well if we can. Sorry, guys, can I whip out? Is that all right? Thank you very much. Thank you. Good stuff. Cheers. Thank you. So hopefully he's still picking me up. I'm running around. So yesterday, CNC Heads, wow, we had an eventful race, didn't we? Indeed, Ben Roberts taking an unlikely win. There you are, look, come over here. I'm going to go grab a chat with Helen Allen here in the Fiesta. Let's just jump in, just getting strapped in, final bits and bobs to go. They have another race coming up a little bit later as well, but of course the Roberts brothers go well. Ben Roberts taking the win. Chris Roberts was in third place. I did have an issue with the car. Carl Bennett was second. Let's jump in and say hello to Helen. Helen, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm very well. Look, you're about to go out on track. Anglesey, what did you make of it yesterday, and what did you learn that you're going to bring into today?
Yesterday, the hairpin over there was extremely slippery.
Okay.
Very dirty, not used very much. And what am I going to learn? Go faster.
I love when people say, like, how do you do that though? Like, you know, what's is it the line? Is it? I mean, the car's the car. So
for me, it's braking later.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Big breath. Don't breathe. Breathe and brake.
Helen, best of luck. All right. Enjoy it, won't you? Thank you so much for talking to us. There you go.
You're bloody lucky.
Yes.
No, she used to be a guy called Tony Allen down at Castle Curve.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
And she used to do what you've just done, and she said, "Go away, Tony. I can't talk to you because I'm going to be sick."
She didn't say go. Well, she's done a bit of racing now, so the nerves are settled, aren't they? 15, 20 years of racing. There we go. Listen, we've got the Toyota Yaris. I've got to say, this is getting a lot of attention, this Yaris.
Well, I'm glad about that, but I hope it's good attention.
What's it like to drive around here?
Completely different than last time I took it out.
Really?
We've played with it a bit, and it's sort of lost its front end, but it's a great laugh. It's a good weekend. It's only the second weekend of racing ever.
Did you have it out at Alton?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the different challenges here at Anglesey?
All the corners, not all the corners, but a lot of the corners are off camber, and it doesn't seem to flow quite as nice as Alton, and I've not been around here anywhere near as many times. But no, it's a good weekend. The weather looks like it's got a hold, so yeah.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us. We really do appreciate it. Peter Shiver there as well. Morning, Peter. You all right? Let's just jump around, shall we, and to talk more. I think we've got to. Hopefully the signal's hold up. I've dropped out of the call as well, so I've no idea whether we're still live. I'm going to keep going anyway. I don't know if we're still live, but anyway, we're going to have a quick chat anyway. Look, CNC Heads, it's a pretty special grid, isn't it?
It is. There's something for everyone. There's so many different cars. It's unreal.
I think I like it, and this is a compliment to a bit of a toy box. You know, when you're a kid and you pull all your cars out and line them up, there's everything.
It is. It's just literally you can, whatever car you want, you can go and get it, and you can come and race in the CNC Heads, and it's absolutely brilliant. Everyone helps everybody, and no, it's one of the best ones.
What do you think of Anglesey as a circuit?
I love it here.
Yeah.
I don't usually do very well here. I usually have problems, but I absolutely love it here, and I don't think I've missed one here in CNC Heads since I've started.
Brilliant.
So
okay.
yeah, no, it's been brilliant.
So not too many drivers are experienced here, but you know your way around.
I do, yeah, except for I've not done the circuit with the long hairpin in. I've never ever done that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've never ever done that one. So.
And how are you finding the long hairpin up there?
It's all right.
Do you prefer the corkscrew?
I prefer the corkscrew. Yeah, it's a bit different because this isn't that quick. It's a little bit of a long run down to not a lot, and then a long run back. So I do.
So you prefer corners?
I prefer corners, yeah, definitely. But I prefer. But it's interesting. It's made it different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it's good. Looking forward to it.
Well, look, best of luck. Thanks for bringing it out to play as well. It's good to see you again. There we go. Right, so I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard, our CNC Heads. About to get underway for the second race of the season. They will have a third later in the day, but sit back, relax, enjoy this one. It is fantastic. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, almost ready for the fourth race of the season for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, administered by the BARC Northwest Centre. They opened their season at their home circuit of Alton Park a few weeks ago with a pair of races there, won by Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit V8s, and their third race of the season was yesterday, and I think the word bonkers sums it up. There was a bit of chaos off the grid, unfortunately, when Rick Wood in his Volvo S60 Solution F silhouette car bogged down and a couple of cars piled into him. Then Bod Buckley and Derry Davies tangled on the restart while battling for the lead, and both dropped out. And it was Ben Roberts in his low-cost 7RR that started from the very back of the grid after ECU problems in qualifying, who came through and won from 32nd at the start. Quite a lot of cars have withdrawn, unfortunately, after damage and problems yesterday. We'll run through those that are there on the grid sheets for you. Pole position is number 96, Bod Buckby, with his Caterham 7, alongside Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8 5-litre Chevrolet power plant under the hood of that thing. Very famous special GT car. Second row, 99, Chris Roberts. He's in a BMW M4. His brother Ben won yesterday's race. Gary Wardle's Audi A3 alongside him. Row 3, Carl Bennett in a BMW M3 and Ryan Nelson's Ginetta G56. He had a spin at the end of yesterday's race. Fourth row, Philip White in his BMW and Paul Rotheroe in his Citroen Zara VTS. Class winner yesterday. One of 6 classes in this, 5 classes in this race, 6 in the championship. We'll run you through those a bit later on. Row 5, Jason Hennifer's Ford Fiesta ST and Rob Phillips in a Honda Civic. On the 6th row we have 138 Simon Gravely. He's in a VW Golf GTI, and Matt Jones in his Ford Focus. He missed yesterday's race after a problem in qualifying. Hopefully he's there for this one. Row 7, we have the reigning overall champion Stephen Parker with his Fiesta and Ash Hicklin's Bentley GT. That car didn't get out for yesterday's race either, so hopefully the big Bentley is there today, the ex-Radical champion. Row 8, John Maddock-Jones in his BMW and Alan Dark in his Darien, an all-Welsh Row 8. Row 9, David Jones with his Focus RS and Duncan Auckland in the Proton Putra. Well, in name only, it's a Grand National Coupe from the short ovals, really. Row 10 is Julian Wood in his BMW Compact, that's Stephen Parker's old car. And Louis Dobson, his father Paul is a former champion in the Northwest Sports and Saloons, in a Fiesta ST, completing the top 20. Row 11, we've just heard from Helen Allen in her Ford Fiesta. She lines up alongside Rob Wakelin's Honda Civic. On row 12, we should have Conor Modrow's Westfield Aero and Errol Taylor in the Toyota Yaris T-Sport. Alec Modrow, I can tell you, won't be starting. Problems with the Westfield, and Ben Roberts should be there from the back because this grid based on the results, not the results of yesterday's race, but the second fastest time from qualifying, and of course Ben missed qualifying, so we'll have to start at the back again. Cars we haven't got include Rick Wood, damaged from yesterday with his Volvo S60 Solution F Silhouette car. Derry Davies' Darien damaged the front suspension after he made contact with Bod Buckby while battling for the lead. We're also missing Jamie Cryer's Ginetta G20, he's not out, damaged from yesterday as well. Mark Primet's Banks Lotus Europa broke down yesterday. Roddy Patterson's Caterham, the man from Scotland, he hit the back of Rick Wood off the grid when Rick bobbed down. We've also lost Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini Cooper and Nick Haynes with his Ford Fiesta, so quite a few cars missing unfortunately from this grid as they set off for their green flag lap, but the variety is very much the spice of life in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Founded as a special GT championship back in the 1980s, I think 1984 was the first season. One of the great names in this championship was the late great Tony Sugden in his Skoda 130 RS Silhouette Coupe with a Cosworth engine. Won many races in this championship. There's Matt Jones's Focus going through, so good to see he's made it out today. You don't have to be based in the Northwest either to race in this championship. The drivers from across England, Scotland and Wales here this weekend. Slightly reduced grid with the amount of action and incident we had yesterday. I think nearly every car had a spin or some sort of problem yesterday, unfortunately, but only a small number of withdrawals. And the 6 classes A to C are really there's more modified, more sports car and GT type of cars. Classes D, E and F are more the saloon type of cars. They're further divided based on engine. See, the biggest sports cars race in Class A. The quicker saloons in Class D. Good to have Simon Alloway back out, so we didn't get to see what the Esprit V8 can do in yesterday's race after those problems at the start. Used to compete in Special GT and the Donington GT Championship. There's the Bentley as well. Good to see Ash Hicklin's made it out, the big Bentley GT. We'll try and keep you up to date on the class leaders as this race goes on. This is a 20-minute race. There's the bewinged low cost of yesterday's winner, Ben Roberts, at the back of the field. Watch for him coming through. There's our poleman, the bright green Caterham of Bod Buckby. There's the Lotus Esprit V8 of Simon Alloway. That's effectively a Formula 5000 single-seater with a Lotus Esprit body over the top. Then we've got the number 99 Chris Roberts, Ben's brother, in the BMW M4. Drives that on the road as well. It went into limp mode right at the end of yesterday's race, preventing a 1-2 for the brothers. Gary Wardle, racing in this championship with a whole diversity of cars over the years. A BMW Mini and a Porsche among others, a Ginetta as well. Watch for Paul Rotherow as well in the Citroën Zara, more famous as a rally car, the Zara, over the years, and a rallycross car. But Paul Rotherow, the owner of Aldridge Motor Bodies down in the West Midlands, very quick indeed in that car. And there's the white car, that's Duncan Auckland in the... It's badged as a Proton Putra on the entry list, but it's a Grand National Coupe for the short ovals. It was a short-lived short oval formula back in the late 90s, if I remember rightly. Kevin Clark, regular BMW racer these days, was behind that formula. Last couple of cars moving into line. The little Toyota Yaris T-Sport, Verrill Taylor at the back of the field there, along with the Westfield of number 7, Connor Modrow. We haven't got Alec Modrow out there after a few problems with his Westfield. The family represented by just one driver this weekend in this second race. So it's a 20-minute race then. Red lights come on for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Revs are up and away they go. Slow start for Gary Wardle in the Audi A3. Let's hope they all make it around the first corner okay this time. It looks like they have, and it is Simon Alloway, double winner at Alton Park on the opening weekend of the year in the Lotus Esprit V8, who takes off into the lead. On Buckley in second place, Chris Roberts in the white BMW is third. Car a bit slow away from the back there. In fact, I think one car may have started from the pits. I think it's David Jones in the Focus RS has joined from the pit lane. So away goes the... Look at the way that Lotus Esprit is clearing off. He said it'd be quick. It's disappearing into the distance already. We've got, I think Gary Wardle may have a problem. He's dropped back a fair bit. Stephen Parker around the outside of Jason Hennifer in his Fiesta. Jason Hennifer's repaired that car after a crash at Alton Park in the opening round. Bod Buckley in second place, then the BMWs of Roberts and Carl Bennett. Fifth is Wardle, he's got back up to speed again now in the Audi. Then it's Phil White in the black BMW with the red, blue and purple, the M stripes. So they make their way down. There's Paul Rotherow in the Zara ahead of... look at the way Ben Roberts is going. I was about to say I'm going to look to the timing screen at the end of lap 1 to see where Ben Roberts is. He's already got past over half the field in that low cost. The low cost 7 RR. I think RR must stand for Rocket Racer in that thing, the way he charged his way through the field. Well, there's your leader, Simon Alloway, in the Esprit V8. He'll be leading Bod Buckley, the pole sitter, as they come over the line for the first time. We'll see what the gap is. He's over 3.5 seconds up already. And there, already in the top 10, is Ben Roberts. Let's see how many places he's gained. He's gained 20 places, Ben Roberts, off the opening lap alone. Completing the first lap, he's up behind Gary Wardle now. He's up in 6th place, soon to be 5th. He's charging his way past this little low cost. Weighs virtually nothing. Huge aero on him. He's absolutely charging. Can he make it 2 wins out of 2 this weekend? Simon Alloway will be his main adversary here in the Lotus Esprit V8. Bod Buckley second, Roberts third, Bennett fourth, Wardle fifth, and the other Roberts in 6th position. Phil White 7th, then Rotherow, Ryan Nelson and Ash Hicklin. The Bentley, he's gained 4 places. Connor Modrow gained 9 places on that opening lap in the Westfield from the back of the grid as well. Was David Jones, who, yes, I think he did start from the pits. There's the Focus, just caught a glimpse of it heading up into Rocket. There's Bod Buckley in 2nd place, Chris Roberts third in the M4. The M3 of Carl Bennett is in 4th, and here comes Ben Roberts. Gary Wardle next to in the Audi A3 as they come up towards the hairpin. Phil White, Paul Rotherow and Ryan Nelson together, and there's that big Bentley looming up behind them. Hicklin's been a champion in radical sports racers in the past, racing that very green Ginetta, the metallic green car of Ryan Nelson. Look at the class leaders next time around. Here's a replay of the Golf. That's 138 Gravely spinning at Rockets. Look out, Rob Phillips. He just missed him there. Simon Gravely less facing backwards in the Golf, but he's rejoined. Ben Roberts now on the tail of Carl Bennett. This is for P4. Simon Alloway is lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else except Ben Roberts at the moment. Low cost up alongside the BMW M3. Sealing him through a Rocket. A big lock up for Carl Bennett. Saw contact there between Bod Buckley and Derry Davies yesterday while they were fighting for the lead. Put both of them out of the race. Derry Davies in the Darien, sadly unable to race again today. The Vulture from Aberystwyth. 75 is Ben Roberts from Ellesmere Port in Cheshire. Ellesmere Port, formerly home of another motorsports, the Ellesmere Port Gunners Speedway team, raced there in the 70s and 80s. Roberts now ahead of Bennett. Then there's a gap back to Gary Wardle, the Audi A3. Phil White ahead of Paul Rotherham. Let's have a look at the class leaders. Well, the top three are all leading their classes. Simon Alloway, Class A, Bod Buckby is Class B, and Chris Roberts in Class D. Class E is being led by Rotherham in the Citroën Zara. In Class F, further back in the order, is Rob Wakelin, Honda Civic. David Jones in his Ford Focus RS is back into the pit lane, unfortunately, so problems for him. Here comes Ash Hicklin, the big Bentley goes through, and there's Conor Modrow up behind him. He started from the back in the Westfield. Where else can you see a Bentley, a Citroën Zara, a Westfield and a Ginetta all racing together in the same pack? That's what this championship is all about. As long as it's not a single-seater race car, you can use anything you want to. A standard hatchback up to a full-scale GT or sports racing car. Or a one-off special saloon build or special GT, just like the car that's leading, Simon Alloway, who's lapping into 135 at the moment. And Ben Roberts' pace has eased off just a little in 4th place now. He's 3.5 seconds behind his brother. Here's the battle for 7th position, headed up by Phil White in his BMW at the moment, ahead of Ash Hicklin. Here comes Conor Modrow, the little Westfield. Ellesmere Port, and one of our commenters points out there's also a kart circuit there, Hooton Park. As Conor Modrow goes past Phil White. Paul Rotherham losing a bit of pace to the bigger and more powerful machines ahead of him, or lighter machines in the case of the Westfield of Conor Modrow. It has been a bit of a giant killer in this championship, and Paul Rotherham certainly a contender for the overall title, I would say, this year. Unbeaten in class so far this season. Hicklin side by side with White. Gets the move done coming out of target, I think. Doesn't give way, he's got the inside line there. Ryan Nelson's buzzing around on their tails in the Ginetta as well. Yes, White's got the inside for the banking. Ash Hicklin missed yesterday's race, had some trouble in qualifying with the Bentley. Still Alloway from Buckby by 8.3 seconds now. Motor slapping nearly a second quicker than the Caterham. Chris Roberts still third in the white BMW M4 as the Bentley blasts past on the back straight up towards Rocket. Here comes Ryan Nelson around the outside on the left-hander. White tucked in between the two of them. Paul Rotherham closing back up, and here are the Roberts brothers. Ben's almost caught Chris for third now. Out of the hairpin, towards the bus stop. These two, see how far behind our two leaders they are. Nearly 10 seconds down on Bod Buckby's Caterham in second place. Carl Bennett is down to 5th now with Gary Wardle in 6th. Class F for the smaller cars, so that's still being led by Rob Wakelin. Julian Wood, number 15, has been into the pits, I can tell you, in the BMW Compact. He's rejoined at the tail of the field, so a slight problem for the ex-Stephen Parker car. Stephen Parker currently 4th in Class D with his Fiesta, the reigning champion. There's the little Yaris. You wouldn't think of a Yaris as, well, that generation of Yaris as a race car, the little city car. You can race anything in this championship, as Ben Roberts about to pass Chris for 3rd place. They've just lapped the Yaris of Errol Taylor. Oh, up the inside, excuse me, says Ben Roberts to his brother. Family ties being ditched there, I think. course, the Yaris is now very much a competition car. The GR Yaris, a favourite for track days, and of course in the World Rally Championship as well with Toyota. Here come the Roberts brothers, lapping Helen Allen in her Fiesta. She's a leading light in the British Women Racing Drivers Club and has been for many years. Husband Brian used to race with her in a Fiesta and more lastly a Ford Puma. Helen is currently, where is she in her class? Currently second in class behind Rob Wakelin in the orange Honda. There's the Honda. Rob Wakelin normally races a Peugeot, a very modified Peugeot 205 in this championship. That broke down at Alton Park, the opening meeting of the year. Ginetta of Ryan Nelson gets ahead of the Bentley. That's for 8th position overall and 3rd in Class A. They've certainly left Phil White and Paul Rotheroe behind, these two. See them further back up the straight. Bentley trying to move Ginetta aside there. Certainly is one of the biggest cars in this race. Mind you, anything looks small next to a huge Bentley Continental GT. Simon Alloway, meanwhile, still leading by 8 seconds over Bod Buckley. Still with the fastest lap of the race. He's slacking his pace off by a couple of seconds a lap now, though. There's 5th placeman Carl Bennett. And who's that on his tail? Is that Conor Modrow? It is. Westfield, the other car started from the back of the grid. Here comes Conor Modrow, a regular in this championship for a number of years now, and he's gone through into P5 overall. He's 3rd in Class B behind Bod Buckley and Ben Roberts. Paul Rotheroe will still be leading Class E ahead of Rob Phillips in the Honda Civic, the white Honda Civic, with Matt Jones's Focus 3rd in that class. Conor Modrow laps Rob Wakelin. Gary Wardle passing Helen Allen into the hairpin, his Audi A3. Leader has completed 7 laps, we've got just over 8 minutes this race to go. There he is, Simon Alloway from Preston in Lancashire. We've not seen much of him in this race. Heading to win number 3 this season. And the race to come later on for these cars, of course. Rumbles his way past the Darien, the machine built in Lambton in mid-Wales. By Aled Dark, Tregaron. Apologies if I'm incorrect with any of my Welsh pronunciations this weekend, incidentally. There's Bod Buckley in 2nd place, and he's closed the gap a little. It's down to 6.4 seconds now. So whether Alloway was just dealing with back markers, that's Jason Hennifer's Fiesta there. Jason's been racing in this championship for many years now, usually in Ford Fiestas of some description. Bod Buckley's Caterham in 2nd. Remember a couple of years ago, Bod Buckley had a spectacular accident. I think it was up at Rocket with Jamie Cryers. The Ginetta G20 ended up flying through the air. There's a great photograph of that. It's on display in the cafe here at the circuit. There's Paul Rotheroe, being chased by the little Yaris that he's just lapped. He's chasing Phil White's BMW, battling for 10th overall, but Rotheroe leading his class by a comfortable margin. He's over 13 seconds clear of Rob Phillips in his Honda. Six minutes 40 to go for Simon Alloway. Ryan Nelson has got ahead of the Bentley. It's for 8th place overall. They've got ahead of Phil White's BMW, and that's dropped back a little. They lap Rob Wakeling's Civic. He leads Class F. We've lost the number 18 BMW, which is John Maddock Jones. The Welshman's pulled into the pits. Rob Wakelin slowing up there. That Civic does not look very quick here. Yeah, I thought I saw a puff of smoke there. I think Rob Wakelin might have a problem. Yeah, I can see a little bit of smoke there as he goes out of the banking. We're just saying he had, just looking at his lead in Class F, he's 6.5 seconds clear of Helen Allen's Ford Fiesta. So can Rob Wakeling keep going and try and take a class win? Paul Rotherow going past him there, so Rob Wakeling I think has got a slight problem. There's Simon Alloway in the Esprit V8. Stunning looking car, isn't it? Rumbling 5-litre Chevrolet V8 in the back, and a Focus smoking as well. That's number 98, Matthew Jones. Already seen David Jones retire from this race, so it looks like another problem for the family. Simon Gravely's Golf about to go on that now, so we have a spin early on. This part of the circuit as well, going into Rocket. The lead is back up to 7.8 seconds now for Alloway over Bod Buckley's Caterham. We've got just over 4.5 minutes of the race remaining. Really is a spectacular car, Simon Alloway. Meantime, there's a battle going on for P6. This is Carl Bennett and Gary Wardle. They're both second in their classes, having a good scrap here. Bennett in the E46 BMW M3. Gary Wardle in his latest acquisition, the Audi A3. He's had a Porsche 911, he's had a Ginetta G55, and a BMW Mini in this championship in the past as the Cheshire businessman. Up the hill into Rocket they go. They've got Duncan Auckland, I think that is, ahead of them there in the Grand National Coupe. Bit of a lock up there from Carl Bennett, and that's allowed Gary Wardle to go through. Up into P6. Looking down the order at Class F, we saw that Rob Wakeling was slowing. Yeah, Helen Allen's taking 4 seconds out of him on that last lap, so Rob Wakeling's in trouble with the Civic, unfortunately. Wardle flashing his lights at Duncan Auckland there. Duncan Auckland, who's raced Ford Capris in the past, raced a Rover P6 with a V8 engine as well in this championship. There goes the Audi. Matt Jones has pulled the Focus into the pits. We saw some smoke coming off that. There's Bod Buckley, our second place man. 8.5 seconds down now on Simon Alloway, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.08. 3 minutes to go. And Bod Buckley's way ahead of everybody else, 25 seconds up on Ben Roberts in the low-cost Sever. His best lap 1:36.6, his last lap was 1:40, so whether Ben Roberts is starting to have an issue as well, I'm not sure. Still ahead of his brother Chris by 3.3 seconds. Conor Modrow from the back up into 5th place. There's Ben Roberts, just disappearing out of the pit into Peel. Still looks okay. The left hand of Siemens, there's Conor Modrow in the number 7, and he's got ahead of the 99 of Chris Roberts now, so Conor Modrow's up to 4th overall. There's Alan Dark in the Darien. Darien's had plenty of success in rallying over the past few years. Even won the British GT Championship back in the 1990s. The smaller class of cars, I think that was the Swansea University car, if I remember rightly. There's the 99. That's Chris Roberts. Now the M4 went into limp mode on the last lap yesterday. He's hoping it doesn't do it again. There's Ben Roberts in 3rd. Here's our leader. Coming through Peel at the top of the course. There's the Caterham of Bod Buckley in 2nd place. They were separated by a little under 9 seconds last time through. Let's see what the gap is this time. I think we've got one more lap to go. The gap looks like it's come down a bit this last lap. It's fluctuated a couple of times. Let's see what the gap is as they come across the line. Buckley out of the final corner. They'll get one more lap out of this. The gap has come down a bit, yeah, it's down to 7.5 seconds now. So Buckley is closed by about 2.5 seconds, I would say, on that. Sorry, 1.5 seconds, I would say, on that last lap. On Simon Alloway, who's looking for win number 3 this season in the Lotus. Was involved in the start line melee yesterday and picked up a bit of damage, but the Lotus Esprit V8, its special GT and Donington GT car, is heading for its 3rd win of the season. They're way ahead of Ben Roberts, who's 23 seconds back in 3rd place. We'll run you through the class winners as well. Clock is counted down to 0, so it's only the run up to the hairpin and back down to the bus stop now for Simon Alloway, the Lancashire driver. V8 turbo engine sounding beautiful out there. 5.5 litres of Chevrolet power. Around the hairpin for the last time. His race didn't last long yesterday, but it's all come good for Simon Alloway today. It's going to be another win in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship. Win 3 of the season for Simon Alloway and the Lotus Esprit V8. He takes the checkered flag. 2nd place should be the green Caterham of Bob Buckley. Here he comes. Gap of 8.6 seconds in the end. Be some time to wait before our 3rd place man Ben Roberts, again from the back of the grid, comes home for 3rd. We're going to wait to see our class winners across the line as well. Simon Alloway wins Class A, Bob Buckley wins Class B. There's Ben Roberts just in 3rd. He was almost caught there by Conor Modrow, who reeled him in, and Conor Modrow does the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, 1:35.059. What might have been had Conor Modrow started at the sharp end of the grid, I think you can say that. Almost caught Ben Roberts there out of the final corner. Across the line comes Chris Roberts. His last lap was a 1:45, so when that car was struggling again. Gary Wardle 6th in the Audi A3. Carl Bennett, I think, possibly had a problem there towards the end of the race. His pace dropped off a bit as well. He was 7th ahead of Ryan Nelson. Next home it should be Ash Hicklin in the big Bentley. There he is. And he's back with Phil White again. And Paul Rotherham. That gap had opened up, so it's closed up again. Here comes the Bentley taking 9th position. We can run through our class winners in a moment as well. Just waiting for the last couple of cars across lines. I think they're all in now. Win and Class A goes to Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit. 2nd and Class B goes to Bod Buckley in the Caterham. 3rd is Ben Roberts from the back of the grid, and Conor Modrow 4th. They're all Class B runners, those 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars. Great run through by Roberts and by Modrow. Chris Roberts wins Class D in 5th overall. It's Gary Wardle, Carl Bennett, Ryan Nelson, Ash Hicklin, Phil White rounds out the top 10. Paul Rotherham wins Class E in 11th place in the Zara. I think that will make him the overall championship leader so far. Then Rob Phillips, Simon Gravely and reigning champion Stephen Parker. What about in Class F? Rob Wakelin did manage to hang on less than a second ahead of Helen Allen, despite his Honda struggling in the last few laps. Rob Wakelin does take the win in Class F. We lost 3 cars in that race: Matt Jones, David Jones and John Maddock Jones. Not a good race if you're a Jones here in North Wales, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see those 3 cars back out in race 3 for the championship, which is our last race of the day, due off just before 4 o'clock.
What a great race that was, everybody. Michelle's with me over here. She doesn't want to be on camera for that, Michelle. Simon, brilliant. That's a bit more like it, isn't it? That made up for yesterday.
It did, yeah. That was good fun. Yeah, I definitely need to get to the gym, that's for sure.
Hard work,
Yeah,
huh?
It was hard work, yeah. And I started to lose my brakes probably about 5 laps from the end. So I had to play around with the bias and then try and
So
nurse them
you were
back
pretty
in.
happy to see the checkered flag then?
I was happy to see the checkered flag. The last lap board's kind of always a nice board to see, and then the checkered. But body kind of kept me honest. I really wanted to. I was knackered and I wanted to back off a bit, but I could just see him as I was coming around the hairpins. That's a good thing about having the hairpins. You can kind of see, who you're racing if you've got a few seconds. So yeah, I just had to make sure I got it to the flag. So yeah.
Well, if you want, there's a treadmill knocking around, so you've got a bit of time before the next one. So
we're going to need a lie down, actually.
Well done, Simon. Great stuff. I still think, by the way, my nose is bigger than the gap between the Esprit here and the ground. Incredible stuff, Bod. You were keeping him honest, weren't you?
Yeah,
Come
I'm
on.
happier to see you today. Thank you for not interviewing me after the end of last race. So,
Yeah, it wasn't.
So today's brilliant. Sun shines out. Anglesey, wonderful. Great competitors. Couldn't get close to him. I think he was just teasing me.
Little bit of wind, but
Yeah, you come towards the kink on the end of the straight, you're getting blasted from the side.
Well, we spoke about it actually, didn't we? Yesterday at one point. You are probably the most exposed here. So.
Yeah, well, regardless, it was great fun. Loved it. Nice, clean race. Brilliant result. Really, really happy.
Have a rest.
Thank you.
Go do it again later.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, man, let's grab Ben again, shall we? Ben, well done, mate.
Cheers, mate.
You're making
Thank
this
you.
a pretty special weekend, aren't you?
Tell you what, after what happened yesterday morning,
I saw a post on social media from you yesterday saying it's done, finished, going home, I've had enough. Yesterday you won a race. And
Well,
you're third.
like everyone always says, never give up. And I thought, go on, let's keep trying, and pulled it out. But no, it was made up. I was managing a bit of an issue there. My clutch was slipping half distance. Then my tyres were going, so I was I got past Chris, my brother, so I thought I'll just maintain this pace. Next I saw Modro with my mirrors.
Did he let you go, your brother, or was he making it?
No, he definitely made it hard. Typical brothers, isn't it? The competition between us two. We had it when we used to race mountain bikes, so it's. But no, it's good to see Bod out as well after yesterday. I think he deserved that one yesterday, so it's nice to see you back out. So, but yeah, made up. Ready for another one. So.
One last dance, chaps. One last dance later this afternoon. Right, time to go. Roadsports, they're on track already. They're just making their way out. Final race of the weekend for the Bilstein Roadsports. So, Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend.
So getting ready for our next Caterham race here at Anglesey. See the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship back out a little bit later on, but now we move on to the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship coming up in a few moments' time. They had a brilliant race yesterday. Craig Evans taking his first Roadsports victory of the season, but there was less than 0.2 of a second covering the top three cars across the line at the end of the final race yesterday. Will Harris and Scott Helm right behind, and only 0.02 of a second separating second and third place, and Charles Harris, Will's brother, was not far away either. Certainly the race of the day on day one here at Anglesey. Hopefully more spectacular action from the Roadsports. It's only 2 races here this weekend, and result of yesterday's race determining the grid for race 1. So the front row will be Evans and Will Harris, second row Scott Helm and Charlie Harris, row 3 it's Aaron Oliver and Alistair Morton. Jimmy Way and Brian Thornton start on row 4. Brian Thornton was docked one place in yesterday's race for a bit of contact, so he starts on row 4 alongside Jimmy Way. Sam Parker, seen her on the microphone, and now switching to steering wheel, starts on row 5 alongside Oliver White. Row 6 is Dan Crawley, number 17, and Liam Baslington in number 13. Row 7, Chris Buck alongside Steve Lorriman. Charles Chapman and James Platt on row 8. Then Steve Harris, father of William and Charles, is on row 9, alongside Chris Hicks. Will Coop and Alistair Kinnear start on the 10th row, completing the top 20 on the grid. Then 44, Andrew Davison, and number 6, Eduardo Pontes on row 11, the Brazilian driver in number 6. Row 12 is Scott Darling, believe is the father of Louis Darling, who we saw out earlier on, alongside Zina Al-Jalili on row 12. Row 13, Mark Stancer, and newcomer this weekend, Tim Newman. Row 14, Ivan Searle and Richard Haig, and Chris Morling and Luciano Caruso on row 15. Those last 4 cars on the grid failed to finish in yesterday's race. It's to be a 30-car grid, a 20-minute race. Cars heading round on their green flag lap at the moment. This is the second step on the ladder. It's the effectively the graduation year for all our Caterham Academy drivers from last season. Some choose to skip a step and go straight to 270R, but nearly everybody on this grid was an Academy driver last season. I think it's only a couple of minor changes made to the cars as well, Chris Hutchinson.
Yeah, just all they do is add a rear anti-roll bar onto this car and a brake bias valve if you want it, and they strap on the Toyo AAA tyres, and yeah, they go substantially quicker, so 2 to 3 seconds per lap quicker at an average kind of circuit. But it's yeah, good to see them out here again, like you've just been describing. Craig Evans making it from pole position to that flag, but there was a lot of action in between, and fantastic action they had yesterday. The windscreens on these cars obviously meaning that more of the airflow is blocked and the tow is stronger. They don't have quite as much power as the other cars they've got, so those headwinds that they're facing as they head up into Rocket in this complex part of the circuit means that they were all bunched up yesterday, and we saw some fantastic action. Brian Thornton being sort of put behind Jimmy Way in the results just after the result of a couple of pieces of contact, so hopefully that can all get sorted out today. And we're interested to see how Sam Parker's going to get on. She finished 9th yesterday after a great last lap overtake of Oliver White, but she'll be looking to see whether she can move up. She started from 7th place, so just losing a couple of places, and wants to get them back over the top of the rest of this field. But they're great to see the Roadsports out for their one final race today. We've got the Academy before lunch as well, so it's great to be able to see them for 2 opportunities today. But this 20-minute race to get through first, and can Craig Evans do it once more? The 2 Harris brothers, though, were fully involved, and Scott Helm was looking thirsty for more as he ended up in 3rd place in the end. So let's see how this race goes. Looking forward to this one.
They certainly are, yes. It was Will Harris who led the championship coming into this weekend. He's the bright green and black car on the front row of the grid. Scott Helm was in 2nd, just 2 points back. He's in black and orange. And Charlie Harris was 3rd in the points. Craig Evans was down in 6th. His best finish so far was 2nd with fastest lap at Snetterton. 3rd with fastest lap at Snetterton, I should say, in the 2nd race there. He's the white and black car, sponsored by Blood Records. The record label, I think, from his hometown of Milton Keynes. Looking for a double here this weekend. It was Scott Helm who took the 2 wins last time out at Thruxton. Will and Charles Harris, the 2 brothers, took a win each on the opening round of the season at Snetterton in Norfolk. 2x2 grid for this one then. The green and black car on the outside, Will Harris. In white and black, it's Craig Evans. Scott Helm, black and orange. Charles Harris in the green and yellow, almost Team Lotus colours on row 2. Aaron Oliver on row 3, he's in yellow. Alistair Morton, black with an orange stripe. And Jimmy Way and Brian Thornton, the 2 blue and orange cars on row number 4. This will be a 20-minute race. The Bilstein suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship gets underway. Down towards that first corner. Decent start by Scott Helm from the second row. Somebody diving across towards the outside there off the grid. Somebody a little slow away. That's Luciano Caruso, I think, at the back in the Rothmans lookalike car. Bit of dust being kicked off. A couple of cars running wide. We've had a spinner in the middle of the pack. I think this car's going everywhere at the back of the field. We'll try and identify those in a moment as the leaders make their way. I don't think there was any heavy contact there. I think they've all managed to keep it going.
Onto the dust on the outside, wasn't it? Harris, though, had taken the lead over the top of Evans, and he's still leading out there. Evans looking to see whether he can do anything about that. Scott Helm also getting involved in that battle. Like you say, just drifted off wide onto that first corner, and that left them all reeling and scrambling. There wasn't much grip out there on that dust. But it's Harris who still leads them up there. The other Harris trying to get round Evans into 3rd place. Can he get that done? Just about. So Scott Helm is lost out in this early part of the race. Thornton is still up there, as I can see Sam Parker as well. She's just dropped behind Oliver White, I think, at this point, as they head up around, peel down into Siemens this time through.
Decent start by Aaron Oliver, the yellow car, number 10. He's up almost into the top 3 there as they came through Rocket 3 wide over the top there, down into Siemens corner, and then onto the Tom Price straight. Weaving about to try and break the toe is William Harris from Craig Evans. Side by side for fourth position there behind Charles Harris. That's Aaron Oliver and Scott Helm. Then it's Alistair Morton and Jimmy Way in the light blue number 38 car. Almost 4 wide further back there. The number 6, Eduardo Pontes, the Canon Williams Formula 1 lookalike, as Aaron Oliver loses a spot there potentially to Scott Helm. He's got the inside. Yes, he's going to go through into 4th place. There's Sam Parker, the number 7. Although trying to identify the cars that spun the end of this lap as well. As the leaders go through, Will Harris ahead of Evans. Charles Harris is in 3rd position. Let's them go charging through behind the cars that lost it. Zina Al Jalili was involved there, and Mark Stancer as well. They were a couple of the cars involved in that little contretemps. And possibly Scott Darling, number 29 as well.
Ian Coop making up a couple of places on that lap as he heads through, with the other Harris just behind him. But well, here comes William Harris leading this race then over Evans. Scott Helm back in the mix again now. He's gained that place back that he lost last time through. There's Thornton being followed as well. So he's coming up through the field. Sam Parker holding on well, looking to see whether she can protect Dan Crawley, looking to see whether he's going to overtake her up into Rocket this time. And Evans does take to the front of the field again then. So William Harris wasn't able to shake that toe. He's going to see whether he can get a run up into Peel. Can't do it this time through. So he has to cede that lead, or the lead back to Craig Evans at this point.
So long way to go yet, and a lot of overtakes still to be made in this Bilstein Caterham Roadsport race. Over the top they come. Craig Evans in front now ahead of Will Harris. Charlie Harris is going to have a look down the inside. We've seen brothers battling in a couple of other races this weekend, the Hanif brothers and the Roberts brothers in our previous race in the Sports and Saloon cars. Now it's going to be the Harris brothers fighting it out for podium places in our road sports race as the big field makes its way through 30 cars out there in this race. They're all still running, despite those couple of spins early on the first corner. Inside there, that's the number 10 car of Aaron Oliver, number 10, sorry, let's pick that up in a moment.
I think it's Chris Buck.
Yeah, Chris Buck, number 36, apologies there, a little further back, and a look down the inside. The lower reaches of the top 10. Here they are side by side. That's Brian Thornton on the inside in the 33 and the 24, which is Ollie White. Saw him battling with Sam Parker yesterday. Sam just behind them here. And Liam Baslington, the number 13, who was showing how to warm up before a Caterham race in the assembly area with Ian yesterday, but it didn't quite help his results, unfortunately, and he's run wide there, coming out of Church Quarter. Unlucky 13 for Liam.
Indeed, yeah, we've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? We think the wind might be buffeting them out wide if they get that slightly wrong. It's like I say, very nearly flat out. Harris back into the lead then over the top of Evans. Now Scott Helm looking around the outside of the Harris brother as they head up into Peel this time through. There's the Thornton, Ollie White battle, and Sam Parker just behind that, just in front of Basling, and then Crawley just behind them. And then we come to the Buck, who we see watched briefly. There he is coming through our screen as they head down into Siemens then, as they head around that left-hander, slightly off camber. It's easy to go wide there, overcommit into the Siemens, but it's up to the hairpin then, Harris over Evans, and then it is still Scott Helm up there with the rest of them, as there's a battle going on here for the 24 of White over the top of Thornton then, so Thornton slipping one more place back.
I suppose if the 36 car gets overtaken again, it's been referred to as passing the buck. But here come the leaders down into the bus stop once again. William Harris just about hanging on ahead of Craig Evans. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line. New fastest lap for Will Harris, 1:44.401. Half a second in it, with Charles Harris another 4/10 third place. The leader went wide, took a lot of curb there, as did Aaron Oliver in the number 10 coming out of targets. Here comes Liam Baslington. He's closed back up on the back of the number 7 car of Sam Parker. Brian Thornton, the number 33, just moving to cover the line there. The Irishman just about holds the place, and somebody into the pits. That's 52, which is Chris Hicks. Bit of damage to the back of that car, I think. So Chris Hicks has pitted. Not too sure what the problem is. See if Ian can find out.
Certainly, the end of your race, if you pull into the pits in a Caterham race, there's no time to recover back through. Wonder, as you say, maybe he's just got a bit of bodywork rubbing, or has got some strange noises, or lack of power. Watch the rest of the field coming through.
As number 19 of Chris Morling, who is coming through from the back after a retirement yesterday. He's made up a few places so far. From the back he's up into 19th place. See if he can make up any more here going through Rocket. He's on the tail of Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian. I think that is in car number 6. The yes, you can see the blue, yellow and white, the almost Canon Williams look-alike from the 90s, the Nigel Mansell style livery. Side by side to second, meanwhile, Charlie Harris trying to get around the outside, and the Team Lotus look-alike number 96. They've got Scott Helm tucked in behind them. He's got ahead of Aaron Oliver now, coming out of the hairpin. Oliver's going to go for broke up the inside, and Scott Helm round the outside of Craig Evans. Can he pull this move off? That's pretty audacious by the 42. Not quite. Oof. Oliver's there on the inside. Charlie Harris has lost out big time there. He could lose 3 places.
Yeah, once you get shuffled out the line here, it's hard to get back in, so he's going to have to wait patiently. He's gone round the outside, actually, around turn 1, so he's holding on. He's going to use a little bit of the extra runoff there. Gets really bumpy out there, really throws the car around. But whilst these guys are all battling, it's letting William Harris pull away out front. He's got a nice little 1.5 second comfort gap, and it doesn't look like this battle's going to relent, so that might well be solidified for the second half of this race. You just see him going out of at the corner of our car. Evans, though, fighting away with Scott Helm and Charles Harris as they head up then into Rocket this time, with Morton and Oliver just looking on and seeing whether they can do anything. It's just a real sort of zipping from one side of the track, and that's awfully late on the brakes. Can he get that stop just? Crikey O'Reilly, I think that was Morton going up into the Rocket that time, was really late on those brakes. Side by side between Oliver and Harris there for a little bit further back, but that's all helping William get away out front in front of everyone else here. So yeah, Oliver there just getting that position over Charlie Harris that time.
Yes, moving up the inside, that's for P4, I think, through the right-hander at Peel. That was Alistair Morton who went charging up the inside there, trying to hold off Jimmy Way at the same time. It's Will Harris looking for his second win of the season. The points leader heads the pack. Up to second now is Scott Helm. He's got ahead of Craig Evans. It's Oliver, Charles Harris. Here comes Morton. Jimmy Way is next in the 38 car. Then we have got Ollie White and Brian Thornton. So effectively 8 cars together for second place, but Will Harris having escaped slightly at the front with just over 11 minutes of this race to go. Jimmy Way in the Gulf livery car. Brian Thornton, who seemed to have the luck in qualifying in Snetterton Thruxton with a pair of pole positions, but didn't have the good fortune in the races. There's Sam Parker leading the battle for 10th ahead of Baslington and Crawley. Jimmy Way could be about to make a move here, possibly on Alistair Morton for that 6th position. New fastest lap for Scott Helm, 1:43.782 for the second place man last time around.
Yep, just the concentration I think for Thornton. It seems like he's got the pace in that car when it counts in. Qualifying here he was a little bit further down and hasn't made the impression like he has at the other 2 rounds, but he just needs to get that concentration so he can do it for the full 20 minutes. He seems to just gently drift backwards as the races develop, so that's something for him to work on. That's what the Roadsport season though is all about, understanding where your strengths and weaknesses are and developing those. Morton locked up once more as he heads up into Rocket. Then it looked like Sam Parker was about to lose another place maybe to Basling or Crawley as they were going after Rocket that time, so there's a little bit of a gap in front of her as well, which she needs to try and work out whether she can get back over towards this group of people. There is Brian Thornton going through Peel and down into the valley again with the sea in the background there, still showing the wind whipping across this Anglesey International. There is Sam Parker leading that little grape, so she's still ahead of Basling, managed to keep ahead at this point. William Harris has lost his lead though, and it is Helm who came across that gap in quick smart time, didn't he? So he's left Evans there reeling in his wake as the rest of the field come through, but still some fantastic battles here in the Roadsport grid.
There's 36 of Chris Buck trying to chase down Crawley in front of him in the number 17, but Will Harris is under pressure now. Scott Helm looking for a 3rd win of the season going after him. Craig Evans and Aaron Oliver together for 3rd place. On the outside there, Alistair Morton working to hold off Ollie White, who's looking for his best finish of the season so far. Brian Thornton's got ahead of Jimmy Way behind them, so Jimmy's lost a couple of spots on that last lap. He's down into 9th at the back of the tail of that group. Yes. Your leader is Will Harris.
Yeah, Scott Helm just caught in the braking zone there, just put a left rear tyre onto the grass and found out that it doesn't give much grip when you're trying to brake on the grass there, so he was a little bit wiggly as he went into the hairpin that time, but managed to keep it all in one go, and he's just used every single last inch of that track to make sure he's still firmly in that toe, and you can see how quickly his car is now catching up as this tail group go 3 wide. in the middle. Ollie White seeing Harris going through the middle to see whether he can do anything, but he decides better to pull out of that move than push with it. But that leaves the position up into the Rocket that time through. They're going to go side by side. That's not quick, and they're going to lose more and more time. Lead 2 cars, so Evans is holding on in there in that 3rd place, but he is under a severe attack from behind.
Alistair Morton tried to go up the inside of all 3 of them there coming into Rocket, but he backed out of it. That's the car with the orange stripe there at the back of that little quartet of cars. Brian Thornton now leading the next group. Sam Parker trying to pull away at the front of the
and managing
next little group. Yeah, she's in 10th place. So it's the 2 leaders, a couple of Caterham lengths apart, and the battle for 3rd. Here comes Aaron Oliver on the inside, having a look at the hairpin. 3 wide, a little further behind them. Thornton's now got ahead of Ollie White. Jimmy Way is in behind them. So again, they're splintering off. It's their little groups here. Aaron Oliver trying to go around the outside of Craig Evans this time. Not sure that'll work at the left-hander there at the bus stop.
Might have just left the door open as well for White to get through on the inside. So let's see whether that happened. But as Thornton goes across the line, he's still leading that trick. They've not been too far apart for the whole of this race and the last race as well. So it's great to see that battle developing. But it is Evans still ahead of Oliver in in that 4th place, and then ahead of the Harris. The battle is continuing. Like I say, I call them battle packs, and it's whether you can make it across in between or the gap's too big. But it does look like Parker was making her way across from one battle group to the other. So let's see whether she can continue that. As Evans has lost that inside line then this time, and he's going to lose that position.
Yes, Aaron Oliver on the inside there, the number 10 car. What's going to happen up into Rocket? Oh, he covers the inside line off. There go the 2 leaders. Still Will Harris up front. Oliver's up to 3rd now, ahead of Craig Evans, yesterday's winner. Then Charlie Harris, Alistair Morton, and then the next group is headed by Thornton. Or is it now? Yes, he is still there. Hello, it says on his number plates, the number 33. Does it say goodbye on the back number plate? I don't think it does. He comes down, chased by Ollie White, then Jimmy Way, and Sam Parker is going after that trio ahead of her. Chris Buck has come through into 11th place ahead of Crawley and Baslington. Here's the battle for... Let's have a look further down the order. This is for about 20th place. Yeah, Ivan Searle and Eduardo Pontes at the front of...
Battle's still raging though,
There's battles everywhere you look. It's hard to follow.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff. And Buck, I thought Buck might come through the field a bit stronger yesterday, and sort of stalled again in that 11th place today. So just not the best weekend, maybe not hooking up with Anglesey or having a few issues, but we'll no doubt see him back at the front of the field at some point in future. But here goes William Harris using all of that bumpy runoff. You can see if you do go wide, it really does affect the balance of the car, and you have to be careful that you're not there's another driver clipping the dust as they head into the banking hairpin this time through. And Oliver just using every single last bit of the track on the exit as well. So these battles are raging on. 5 minutes left of this Roadsport race then, out of the 20 minutes they started with. It really is the business end of things as they're crossing the line this time through. Here comes that battle then towards us as they go 3 wide once more. Oliver Harris on the inside this time, and Evans keeping his foot in through the middle there. Brave stuff. But is he going to be able to defend that inside line? It looks like Oliver might have that done, but they're going to persist. Go side by side into the second part of this Rocket, and it does look like Evans may well hang on then into Peel.
Side by side still as they come out of Rocket up towards the right-hander at Peel. Evans has still got the inside line. I think he's going to go through. Has he got the overlap done there? I think he has. Yes, Craig Evans is the lead. Aaron Oliver moved back across, so we nearly clipped Charles Harris there. I think he didn't see Harris was there over to his right. I think they've survived that. I don't think there was any contact between the 2 of them there. Charles Harris was nearly caught out there as Aaron Oliver moved back across. We look back very quickly at some of the battles further down. Ivan Searle, Eduardo Pontes, and the number 4, which is Alistair Kinnear, the bright yellow car there. They're battling for about 20th place, as there are the 2 leaders coming down into the bus stop. It is Aaron Oliver still in 3rd. Charles Harris in behind these 2, and Craig Evans back up the inside.
Late on the brakes.
He gets the move done again. These 2 very, very close indeed, with just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Harris fighting up the inside and chasing them. Alistair Morton. This is really is the feature battle at the moment. And look, Sam Parker has caught the 2 ahead of her, I think.
Yeah, definitely. She's part of that chase group battle now. So how is Scott Helm going to play this? We've seen the waiting game in other races, but we saw that didn't work out for Matt Armstrong as he just lost out in the last lap as we watched this battle down in the rear, sort of 20th place, is again fighting hard for every single point. Every single position is worth that point as we watch the leaders now coming towards us. Great shot of the Anglesey circuit there. William Harris is still leading, but Scott Helm seems to be in control of this. Is he just playing the waiting game? A little bit of a lock up there, just a puff of smoke from Harris's wheel as he went around Rocket that time through. Does look like it's going to be these two for the front two, and who is going to get that remaining place? It's now back to Oliver, so it's all changed. Harris has made it over the top of Evans as well, so Evans is definitely losing out in this little pack group, and you can see just behind Sam Parker is on the rear then of Thornton and Way, and it's about how do you get through. Those two have had a battle started from the first race, continued into this race. Is there any opportunity for Sam Parker to get through here? There you go, she just caught up fully, but it's still William Harris with 2 minutes 50. I think we're going to have a couple more laps left out of this race by the time they get to the line. Then it's going to be close, but nevertheless these two, it's going to be how do you do it. I don't think I would want to know what to do at the moment, but it looks like Thornton is taking to the outside. Whether that was a gifted place, yes, I think that might have been a gifted place by Harris there. He's decided he wants to sit and follow for a little bit.
What he's doing is he's waiting for the last couple of laps so he can get the slipstream off Scott Helm. That's good tactics by Will Harris there to cede the lead and get set up ready for his finishing move. We were saying yesterday it's like the end of the Daytona 500 or a pickup truck race on the Rockingham Motor Speedway Oval we saw a few years ago. You've got to know when to time your finishing move in a Caterham race to try and take the lead away. There's Steve Harris, that's Harris Senior with number 22 William Cooper on his tail. Where are they in the order? Down in about 18th place at the moment. Chris Buck up the inside takes Liam Baslington into the banking. So now we're starting to see moves, more definitive moves being made, because they know it's nearly the end of the race.
Penultimate lap, so they've got one more lap after the one they are already on. Oliver going to the inside then. This is equally interesting. They don't seem to have any tactics. They're just all going to try and overtake every single opportunity. Oh, we got number 58 off, and that's Platt into the barriers as well, so maybe that means he hopefully won't end under safety car. We saw it covered under yellow car before, but the drivers will have to show that they are respecting those yellows as we watch Thornton also going through. But yeah, everyone trying to overtake everyone in this battle back in the second place, or the final position of that podium. But Helm and Harris is going to be interesting to see how they do. And also watch out just in case they do throw the checker early. We saw that earlier on as well, didn't we?
Yes, unfortunate for James Platt, who had an accident at Thruxton in the last round as well when he went into the tyre wall. He spun out of this race, so not a happy season for him. This is the battle meantime for third place. It's Charles Harris that has it at the moment. Craig Evans trying to go around the outside on the hairpin. Two leaders ahead, and Scott Helm, if anything, has broken away just a little. So did Will Harris make a slight mistake in if we think he allowed Scott to go through there down the straight last time through? This lot weaving about all over each other. Five of them would still get a podium place away. It's very close there. Last lap board is out, and it's Scott Helm looking for win number 3 this year. James Platt out of his car. He's okay. That's the end of his race, end of his weekend.
So they are covering under double waved yellows then. Thank you ever so much to all our marshals, all our race stewards for allowing us to go racing. We are going to get that final lap battle then. Scott Helm has broken a little bit clear, so like you said, Harris, maybe he was in a losing position. He knew that Scott Helm could follow easily and would make a move on the last lap. He decided to take something into his own hands. He is getting that toe back across this long straight. Is there enough time into Rocket then for him to get back up in the last half of this lap? He is closer. He's not in a position to overtake, or is he going to give it a go? He's locked up on the inside. Can he get it stopped? He is last of the late breakers. Is he going to be able to get past? No, he still has. Helm still has the lap. He's going to hold on round the outside. What fantastic action in this Roadsport race.
Well, he was regretting letting... he missed a gear there. He's missed a gear, Will Harris. He was too busy concentrating on his positioning. He's missed a gear. That could have just handed the race to Scott Helm, I think. But Will Harris, he stood on everything into Rocket there. That was almost a kamikaze dive up the inside. There's still a fight for third going on. Aaron Oliver has it at the moment. He's got back ahead of Charles Harris. But Will, he missed a gear coming out of Rocket there. Weaving about to break the toe is Scott Helm in car number 42, looking for win number 3 of the season, the man from Lancashire. And they're all over each other still for that third place. Charles Harris up the inside. The Harris brothers, they've got the last moment lunge perfected almost, haven't they?
Is that going to affect them going down this little mini straight though? As we watch Scott Helm having a nice comfort gap, but the battle behind is incredible.
Scott Helm coming in to take his third win of the season ahead of Will Harris in second, but who's going to be third. They're coming round the last bend now. Craig Evans having a look up the inside. Charles Harris on the outside. They're almost going to finish 5 wide.
Brilliant.
I'm not going to call it. I'm going to go to the timing screen for that one. I think Aaron Oliver's got it in the number 10.
Brilliant.
Brilliant indeed.
Fantastic action from these Roadsport cars over the last couple of laps. You can see the battles are spread out a little bit as the field as the race has developed, but still battles all the way up and down. Fantastic race yesterday, brilliant race today, and looking forward to seeing them out again on the 28th, 29th of June at Croft, and surely the battles will be resumed at that point.
Half a second covered the 5 cars for third place there. That was superb. With Aaron Oliver ahead of Craig Evans, Charlie Harris, Alistair Morton and Ollie White had closed up there as well. Sam Parker finished in 10th place, not quite able to get past Brian Thornton and Jimmy Way there. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We lost the 71 of Richard Haig into the pits. We saw Chris Hicks drop out, and James Platzer spun out of the race a couple of laps from home as well. And full credit to our marshals for keeping the race going there, and we didn't require the safety car. Scott Helm it is who takes the win though. He scored a double at Thruxton, and that's his 3rd win of the season by just over a second ahead of Will Harris. He'll be frustrated with himself there after that slight error on the last lap. Aaron Oliver somehow took 3rd place. Look how close they were. 0.55 of a second covering those 5 cars. Aaron Oliver, Craig Evans, Charles Harris, Alistair Morton and Ollie White. Then gap back to Brian Thornton and Jimmy Wise. Sam Parker completes the top 10 ahead of Dan Crawley, Chris Buck, Charlie Chapman and Luciano Caruso, who came through from towards the back of the grid to finish 14th. Just those 3 non-finishers: James Platt, Richard Haig and Chris Hicks. So that concludes the action this weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. We've got one more race to go before lunch, which is the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Matt Fox took his first ever win yesterday, and he'll aim for a double here. Shortly we will be able to go down to Parc Ferme, I think, and in a few moments we'll be able to join Ian, who will talk to our race winner Scott Helm and hopefully a couple of the other drivers down in Parc Ferme.
Great racing there by everybody. Let's go get Sam. Shall we hand the microphone over? She's going to chat to some of the drivers. Here you go, Sam. No, over to you. Over to you. I thought I'd let you get out, but I thought I'd just jump in very quickly. There you go.
Yeah.
Hang on. There you go.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was a brilliant race. Oh, it's such a shame that that's it for Anglesey for us, because that was a brilliant race. Loved it. But look, Scott got the win. So, Scott, you did it. Fantastic. Well done. Ooh. Yeah, it looked. I could see you all up there, and I thought, goodness me, that looks very interesting up there, very exciting.
Yeah, it was pretty tight at the beginning, and then me and Will kind of got up to P1, P2, and for a few laps I just sat behind him to work a bit of a gap out behind us, which worked quite nicely. And then I just thought, do a few laps nice and sensible and sort it out at the end.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm knackered now though. That was tough. You'll know. You've just got.
Yeah. It's all quite a whirlwind, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like about an hour in assembly, doesn't it? And then the race feels like about 10 seconds after that. So, yeah, really happy with that. Will drove really well. I think he had car issues at the end though. It was a bit too easy getting past him. So, I think he was probably off the pace or something.
Yeah.
That would be my guess, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll ask him.
Thanks very much.
Well done, Scott. All right, let's go and speak to Will. Will, congratulations on second place.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And so, Scott said you had maybe a bit of an issue with the car or something towards the end. It was easy to get past.
Yeah, I'd actually broken away at one point. I thought I had it in the bag, but then I had something wrong with my gearbox. Every time I went from second to third, I'd either miss it or hit fifth. So I'm just losing time after time. I can see him coming, and he got me. But
still, podium though.
It's all right. It's all right.
But you had the pace for first. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, next time.
Yeah. Well done. Fantastic. And Aaron. Let's go and speak to Aaron Oliver. Aaron, congratulations!
Thank you very much.
Well done. I mean, you know, you've had the pace all weekend, haven't you?
Yeah. I was just trying to put it together. Wasn't happy with the qualifying, but happy to get back up to P3. Made me work hard for it, but
I'm sure they did.
Yeah, non-stop. That toe was pretty insane today. So very happy. I was very close with Craig across the line. I think it was 0.08 or something. Someone said. So good fun.
Excellent. Well done.
Thank you
very
very
good. Right, next up is moobob Caterham Academy for their second race of the weekend. So let's see how they go, and I'm looking forward to watching this one. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thank you, Sam, and well done for your performance as well. We've got James Platt's car being cleared from the exit of the first corner, so we've got a short time to pause before our next race, which is the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. This is for the newcomer to racing. You can't have held a race licence before if you're going to compete in Caterham Academy. It's open only to novices.
Also, everyone has to buy their car brand new at the beginning of the year, so they're absolutely identical specifications. And then as we've been watching all these other Caterham racing, you can use that same car, upgrade it for the next 4 years until you reach the 310R Championship, at which point then you can swap out if you want to carry on into the 7 Championship UK. And as you go along, you can pause along the way and take your time on through the 270s and 310s as well. But all these drivers in their first ever season of car racing, and all making a good really good action throughout the course of the year already. And Matt Fox having a lights to flag victory yesterday over the top of Richardson, and Nick Tomadakis having another sort of continuation of the form there into 3rd place. And Carl Tarnem sort of fighting all the way through the last race, did end up in that 5th place, but it was the top 3 sort of clear of everyone, so they'll be watching out for that. Can Richardson do anything about the attack of Matt Fox here at Anglesey? Looking forward to seeing how they're going to get on today.
Well, ahead of this race, just while the circuit's being cleared there, Ian caught up with 1 or 2 of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, it's time for the second race of the weekend for the Caterham Academy. Don't normally get 2 races, so something pretty special indeed. Georgie, is it quite nice to have 2 races on the weekend?
It is brilliant. Yeah, it's so good. It's nice to kind of review what happened yesterday, find some bits to work on, and improve today hopefully. But loving it.
Listen, let's talk about Caterham Academy.
Yeah.
How has it been going this year? What have you made of your experience?
Oh, it has been the best experience ever. Yeah, so much fun. I was thinking about it. It's the people. Like, everyone is just so much fun to race with, learn from. Like, that's been brilliant. Like, the thrill of it is obviously amazing. But whole thing is just best thing ever.
Let's talk about your car. We've got teeth. Why have we got teeth at the front? What is it? Is it a shark?
Yeah, it's a shark. Yeah, I love the sea and the ocean, so I kind of thought I've got a little pet pufferfish called Bubbles. So so named our cars after her. So she's got quite big teeth. So thought it'd be a little ocean themed, suits Anglesey. So
Right, what's this then? It's a vicious circle. George, you can laugh at a race. All right, time to get enough of this nonsense. Let's go racing. Dave, over to you.
Okay, 20-minute race coming up then for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. We saw them in 2 groups over the last few years, but just the one this year. Grid set by the result of yesterday's race, so it is Matt Fox in pole position, fresh from his first ever motor racing victory yesterday, alongside the championship leader, Max Richardson, who won the first event of the year, the sprint at Kerborough, and he won at Brands Hatch as well. Row 2, Nick Tomadakis and Richard Davies, the Welshman hoping for a win on home soil this weekend. Row 3, Kyle Townend, and the winner at Thruxton last time out, George Hawkins. 4th row, Steve Vischer and Seb Tholey. Repaired some damage in qualifying yesterday to the front end of his car to get back out for the race. And the top 10, Ben Oliver and Ollie Smith complete the top 10 on the grid. Then we've got row 6, number 72, Christian Bond, and number 4, Richard Northridge. Row 7, Sam Eminson, who recovered from the spin late on in yesterday's race, starts alongside Luke Wilson. Georgina Tuffin, we've just heard from, is on row 8 alongside Ollie Walsh, also had a spin early on yesterday in race 1. Row 9, Rob Hicks, number 27, and 10, James French. 10th row, 86, Richard Watson, and 14, Andrew Johnston, the boss of championship sponsor moobob Recruitment. On row 11, we've got 15 of Shane Forster and number 70, Joe Oliver, brother of Ben in number 80. 12th row, 12, John Bond, and 37, Andrew Symington. Row 13, 88, Mark Hensler, and 22, Michael Smith. On row 14, we have 67, Ross Pamphilon, and 8, Jason Spencer. Penultimate row is 23, Chris Longley, alongside 11, Stuart Beggs, and 33, Martin Smith will complete the grid.
Good to see over 30 cars here. It's a bumper grid of cars, and they absolutely put a great race on for us yesterday. And it was just obviously the finishing order from yesterday is the starting order for today. So can Matt Fox make that 2 from 2 and really go away from Anglesey with all those points? And he needs to if he wants to try and catch Matt Richardson, who's not been outside the top 2 for the rest of this season. Carl Townend's early charge here with the championship does look it's like it's faded into that 5th place, and you really, all these extra points are so important all the way through the season. It's how you construct. They only got to drop one of their scores as well this year, so most of their scores will count, but they will have one in order to throw away. But you can see the barriers all look to be all back in one place after the car has been cleared away, so it won't be too long. You can see all the Academy drivers getting lined up on the grid then, ready for their green flag. It's Matt Fox then in the right of your screen in that yellow car, and Richardson in the sort of green car on the left, and he's been absolutely on the pace from day one. And we'll see how the rest can do it. Can Davies do anything about holding on to that front group? He lost touch a little bit earlier on in the race yesterday. And Tomadakis, he's playing himself down when we talked to him in Parc Fermé, but he was able to keep up with that lead group yesterday. And I'm going to be interested to see whether he can do anything more about them. So he was also well within touch. But yeah, Richard Davies lost a little bit of time, but he had a great battle with Carl Townend and George Hawkins.
So Matt Fox, the yellow car with the black stripe, in pole position. Max Richardson, the Londoner, alongside him in green with gold trim. Nick Tomadakis, the Greek Cypriot driver, I believe he is, the number 77, the bright red car. And then we've got the red and black of Richard Davies, comes from Penarth in the south of Wales. Speaking of South Wales, let's say hello to Bethan Lloyd, who's watching down in Neath on the South Wales coast, who's been in touch. A few more of your comments coming in. Hi to James Daniel Hedges, Last Nightingales, who says my favourite circuit, Anglesey. Alistair Cummins as well. G&B, who's watching from France. Mentioned Dan Bartlett, Jamesy Boy. Katrina Hodgson from all at Car Service Packs, one of the sponsors of the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons as well. Let's hear from Trina.
We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, how amazing the Anglesey circuit is. All the people that can't make it here obviously watching online, and welcome to you all, welcome to the action, welcome to Caterham. But one day you should make your way over to here in Anglesey. Hopefully you'll get a sunny day, and but it's a quite spectacular promontory the circuit lives on, with sea surrounding 2 sides of the circuit, and it's quite an amazing place to be, and the drivers absolutely love it. Certainly in these Caterhams, it's a real challenge, a real expedition as you head around the track. You're dealing with all the weather, all the elements, and having great fun as they're all heading up here into the rocket. We've seen lots of overtaking today into this rocket complex along this, we're calling it a back straight, but actually it's a real curve, and it's quite significant sort of curve as it ends, as they head into the braking zone up here. And today we've seen even more overtaking, because the headwind is even actually stronger as they head up there. And you can see the sea in the background there, the breakers, as the wind is really pounding the shores here in the north of Wales. But the Caterham Academy, really treat for us to watch them twice in a race weekend. Most weekends they only do a single race, a single 20-minute race. We get to see them twice.
Yes, do make a visit to Anglesey if you get the chance. You can combine it with a holiday to North Wales. Stunning scenery, plenty to do in the North Wales coast before you head to the circuit. Maybe if you've got a decent vehicle, bring it to a track day at some point. Plenty of track days for bikes and cars held here at the Anglesey circuit.
Snowdonia National Park, just a hop across the water, and actually it's pretty easy to get there. In the mist today, so we can't actually see it, but it's
plenty of miniature steam railways as well, narrow gauge railways. If you're a transport anorak like me,
there you go.
The great little trains of Wales, as they were known.
We will be charging the North Wales Tourist Board the money for it shortly. But as they come around that final bend there, we've seen overtaking in here as well. It is the inside line you need, and but we saw a last lap overtake yesterday. Are we going to see any more of that? Richardson is going to clear out. Is Matt Fox going to be able to keep hold of him? We're about to find out with the next 20 minutes of adventure for these Academy. every single time they get out on track, they bump up their experience level and learn a few more things. Everybody learning all the time. You never stop learning in Caterhams and in motor racing in general, but certainly they're learning some of the basics now and really getting that as they head into the middle of their race season. And we're looking forward to seeing them again at Croft in 28th, 29th of June. So get that in your diary if you're looking for your next bit of Caterham fix.
In position then and ready for the off, the moobob Caterham Academy Championship, race 2 of the weekend. It's their 4th race of the season. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to be confirmed into line, then the marshal will wave the green flag at the back of the grid to confirm that all is clear and ready to go. Martin Smith, number 33, the last driver to line up. Max Richardson, the championship leader, on the outside, the front row, alongside yesterday's winner, Matt Fox, as we get underway. Here we go, down towards the left-hander at target for the first time. Everybody is away cleanly. Round target, the 2 front row men side by side. Richardson will have the inside line for the right-hander at the banking, and he has taken the lead this time. It's Richard Davies in 3rd place. That's Kyle Townend, the second of the yellow cars, trying to dive down the inside as well. Was on the podium at the beginning of the season with a 2nd place at Brands Hatch.
Going side by side for the lead round Church. Again, that's not going to work, but it does work out for Fox this time, so he was determined. I thought with the attitude of Richardson's car that he really did want to pull away into a lead. Maybe that's what he went with the plan, but Fox quickly put that one to bed.
Kyle Townend's had a super start. He's up into potentially 3rd place here as they go into Rocket. Richardson up the inside though, side by side as they head through the complex. Richardson round the outside of Fox, and he's got the lead. Good driving by Max Richardson, the man from London, proving that he's the pick of the crop in the academy so far this season. He's got the lead away there around the outside line, and here comes Richard Davies up alongside Kyle Townend. Now who's that trying to make it 3 wide, coming out of Peel as they head down the hill? I couldn't quite make it out there. It might have been Stephen Vischer, if so. He's had a good start from the 4th row of the grid. We'll pick them up as they come towards us. It is Richardson who leads the way, from Fox in 2nd place. Davies is 3rd. It's Townend in 4th, and who's that up there in P5? Couldn't quite identify that car. Big lock up there and nearly a collision. That was the number 15 car of Shane Forster. Didn't quite get it stopped. We've had a tangle at the back of the field as well. A couple of cars have tangled together as they head into the bus stop to complete
they've separated though, so it looks like we're all going to get back up and running. They'll have lost all the positions. They'll have work to do to try and recover those positions. We're trying to work out who they are by seeing who's dropped down the timing order, but it is Richardson and Matt Fox breaking away already. Davis is he's really trying to fight up Townend to see whether they can do anything about holding on to these two, but as they continue their battles, that does mean that it's all going to stretch out, and Richardson and Fox might well just start working together again. Again, just like the Academy, the Roadsports we've just been watching, they have all the windscreen, which means they're pushing all that air away, which means they're having to work hard, and the tow is really powerful for them as they head up into Rocket side by side. Davis and Townend once more then.
Car I couldn't identify at first there is Sebastian Thulle, who's come through from the 4th row into 5th place, so a good start for him. George Hawkins, a Thruxton winner, kicking up some dust there. He's got Ollie Smith, number 89, on his tail. The 2 cars that tangled at the hairpin, Joe Oliver, number 70, and the number 12 of John Bond. They've got going again at the back of the field as the leaders head up to the top of this very hilly circuit. A lot of altitude changes here at the Anglesey circuit. There's the number 72 of Christian Bond, upholding family honour now, giving chase in the midfield. So Richardson continues to set the pace ahead of Matt Fox as they head through the hairpin this time.
Fox though back.
Fox is back in front there as we were away from the lead battle. You see, you can't take your bump with the collision there. That was the number 13 of Stephen Vischer going into the back of somebody. Couldn't quite make out who it was. It might have been Ollie Smith that he clipped there, the 89. That's damage.
It looks like he might be.
He's out of it.
It's hard to tell whether he's actually got damage or whether he's just trying to figure out whether he has, but it was significant contact, and I wouldn't be surprised. It'd certainly give him a shock and would have wrenched the steering wheel in his hands as well, so hopefully he's okay. But yeah, he just locked up and just made contact with the car in front, so sad end to his race. But he will either pull to the pits or figure out whether he can get everything pointed in the right direction again as they head out and round though. Fox did come across that line half a second ahead of Richardson, so Richardson's definitely not going to have its own way. It is going to go a battle. They have got a second gap over Davies, but as long as that battle settled down in that second place, I think the tow will draw them back in. But it's a now or never kind of thing. In fact, Davies is clear, isn't he, now of Thalea a little bit behind him.
So comes Townend on the inside. Behind them is Nick Tomadakis, then it's Hawkins, there's Ollie Smith, that bit of bodywork flapping where he was collected by the locked up number 13 of Stephen Vischer, and I think he has pulled off Stephen Vischer. He didn't complete that lap, so he may have pulled off on the straight going down towards the bus stop there.
I think he would have pulled into the pits.
He may not even have made it as far as the pits because he's not showing us having pitted on the timing screen as we watch Nick Tomadakis, the number 17 machine, chased by Hawkins. That's the battle for 6th position at the moment as they come over the top. There's Ollie Smith. You can recognise him by the flapping rear wing on his car for that contact earlier on, but it's Matt Fox who leads the way.
Gap as well, look at that. He's got well over half a second now over the top of Richardson, so, and those gaps are sort of levelling out at the front. We saw that a bit yesterday, and the battle is with Townend again, as it was yesterday as well. There comes that battle with the flapping rear wheel arch. Now, will that depart his car and will it land in a sensible place? Hopefully it'll be blown to a pace of safety anyway. So we watch the rest of this field, and there's Johnson there in the moobob car, having his battle deep in the field. Someone else off wide there, aren't they? And,
yeah, it was Rob Hicks, number 27, moving out wide onto the grass as the moobob car moves through of Andrew Johnston. Had a spin in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Is that Stephen Vischer I spotted there that has got going again? Quite possibly, yes. He's not showing us having going to the pits, but he's lost a lap, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Yeah, maybe he just got... well, wide there, Tomadakis absolutely pushing again. We said that you have to get that accelerator point exactly right, but he was out the end of that hairpin, just drifting over the curb, and once you get onto that cove, there's less grip, so it sort of escalates and gets worse and worse, and he kept his foot in, and there was enough grip out there to allow him to continue that battle side by side, then up into Rocket again. We've seen that plenty of times. As we mentioned, a wing kid come to detach from a car there. We just saw the bits.
I wonder who that's come on.
Yeah, I think we know there might be 1 + 1 = 2 at that point, but it was as they disappeared off.
4 flying wing = 89, which is Ollie Smith. Yeah, he's in this group. There's Ollie Smith. No he hasn't got the bit flapping anymore, so there the wing's gone. He's just ahead of the number 80 car of Ben Oliver there. They've got number 4 Richard Northridge, the yellow car,
making his way through this field. I don't think he had a great qualification, so he ended up in 13th. So actually, yeah, he's there or thereabouts, but he's fighting in that midfield battle nicely today.
Smith at the head of this group. This is for 9th position, I think. No, 8th position, sorry, because he's got ahead of Ben Oliver now. There's Northridge, the yellow car, then number 21, which is Luke Wilson, next in the order, the red car with the yellow cage. Some of the back markers come through. Andrew Johnston in there, the number 14. 15, 86 side by side. That's Shane Forster and Richard Watson. Hicks recovering there after running wide onto the grass earlier on.
Bit of bodywork smoke there, there's a tyre rub or something, so a little bit of contact between some of those drivers in that midfield battle, and tyre rubs don't generally cause a problem unless they're severe and unrelenting. They tend to sort of solve themselves by the wings pinging off. But here is that battle. It's battles everywhere you look, and remember these guys a little bit of oversteer, got pinched down, and again, so you can see those cars were sort of attracted to each other like magnets, weren't they? But remember, these drivers have not raced before this season. This is the first season, and they're only their 4th race, so really are still learning those ropes. Wide there for Northridge. Yep. So
the contact was Luke Wilson and Ben Oliver. I think Ben Oliver's escaped that.
As they head up then into Rocket again, adventures every single corner they're getting to at the moment. What they're going to do, a little more contact
again,
in that braking zone. Yep.
Get off, says Ben Oliver. As the leaders head through, they're a little more spaced out now. The leaders are Fox leading by 1.5 seconds over Richardson, and Davies in 3rd position.
I'm not sure who that is, but he's back on the track and headed forwards.
I think that was Ben Oliver actually, so maybe there's been some more pushing and shoving going on in that. Just outside the top 10 at the moment. Lock up there, Andrew Johnston chasing a couple of cars. I think it was the 86 that went out wide there of Richard Watson. Here's the top 10 coming. There's Tomadakis. The next group headed by Northridge. Ollie Smith trying to get down the outside. Then it's Luke Wilson. This is towards the end of the lap. 11 minutes of this race to go for the moobob Caterham Academy, their 2nd race of the weekend. go under here to Croft, then Snetterton and Silverstone to conclude their season. You get extra points if you marshal at a meeting as well, don't you?
Yeah, quite unique in British motorsport. Yep, to teach our drivers as well what it's like to be on the marshals and why they don't always follow their race spot every single little thing. We put them on the banks and they give an extra 10 points on their championship. So if you want to win this championship, it's important that you do take part in that marshalling day, and they can take part on any other race weekend or on their own race weekend if they're only racing on a single day. So, and we've seen some of them out at Brands Hatch, and it's just a great opportunity to see how it works from the other side. And as drivers, it gives you that appreciation of the jobs that everyone else does to let them go racing. And as I said many times before, and will continue to repeat, thanks ever so much to all the marshals and all the people that make these weekends happen. On behalf of the drivers, we appreciate you.
Saw George Hawkins trying to make a move on Sebastian Thollet there for what is 5th position, and he's got through past the Iceman, as it says on the number plate of the Frenchman's car. Chased here by Nick Tomadakis, trying to recover from that grassy moment earlier on. We're only just over halfway through this second race of the weekend for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship, and still Matt Fox who sets the pace. The leaders fairly well strung out now. The main focus of the leading runners is this fight for P5, with Seb Foley trying to take the place back again. They're into the hairpin. Foley cuts to the inside, but he can't get the line away.
See how that corner sort of nips in at you just as you think the corner's over. It just does your car drifts to the curb and you have to turn a little bit more. It's not quite a 180 degrees hairpin. It's quite a wide corner with quite a drop off as you head through the apex. So the car naturally just drifts to the edge of the track and sort of catches you out, even though every single time your brain needs to be retrained that it doesn't have quite as much room as it needs. But they're heading down here into the final corner. Then battles continue to battle in this sort of 20th odd position. Number 86 there in 16th, that's Watson. He's lost the rear of the car, just about gets it all back under control. These dedicated Academy tyres, they don't really give very much grip at all. It's to teach car control in exactly the way that we saw there. He quite gathered that all up nicely, and they're using every single last bit. Another thing you might spot in the Academy car compared to any of the other rounds is how floppy, we call them. They're loose at the rear end because they don't have a rear anti-roll bar. They lean over. Again, it teaches the drivers how does a weight control and the dynamism of the rear of the car, how do you get that under control before we then give them all the tools that they can start using from Roadsport onwards.
So we've got just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Luke Wilson battling away again. Mentioning our marshals, let's say a quick hello to Steve Tarrant, who says had many happy memories marshalling at this track, even with the 7-hour journey from Dorset to get there. Very dedicated, Steve. Quick hello to Caitlin Penny as well, top sim racing commentator, who's looking on today. As Luke Wilson comes under fire from the number 72, that's Christian Bond, started on the 6th row of the grid. Fastest lap of the race with our race leader Matt Fox, who's just over a second clear. So Max Richardson has taken a few tenths out of Matt's lead. Still Davies in third ahead of Kyle Townend, and Ollie Smith having a look at the inside on the back of Richard Northridge. That's for 8th position. This is the fight for 10th, just behind them between Christian Bond, 21 Luke Wilson, and Sam Eminson in there as well. And this is this multi-car fight behind. 27 of Hicks coming under fire, the 15 of Shane Forster as well. He's had a lively race.
They're trying everything. They're trying, again, you can see that learning happening. They're racing close, racing fair, and they're trying to work out how do I get in front of the car in front. It's not always easy. Some tracks like Thruxton, you can just get by via the toe, but at Anglesey, they're having to learn how do you actually overtake on track, use that toe to your advantage. And Andrew Johnson, they're part of this battle in his moobob car and fighting hard to see whether he can move any more positions upwards. Like you say, it's all spread out a little bit for the lead group. We'll keep an eye on those gaps, but we will follow these battles.
Yes, it's tricky to know where to look, so a big thanks to all our camera crews as well for doing their best to follow all the action in this race as the 10th place battle continues to heat up. Christian Bond being reeled in by Luke Wilson up towards Rocket. He's up the inside. He's pulled off some impressive manoeuvres so far in this race. Now has he outbraked himself?
No,
he's got it done. Great stuff, Luke Wilson.
I have no idea how he did that, Dave. He was sideways, fully locked up on the inside with his rear tyres, not giving him any more, but he did manage to get it all under control, kept it on the circuit, and he's now having to defend from a recovering Emerson to see whether they can go side by side through Sever.
Down the hill towards the left-hander they come. Just under 6 minutes of this race still to go. Here's a battle further forward of them. That's Ollie Smith and Northridge up the inside. It's Eminson, I think, making the move to the inside on Luke Wilson. Yes, the 47 car goes through. Christian Bond just behind them, 72 car, so he's lost a couple of spots over the last lap or so.
Be watching it battle in front, wondering whether he does better just to sit and pick up the pieces. Here comes our race leader at the moment and race winner from yesterday, the 99. Started from pole. Can he make this the perfect race weekend? He'll certainly want to come back to Anglesey pretty quickly if he can, but Richardson was there or thereabouts, and if you remember in yesterday's race, Richardson was closing in as Fox got a little bit jittery towards the end. Max Richardson was closing. Can he do it? He's got 5 minutes. He's certainly got the pace. You can see his head bobbing up and down. He's really encouraging that car forward as he goes. Davis drifting a little bit away from that, as has Townend. Townend, I think, will want to kind of recover some of those points that he's losing in the middle part of this season, so he's going to have a great end to his season. But Matt Fox, Richardson is getting closer, isn't it? It's under a second now, and in fact I think visibly that's even closer, and the toe will start getting exponentially more powerful the closer he gets. Can he do anything about this in the last 4 minutes of this race?
Just thinking, with the double-header format rarely used by Academy, and it's been 2 groups in the last few years having a race apiece on race weekends. When was the last time, if at all, an Academy driver won 2 races in a weekend?
Yeah, we'd have to work that one out. It depends if you take the Academy, the autumn trophy that they have at the end of the season. But as part of an actual championship race, we'd have to look through the record books to find that one. A little bit of a wonky exhaust pipe there, isn't there? And the leading car of this
That's
group.
Rob Hicks, 27. He's been off on the grass a couple of times, so it might have caught the exhaust and it's dragging alongside the car, the side exit exhaust pipe. As I mentioned earlier this season in one of our races, it's worth remembering those exhaust pipes are external when you climb out of a Caterham, as I forgot once when passengering in one. Nice hole burned in my trouser leg.
It's one of the things you learn very quickly as a driver when you're mechanicking your car or when you're getting in and out. Yep, you learn not to put your shins up against a nice hot exhaust. It's something you don't think quickly, and that exhaust is holding on nicely. Whether he's lost a little bit of performance because of it's unsure, certainly looks to be a little bit wonky, doesn't it, at the end there, and the rest of this battle continuing on. I think that would have just been a little bit of a side wheel contact that's caused that to dislodge itself slightly, but he's still going on. I can't hear any strange noises from cars, so it's not lost any of its padding and wadding that it has silencing in there. Another 10th off from the race lead though, only 8/10 of a second now, so gap coming down again, but only 3 minutes to go in this race, the second of 2 Caterham Academy races we've been treated to this weekend, and a great show they're all putting on.
Ollie Smith still battling on ahead of Northridge in the number 48 place. So 8/10 of a second is now the lead gap. He's gaining Max Richardson on Matt Fox at about 1/10 of a second a lap. There's Luke Wilson trying the dive up the inside again into Rocket. I don't think it's worked this time, or has it? I think, in fact, he may be ahead there of the car of Eminson again. Yes, he is. They're closing on these two as well, so we could have a much more frantic battle very shortly for P8. Oh, Wilson, he blew it there by running wide through P, and he's all over the place, Luke Wilson, and Eminson's got back ahead.
It's incredibly easy to get the car just slightly offline round this Peel right-hander, and it does just wipe out any momentum, and you have to get out the throttle. Well, here comes Northridge to the outside. He's taking the wide sweeper, and he's going to try and get the momentum on the exit of this corner. Can he draw it back underneath him? No, he's not going to. So at this stage, that wide sweep didn't work quite as well as he wanted to, but he's going to have an attack down the inside then into the final corner. We have seen this work. He's getting pinched down the inside, but it doesn't really matter how much you pinch. You can still carry that momentum down the inside, and he's done just that. So Northridge at once more.
New fastest lap for Matt Fox, the race lead of 1:46.792, and he's pulled away by a full second on that last lap from Max Richardson. So that could be critical.
Richardson was clearly pushing as hard as he could to try and gain that gap back and to catch up Fox, but cost himself more than he gained, and now finds himself 1.7. I think that might have sealed the win and the perfect race weekend for Fox.
Richard Davies still up there upholding Welsh honour in 3rd place. He's desperate for a podium here this weekend.
yeah, good to see him up there in that podium. He was dabbling around the sort of 4th, 5th place. Another dive there. Is that Townend looking to see if he can depose? It is. That's Townend trying to depose Davis off that podium position, but doesn't manage to quite do it. So Davis is still in front, but that was a relentless onslaught into the Rocket and Peel complex that time through. And yeah, it's not too far back to Hawkins, who we saw fully involved in that battle, willing to shove his car down the inside yesterday. And Tomadakis is still recovering back. He's not going to get back to this group, is he? But that's actually in the end helped Davis solidify that position. We've still got 30 seconds as the leaders are going to come across the line. So this is the penultimate lap. They'll be coming on to their last lap.
Yes, it's the main battle now for 3rd place. The Williams Motorsport backed car of Richard Davies there in 3rd position, chased by Kyle Townend, who's had a couple of podiums already this season. They were both on the podium, Davies and Townend, in the season opening sprint, I think. No, it was Matt Fox 3rd, sorry, and Townend was a little bit further back. But Townend was 2nd at Brands Hatch. Matt Fox 3rd in the sprint. He was a little further back at Brands. He was 4th at Thruxton. A perfect weekend here.
Yeah, come alive, and he's had the pace, and he's had the outright pace over Richardson by enough that I think, yeah, we saw Richardson lose another second in that last lap, so he's certainly solidifying that. We saw one spinner just there having a little bit of a thing, but here is our number 99. He's going to take the momentum into the second half of this season. Can he do anything about reducing Richardson's lead even more?
Certainly looking like it at the moment. Only half a lap to go. Through Rocket they come for the final time. Max Richardson is not going to catch him. Main battle is still for 3rd place. Richard Davies, and George Hawkins has got through into 4th. He's got ahead of Kyle Townend in the sort of citrus yellow car. He won at Thruxton. He wants another podium here. The 2 leaders come over the top, then dropping down towards Siemens Corner and up towards the Tom Price Straight. This is the battle for 3rd place. Matt Fox, it looks like he's got this one sewn up. The battle is for 3rd.
Yeah, Matt Fox here is the great to get pole position and 2 wins. It's no better feeling. He will love Anglesey forevermore. Richardson comfortable, but here is that battle then. A little bit of a dive then down the inside. Evans and Hawkins is going to get the inside line. Evans left the door open for him. Has he got the momentum round the outside? He needs to hold on round the outside, otherwise if Hawkins can chop across, that's going to give him the advantage. It's going to do it. I think Hawkins has taken that 3rd place, although Evans is going to try again down the inside, the extreme inside. Can he make it happen?
Matt Fox takes the win, but who is going to be 3rd? Hawkins cuts back on Richard Davies. They're going to finish side by side. Behind them is Kyle Townend. They cross the line. I think Hawkins got it. Matt Fox has won it ahead of Max Richardson, and Hawkins got there by 1/10 of a second ahead of Richard Davies for 3rd place. They're still at it further back in the pack. Hicks, that's slightly damaged exhaust in the middle of that battle. Wally Smith nearly loses it through the final corner with Sam Evinson up behind him, but just crosses the line in front. Luke Wilson makes it home in one piece, thankfully, after a rather wayward race for him. James French tries to dive bomb Hicks into the final corner, but doesn't quite get the place away. Great racing from the moobob Caterham Academy. I've said it every race this year. You wouldn't believe they're newcomers to racing, would you?
Absolutely not. And like I say, every single time they get out on track right now, they are gaining experience. You can hear them tooting their horns in delight after having finished another race. And it's not going to be too long before they get to remove those novice crosses once they have 6 signatures on their licence, which they can get through racing, completing successfully, but they can also get by 1 signature by doing that marshalling day that we talked about. So they will soon be able to remove those novice crosses, and they really aren't looking like novices right now, are they? They've got it all under control, and looking forward to seeing how they get to the second half of the season as they become it. So well done to Matt Fox for the perfect race weekend. Richardson again not being off that top 2 positions and is in solidly in that 2nd place, so well done to all the drivers.
Yes, well done indeed to everyone. Matt Fox it is who takes the win by 2.7 seconds in the end, so he pulled away by quite a considerable margin in the end. George Hawkins snatching a podium from the unlucky Richard Davies right in the last knockings of the race. Kyle Townend 5th ahead of Nick Tomadakis, with Seb Thole, Richard Northridge, Ollie Smith and Sam Evinson completing the top 10. Great fight there for 8th place all the way through. Luke Wilson 11th ahead of Christian Bond, then Ollie Walsh and Georgina Tuffin. And just the one retirement, Stephen Vischer did drop out with some damage after that collision early on the hairpin with Ollie Smith. 30 cars going the distance in that one, and well done Matt Fox. That's a rare sight in Caterham Academy. 2 wins for same driver in one weekend.
Fantastic stuff.
Hopefully we can hand down to Parc Fermé fairly shortly, and then we'll be into our lunch break. Another 4 races coming up this afternoon, though. That'll be just before 2 o'clock, our next race for the Edge Caterham 727R Championship. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Wow, that's another Academy race this weekend. That was a fantastic race for them, wasn't it? Lots going on, lots of changing positions, but not for Matt Fox. He led by quite some time, which is something here, and especially going into clean air, with no tow. So he did an amazing job, managed to break away. And so yeah, George will be happy for getting 3rd on that last couple of laps. So we'll have a word with them in a moment, and then we have a lunch break. But don't go anywhere, because we've got some interesting footage for you for the lunch break that Ian has been telling some jokes. So yeah, make sure you tune into that. But I'll just wait for Matt to get out the car. Yes. So the belts keep you tied in if you haven't done them properly. I'll let them congratulate each other first. Oh. Yes. They like to discuss what happened in the race straight after. Matt, hello. Fantastic, another win. This must be your circuit. That was brilliant drive.
It's been a fun 4 days now. Pretty blown away with the result. There's a bit of rain came down the top. Hairpin got really slippy at one point, but it evaporated on the next lap, so it was all good. Enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, and you managed to pull a gap as well. That was really, really good.
Yeah, just coming out of turn 2 into turn 3, for some reason I was just a bit quicker out of there, and that helped because there was no slipstream up to Rocket, and that meant that I could get through Peel. Siemens, that's my favourite bit of the track. It's really kind of leery. The car's right on the edge, but it's really good fun.
Yeah.
Really good fun. Loved it.
Excellent. Well, well done.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Well deserved. Let's have a word with Max. Max, sorry guys. Well done, Richard. Well, congratulations on second place. You must enjoy it here, and you've been going really well.
It's a really cool track. It's the best one we've been to, as I said yesterday. We saw a few specks of rain during the race, so I thought that might be interesting. Matt was really, really quick. I just didn't seem to have top end speed to keep with him on the straights. So I need to check that out. But no, I was really happy with how I drove, and yeah, Matt was just really fast. So yeah, good battle going on behind. It was probably a bit boring up front for you guys on TV, but no, I saw because Rich Davis was third most of it, and then George Hawkins pulls up at the podium. So anyway, I'm sure you'll find out that story in a second, won't you?
Oh, well, I'm going to go and ask him now, but I feel sorry for Rich because nearly a podium for him.
He deserves it. He's mega fast. He's just had a couple unlucky events, so it'll come. He'll be the one on the podium soon. Sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Well done, Max. Right, let's have a word. I tell you what, let's have a chat with both of these guys. George and Richard, let's have a chat with both of you, because it was nearly third place was nearly yours, wasn't it?
It must have been so close over the line, was it?
It must have been so close.
I broke a little bit too deep into that last corner, and just got a little bit too much wheel spin out.
My defence. I really didn't. I didn't want to take it from him in his home race, but I wanted it.
Well, I was right behind you. I was so close behind you, almost right into the back of you, and then I had to just swerve. It's just so close yet so far.
So close.
But he's well deserved. Well deserved it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done, guys. That was brilliant race for us to watch as well.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I've loved this circuit. I think everyone said it. Like Anglesey has been the best circuit that we've been driven on so far this year. Hopefully, we'll get the same at Crofts. I can't wait.
Crofts a good track for Caterhams. Yeah. We raced there last year in our academy year, but this is definitely. I don't think I've met anybody yet that hasn't enjoyed Anglesey.
Yeah, I mean, I love Wales. I'm here all the time, but very rarely at this circuit, and it's stunning to have dry weather here as well. Yeah, fantastic.
Well, the weather forecast before this weekend was looking very dodgy, wasn't it?
It really was. I'm upset by the wind because I had the pace in testing, but with the wind, the toe is so big that I was so worried that I wouldn't be able to catch. So I'm absolutely chuffed that Carl and Rich brought me in right there on the last lap.
Brilliant. Well, it's great for you to have two races as well this weekend.
Yeah, no, I really like the double header format. I guess I would have preferred an earlier race because it's a long drive home, but actually being midday meant it wasn't a rush in the morning, and so we could enjoy last night, which is great.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you joined the others. They went to the Oyster Catcher, which is a local restaurant that's really good, I heard.
Yeah, the oyster catch is great, and we were all having a couple of beers, and it was really good fun.
Nice. Well done, well deserved.
Thank you so much.
And look forward to seeing you at Croft.
See you at Croft.
Yes. Right, that's it for the Caterham Academy, moobob Caterham Academy Championship for this weekend. But we've still got plenty more Caterham racing this afternoon, so make sure you tune in. But we have got some little jokes that Ian's been playing on people, so I'll hand over to that now.
See in a moment what Ian's been up to down in the paddock, but we do have 4 races to come this afternoon. We're getting back underway at about 1:45, so just under an hour's time. We'll have the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, followed by the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, then the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, and completing the weekend's action, the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship to round off the day here at Anglesey. I'm off for a quick lunch break. Let's see what Ian's been up to down in the paddock.
Right, we've been tasked with getting some content for the lunch break here at Anglesey. I've caught up with Sam, of course, here. And Sam, we love motorsport, don't we? It's a lot of fun. One of the things we like is the camaraderie inside the paddock. And I like to think I'm a bit of a mushroom. I'm a bit of a fun guy. See what we did there? Yeah. So I've got some jokes. I've written some jokes. Okay, now they've been vetted by me, so our chances of getting sacked are quite low. And I have to try and make you laugh. Okay, you laugh, you lose. I've got 3 jokes. If I make you laugh, I win. You have to let me take your Caterham out for a drive. Yeah, deal. Good. Right. Okay, excellent. Let's move on. First joke is this. Sam. You laugh at any point, I win. Wind turbines.
Hang on, does a smile count?
No. If I can see your teeth, I win. All right. You can't cover your mouth. I haven't even said a joke yet. Okay. Sam Parker. Wind turbines. I'm a big fan. Okay. Went to the shop the other day to buy some camouflage trousers. Couldn't find any. Okay, not that one either. Okay, I went to the pub the other day. Whilst I sat at the bar, bloke walked in. He had a roll of tarmac underneath his arm. He goes, "Barman, pint for me, one for the road." It's funny, Sam, it's funny. Okay, right, Sam Parker wins. 1 point to Sam Parker. I don't get to take your Caterham out, indeed. I'm going to go find another victim. Thank you, though, Sam. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Ian.
Right, on to the next one. Go. Right, I'm here with Laura Payne for my next victim in my funny test. Okay, so, right, Laura, as I said to Sam a little bit earlier, you know, the paddock is a fun place. Motorsport is fun. So there's a lot of happy, smiley people. You're always happy, you're always smiling.
I am, yeah.
So I've got a challenge for you. The challenge is this. If I make you laugh, I win. Don't know what I win, but I win something. And if you don't laugh, you win. Okay, there's no prizes up for grabs. So I've got to cut.
Smiling.
Right, these are the rules. Okay, so what I said to Sam. If I can see your teeth, I win.
Okay.
So you go there, like that.
Okay.
All right? Okay. So I've got 3 jokes. I've got to try and make you laugh within 3 jokes. Let me just find a couple of good ones. Okay. Joke number 1. Went to the doctor the other day. I said, Doctor, you got anything for wind? Gives me a kite. Okay. Ooh, stern. Okay. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta.
It's really bad.
I can see your teeth. Okay. Hang on, no, I've got some good ones. I was making a joke about retirement, but it didn't work. No? 2 for 2. I'm not doing very well here. Laura, thank you so much. Busy with Caterham this weekend?
Did I win?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Yeah,
really busy weekend this weekend, and it looks like we're about to get started.
Oh, you better go do some work. No, all right, lovely to see you. Thank you. Have
you.
fun. Right, on to the next one. 4-3. Right, here we go. I'm here with the Orange Army. I'm with...
Susie. Chrissy.
Okay, right. So the game is quite simple. I've got to make you laugh. That's it. I'm going to tell you 3 jokes. If you laugh, I win. If you don't laugh, you win. There's no prizes or anything like that. Don't worry about the radios. Now, the rule is this. If I see your teeth, if you smile with your teeth, that means I win. So you go, like that. Okay? 3 jokes in total. If you laugh, I win. Okay. How do you make an artichoke? You strangle it. Oh, you're out already. You're still in. I think you're still in. You're still in. Okay. One's out. Chrissy, you're out, I'm afraid. You can still listen in, though. Okay. I got a new pen the other day that can write underwater. It can write other words, too. Yes, finally, I've won. I won. Listen, girls, before you go, obviously we know the amazing job you do. How long have you been marshalling?
About 15 years now.
15 years?
Yeah.
Always here or whereabouts you been?
Mainly here in Alton Park, but around the country as well.
Fantastic. How about yourself?
8 years?
8 years?
Yeah.
What's the biggest event you've ever done?
Did you do the 24-hour?
Caterham Motorsport.
No, I didn't. No, I spectated it.
Okay.
I didn't marshal any 24 hours.
Have you marshalled 24 hours?
I have marshalled 24
What's it like? Have you been on post at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I was infield for 27 hours. It was a lot of fun, but very, very tiring. Very tiring. I was actually up there.
How's it been this weekend anyway? Everybody been behaving themselves?
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah.
Well and good. Catering coordinator's been really good, getting us all sorted and making sure all the cars are here on time, which makes our job very easy. Yes, it does.
Well, look, talking to cars, next race coming in soon. So thank you so much for all the work you do, and thanks for playing the game. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right, everybody, on to the next one. Right, I've accosted Ian from Caterham, the 2 Ians right now, to play my game. Ian, I've got to make you laugh, okay? I've got 3 jokes to try and make you laugh. So you've got to be like that. If I see your teeth, I win. If you don't laugh, you win. So, stern face, okay? Right, Ian from Caterham. I was at the bank the other day, this old lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. Can I just say, I didn't actually push her over, by the way. I didn't actually do that. Okay, I conducted this survey the other day. 50% of people said that they prefer the colour red. The other 50% said they prefer the colour blue. Oh, hang on, was it the other way around? Okay, we're going to pull out a couple of good ones here. If your house is cold, Ian, just stand in the corner. It's always 90 degrees there.
Oh dear.
Okay, there's a giggle. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that as a win. It's a bit of a shy one. What have you made of Anglesey, Ian?
Anglesey's great. It's a fabulous circuit. The guys like it. It's a driver circuit, very much so. It's a bit windy.
Yeah.
But what do you expect? You're on the North Sea. But yeah, no, I love coming here. It's a long way, but everybody seems to enjoy it when they actually get here.
Yeah, I'm having a great time, certainly with the jokes as well. Ian, thanks so much. I costed you, so you better crack on. But thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. I take the win, though. I take the win for that one. That's 2 for me so far. Right, let's go get another victim. Let's go. Right, boys. Thank you so much for coming down and joining us. We're going to play a little game here. I have to make you laugh. All right? Okay. If you laugh, I win, and you have to take me out in your car. All right? Yeah.
That'll be a laugh. That will be a laugh.
Thank you. Yeah.
Your job is the lack of seat.
Yeah. But if you don't laugh, then you win. Congratulations. Okay.
What do we win?
Congratulations. Anyway.
It's 2 worse people.
Yeah.
2 people that laugh at the time.
Winning's enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Winning's winning. Okay. So I got some jokes. All right. Now the rules are this: if I see your teeth, essentially I win. So go like that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. First joke. Let's go to this one. I gave my handyman a job list to do the other day, but he only did jobs 1, 3 and 5. Turns out he's an odd job man. No? Okay.
That's a dad joke. He's lost. He's lost.
Where do rainbows go when they're naughty? To prison.
It's alright.
Okay. Why was the sand wet? Because the seaweed.
It's getting better.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what. Give me one more attempt.
Oh, one more.
One more attempt. Very appropriate for today as well. I went to the paper shop, but it blown away.
That was good.
Yeah,
that was good.
That was
I'll
good.
give you a good one.
Go on then.
What is a
Keep it clean,
What
please.
does a priest and a pint of Guinness got in common?
Well,
I'm not going to finish this one.
Well, I'm glad we came down here. Listen, how's it going this weekend?
Could be better. Yeah, bad quality, and then made a little bit up in the race, but yeah, all to play for this one. So
It's exciting. Have you been to Anglesey?
no,
Me neither. What do you make of it?
it's good. It's pretty. You got to stop looking at the view when you come down the hill.
It's quite distracting.
It's
like the planes
really
in
is.
Donington. You get totally distracted going, look, there's a plane.
What's it like going into Rocket? Because I went around the circuit yesterday and it looked completely blind.
Yeah, and there's a lot to do because the temptation is you're looking to the point where you can't see, but you're going over 100 mile an hour up into that bend, and you've got to obviously get down to about apex speeds around 35, something like
Which
that.
one's Rocket?
The one at the top of the hill.
Oh, that's all right. It's not blind. No.
What's the banking like? It looks quite steep.
The camber into the last turn is the trickiest because if you miss your apex completely, you just wash out. Other than that, they're all they're pretty good.
Yeah,
it's fun. And the one after, what's the I don't even know the numbers. What's the hard left-hander where it banks down on the right before the last hairpin? Come on.
Now this is a test.
Come on.
isn't it?
Anyways,
No, this is the test we should have done.
That can
Forget the
really-
joke.
That can really throw you off. So
Yeah,
if you mess that up, you don't get any pass out on that side. But yeah, great track.
But I think Brian makes the keep. That last corner is really tricky because your eyes is like, stay out wide, cut in, and it doesn't work at all.
I have seen a few people go wide, go off there as well. So, look, guys, thank you so much for taking part. I really appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the day, won't you? Nice to see you again. Let's go find someone else. Right, I've got my next victim, Matt Armstrong here. So, Matt, the game has got to make you laugh. It's that simple, okay? If you laugh, I see your teeth like that, ha 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 ha, I win. If you don't laugh, then you said I have to do a forfeit. Now, whatever that forfeit is, we don't know. Comment on the stream what the forfeit is going to be. It's got to be something that we can actually do as well. So, and I will follow through if it's a good idea. So in that live chat, let us know what you think I should do if Matt does not laugh at my wonderful jokes. I've got 3 jokes to try and make you laugh. Okay? Joke number 1. Went to the corner shop the other day, bought 4 corners. Oh, this is going to be tough. He's a stern man indeed. Okay, this is a good one. Okay, bought a dictionary, but when I opened it up, all the pages were blank. I have no words to describe how angry I was. That was a good one. That was like my best one. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. Okay, what type of chocolate do you find at an airport? Plain.
Forfeit time.
I've got to do forfeit. Matt, thank you so much. Yeah, let us know what you think I should do in the live chat. In fact, let's ask Sam very quickly. Sam, I just lost again for about the 7th time. So I'm asking people on the live chat what the forfeit should be. I should probably have to do some sort of forfeit. But it has to be reasonable and it has to be achievable here, and I will do it. So have a think of what forfeits. Any ideas?
Oh, I'm going to come up with something good.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is yet.
I generally will do it.
Yeah, okay, I know you will.
Only so long as it is actually doable, okay? And please keep it clean in the live chat as well. Right, Sam, that's it. That's it for our jokes. Lunchtime's almost over. Time to go racing. Let's get on with it. Thank you. See you soon.
Well, good afternoon here at Anglesey Circuit. Welcome back after the lunch break on BARC TV here at the home of motorsport in North Wales. We have had a few drops of rain during the lunch break. It hasn't rained heavily though, so it might be a little bit slippery for the first laps of our next race. We've got 4 races to bring you this afternoon. Next up is the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. A pretty dominant win this morning for Ben Wheatley over Louis Darling. They were well clear of a huge battle for third place, which was topped by Nick Heighton in car number 78. On the tail of that battle was Adam Keane in 8th place and Barry Hanif in 9th. They came through from the back of the grid, so they're going to be worth watching this time. 3 more races to come after that. We've got the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK and the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. The CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Cars round out the weekend here on the Isle of Anglesey. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson here at trackside. And Chris, a few drops of rain. You were down in the paddock during the lunch break and saw how much rain fell exactly. Is it going to make much of a difference in this next race?
I have the impression no, because actually with the wind whipping across the circuit so hard, and it had one big sort of dousing, but really nothing was going to create any sort of spray, and I think the wind will dry that out nicely. They might, on their green flag lap, they might find that it's a little bit squidgy, but I doubt it, to be honest. But maybe it's only rain that can save them from Ben Wheatley in this 270R race that we're going to come into soon. He ran away with it, didn't he, again this morning? So Louis Darling not able to hold on to his coattails for the whole race. It did start off with a little bit of action. But the Anglesey circuit today has been giving us some great action, hasn't it, with all the overtakings up into Rocket with the headwind that they're facing, and all the drivers saying how much they've enjoyed their time racing around this Anglesey circuit. Let's hope that... let's hope they can get that racing and continuing on.
I think we can head down to Sam Parker in the assembly area. She's finished her racing activities in Roadsports this weekend, and she's down in our assembly area.
So we've got racing back underway now. We've got the Edge 270R Championship here in assembly. We just had a big rain shower. But it's so windy, I think it will dry the track and it shouldn't really be too much of a problem. But we're just next to Graham here in his orange and green machine, so just have a quick word with Graham. Hello Graham, how are you getting on? I'm good, thank you, how are you?
Good, this is great.
So Anglesey circuit?
Just everything about this.
Yeah.
Even those people who are up the back, we're just having so much fun. I always think that people think that it's the people at the front that are having the fun, but it just doesn't matter. And we're going fast as well. People think they're not up there, but these guys are shifting around there. Can I have a shout out to the 5Gs? Come on guys, get your act together and get to these races. A few of my friends haven't turned up this weekend, so I need them here.
Oh, brilliant.
That's a big part of it for me, is the racing's great, but in the paddock I have a good bunch of friends.
Absolutely. To be honest, it's the same I think it's the same for all the championships, isn't it? The paddock atmosphere is amazing, and all the friends and family come along, all support each other, and everyone, just has a great time together.
It is. You think, I don't need any more friends when you get to my age, and then suddenly you've got 5 of the best friends you've ever had.
Yeah. Oh.
It's fantastic.
And you've been doing this for a while now, haven't you?
This is 4th year now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Brilliant.
Working my way up, and we'll see how we go later on.
Excellent. Well, your whistle has blown, so they'll be going out in a minute, so I'll let you get sorted. Enjoy your race, Graham. Oh, it's lovely to hear that, isn't it? That's the great thing with these championships. Like lots of the Caterham Championships, the paddock atmosphere is amazing. I've had so much fun over last year and this year, and with all these guys, you all get to know each other. It's a really friendly family atmosphere. So yeah, it's brilliant. It's great to be part of it. So yeah, the sun's coming out now. Look, it's not too bad at all. The blue sky over the sea. So I think it'll be another dry race, which is great. So. Yeah, they did blow the whistle, but they're still holding them here, so I'd imagine they will be going out any second. I don't know if there's a delay or anything, but yeah, we've got Anne Hall. I did speak to Anne earlier in her lovely colourful car. She's absolutely loving it. I'm next to Brian. Brian, you having a good weekend?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
And I was talking to Graham, and he was saying that it doesn't. Even though you're not at the front, you're still having fantastic battles at the back.
Yeah, it was a good battle last race. It was good fun.
Yeah,
really good.
And you like Anglesey Circuit?
Very much. It's hard not to get distracted though with the views looking out.
Yeah, when you come over that corner at Peel and you go downhill, it's a fantastic view. Yeah, don't look at the view. No, that's right. Well, I'll let you get in the zone. Have a good race. Let's move on down. I think I heard a whistle, but they haven't actually called anybody. They've not pulled them out yet. So have a quick chat with Andy. Hello. How are you getting on? How's your race going? How are you enjoying the weekend? You can't
Pick up a few places and so let's see. Hopefully it stays dry.
Hopefully. I think that rain shower that came down is quite a lot of rain, but doesn't seem to have affected the circuit, much.
Well, it's been bone dry so far, but we've been lucky, I think. But I think sun's coming out, so happy days.
The weather forecast before this weekend was quite iffy, wasn't it? There was showers expected throughout the 2 days, but
I think we've done well.
Very well. Yeah. Right, that is the whistle now. Thank you for talking to us, Andy. Yes, I like Andy's design on his car, actually. It's quite cool at the front there. Watch yourself, Paul, when they start pulling out. You might have to just come to the back of the cars here.
Thanks to Sam down there in the assembly area. She'll be in Parc Fermé after this next race to catch up with our podium finishers. Now, who is it going to be? We're going to find out over the next 20 minutes. Ben Wheatley, of course, on a hat-trick heading into this race, looking to extend his championship lead after those 3 wins at Snetterton at the start of the year. Looking for win number 6 in the championship this year. 2 wins for Louis Darling. He'll be up to second in the championship now because Harvey Ashmore, who was second, was not here. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Education 727R Championship based on the results of this morning's race. So Ben Wheatley and Louis Darling on the front row. Nick Heighton and Paul Oglesby are on row 2. Then it's Harrison Cavers and Monty Hind on row 3. 4th row, Tim Hardcastle alongside Adam Keane. Watch for Adam in the 88. Very quick driver indeed. Had to come through from the back earlier on. Barry Hanif and Gary Cross completing the top 10. Row 6, number 8, Django Jones alongside 31, Andrew Bailey. And on row 7, 37, Henry Speaks. A little further back than we usually see him because of a spin in our earlier race. Arif Hanif, number 74, is alongside him. Row 8, it's Giles Hanson and Andy Palmer. Andrew Mackay and Graham Finlayson. We just heard from the 2 Scotsmen on row 9. Row 10, Brian Joyce and Anne Hall. And on the final row of the grid, Craig Jarvis. I don't think Zach Lower's going to be there. We'll wait and see, but his car picked up some damage in race 1 yesterday, so he may not be starting. He was not out in the race this morning. Maybe the team have decided there's just a bit too much damage to repair here at the circuit this weekend. They'll head back to the workshop, based down in Seaford in the southeast of England, so a long way home for the Lower family. So it'll be a 20-minute race once again. Ben Wheatley on a hat-trick, and the car's already out on their green flag lap.
Indeed, heading around then on their green flag lap. This third and final appearance then for the 270R grid. We've had adventurous races so far. Ben Wheatley disappearing off into the distance, and Louis Darling had a comfortable second place, but it was Heighton this last time through, having a great battle with Oglesby and Cavers, Hind, Hardcastle and Adam Keane, and then going even down to Barry. They were all having a great battle, and as you said, Henry Speaks was fully part of that battle until a spin late on meant that he finished down in 13th place. So let's watch out for Henry Speaks coming back through this field. Like you say, Zach Zola didn't get started. Charlie having a fantastic go in the 310R, and he'll be back out in a little bit, so maybe some of their weekend will be rescued by that. But as the car are up and around, they'll be just checking to see conditions. We did have a little bit of drizzle and mizzle, so hopefully, no Zach Lower there in his yellow car, so he's not out, and he will be hopefully back with us when we go to Croft on the 28th, 29th of June. But yeah, checking out the conditions, but I'm pretty sure it will be bone dry for them. This wind will be quickly wiping it clear. You can see the gradient even on the back straight there, and then straight up into the hairpin, and as it drops down to the left, and it really sort of sends the cars wide. And I talk about it sort of the corner feeling like it sort of nips in tight at the end of the day. So as they head down towards the sea, then back into this, you can see all the way down to the final corner from this camera angle, and they'll be lining up then to start third of their 3 20-minute races from this Anglesey International Circuit.
Well, Mick Heighton not in championship contention. He's had a couple of no scores so far this season. Louis Darling moving into contention, 2 wins for him at Thruxton. one for Paul Oglesby, but he's had 3 no scores as well, so he won't be in championship contention this year. Basically, if you pick up a 0 at any point, then it will pretty much write you out of the championship.
You're
when
allowed
it's so close.
3 drop scores, so it just means that he has no free wiggle room, so he can't drop any more scores, so every single score counts, and obviously it puts the pressure on, and then it gets tricky. But yeah, you get to drop 3 of your scores at the end of the year.
Okay, so in position then, Ben Wheatley in the blue and black car on pole position. Black and gold is Louis Darling alongside him. Nick Heighton in blue with sort of black and white flashes. In bright green, it's Paul Oglesby. The 5-second board has been displayed. Time for the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. We are underway. Even start by the 2 front row men. Decent getaway from Tim Hardcastle on the 4th row of the grid, the bright orange and blue car. But it is Louis Darling who has taken the early lead from the outside of the front row into the right-hander at the bank. In 3rd place is Nick Heighton, then Oglesby. Harrison Cavers is 5th. Hardcastle trying to get around the outside of him. Everybody's round the first 2 corners okay. They head up towards Church. Bit of dust being kicked up on the outside. They fly through Church Corner for the first time. There's Barry Hanif tucked in behind Monty Hind. Somebody going, well, that's Adam Keane. Bouncing down the grass there on the outside. I hope that hasn't come into suspension. He's got it going again, but he's lost a couple of spots there. Henry Speaks going ahead of him. Up into Rockets for the first time. It looks as though the pole sitter Ben Wheatley has taken the lead, and it's Paul Oglesby up into 3rd.
Yeah, Adam Keane was on the grass as they went into braking for Church. He kept his foot in around the outside and found there wasn't really any grip, and he drifted all the way onto the grass and had an uncomfortable trip and a bouncy trip back to the grid. So he's going to have to now work hard to come through the field. Is that just Henry Speaks? He's behind us in that kind of region of the field, so you can see him there deep and needing to work out how does he work his way back forward then. But it is Wheatley showing that little gap, and Darling showing the gap behind him to Oglesby, who is next up. Hardcastle leading a 3-wide charge from Heighton and Monty Hind into the hairpin there. Barry Hanif is fully in charge. You can see that Henry Speaks is in that middle pack, and I think it is around that point that Adam Keane rejoined.
Going through to complete the first lap then. A little bit of a lock up there from Ben Wheatley into the bus stop. Likewise from Tim Hardcastle. Their tyres won't be fully warm at this stage, so we'll see 1 or 2 lock-ups. Monty Hind on the outside there being chased by the lime green car of Barry Hanif. They're trying to get around Harrison Cavers, who's dropped a couple of spots off the grid. The big winner off the grid was Henry Speaks. He's gained 4 places, charging up the inside there on Barry Hanif. He goes. The 37 car of Speaks makes up a place. Behind them, Adam Keane recovering that brief off on the first lap. He's got Gary Cross, number 23, up there behind him. The leaders are out on the back of the circuit. It is still Wheatley pulling away from Louis Darling, and somebody else goes grass tracking. Who was that further back? I couldn't quite see the number.
Not sure. It was around kind of Palmer point of the grid, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it might have been. Barry Hanif locked up in rear tyres. In fact, 3 of them. So even though the grip's kind of there, they are finding that the actual ultimate braking point has maybe been brought back by a metre or so. So they're all locking up their tyres, but that's even happening for the leaders as well. But Wheatley has a significant advantage over the rest of this field at the moment, and he is pulling clear already, a second into the good over the top of Louis Darling. But Darling doing a great job to hold on to that second place. Oglesby best of the rest with Heighton, Hardcastle, Hind, Caven and Hanif all there as well as Speaks we saw. So the actual pack of cars still goes all the way back down to Jones.
There's Django Jones, number 8, who was 12th across the line, so it's still very busy towards the front of the field. Tim Hardcastle having a go at Harrison Cavers. Adam Keane around the outside of them. Speaks giving chase. There's Barry Hanif ahead of Cross, and Andrew Bailey, the red car with the blue roll cage. Ben Wheatley starting to pull away, as we've seen so often before this season. Looking for win number 6 already for the 2025 Caterham racing season. Django Jones under fire for Harry Hanif, Barry's brother. Nearly contact between the 2 of them there.
Our hands all crossed up there. It's really having to work the car all the way through. I think it's offline. It still is. I think that little spots of rain did cause a little bit of an offline issue. So Adam Keane wasn't able to find any grip, but he's now found the grip, hasn't he? He's gone underneath Henry Speaks and Tim Hardcastle, so he's making his way back through pretty quick spot. And there's more dust than from Hardcastle on the edge of the track. Hind comes through. Wheatley significantly in front now, 1.7 seconds. Darling not quite breaking away like he did before, so can Oglesby, his fellow Academy driver from last year, come through and try and put Adam Keane up the inside, and he's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? He is fighting his way back through this field.
He really is, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the podium at the end of this one. He locks up just a little there into Rocket's very easy to do there because you can't see where the apex is as you come over the top. Very, very tricky section of track, that one. Monty Hind heading up this group ahead of Cavers, Keane, there's Hardcastle behind them. Barry Hanif chased by Gary Cross. Over the top they come back down the other side of the hill, down towards Siemens Corner and up towards the hairpin once again. Still a long way to go for the Caterham 270R Championship, sponsored by Edge Parts. Harrison Cavers covers the inside line to try and hold back Adam Keane, who's up into, I think it's P6 now. Henry Speaks' progress seems to have been arrested midway through the top 10. It was Andy Palmer who ran wide early on there. He is on the tail of Giles Hansen, number 14, as the leaders head now to complete another lap. 3 laps completed, 2 seconds the lead for Benwick.
Yeah, and it's again a three-peat of that move into the lead, and looking like he's got this one under control like he has early in the season. A clean pair of efforts given to the field, but Oglesby is only half a second now behind Darling, so that battle for second place is closing up more than it did last time. Now can Oglesby keep hold of that? He's having to fight less with Heighton and Hind this time, and Cavers as well was fully involved in that battle. And then it's next up is Keane, so how far can he get up? He's into that top 7. There is our leader coming towards us. As you can see, Darling has now got Oglesby firmly in his rear view mirror. Heighton's not too far back. Then we've got a bit of a gap back to Hind and Cavers, but Keane is looking around the outside then of Cavers as they go up into Rocket this time. And we've seen this work plenty of times before, so he's got the inside line. Can he brake late enough? He's certainly going to go side by side, but they're not going to get that one sorted out until we get to the next lap, I don't think.
Harrison Cavers is a very tenacious young racer. We've seen him getting a couple of schmozzles earlier on in the weekend. That's our word of the weekend, I've decided that.
Definitely.
Further back in the order speaks, holding off Tim Hardcastle, and up behind them is Gary Cross, Andrew Bailey, Barry Hanif in there as well. There's Arif Hanif. The Hanif brothers, of course, involved in a collision at the end of yesterday's race, which brought out a stoppage. Monty Hind at the head of this group. He's running well up there in P5, which I think might be his one of his best performances of the year so far. Henry Speaks holding off Tim Hardcastle in the number 6. Henry Speaks never seems to have the luck he deserves, does he?
It's one of those things, isn't it? It's hard to judge where that luck exists, but he's dropping backwards a little bit off the back of Keane, and we saw him making forward progress earlier on, but it's not working out for him, and he's going to have to fight the hard-pushing Hardcastle in the sort of rear of this top 10 then. Adam Keane is making the progress of the drivers trying to recover their way through, and we saw Henry sort of making full, he was fully involved in that lead battle, so it's just a shame he can't tie that all together right now, but he will be trying. He's still got 12 minutes to make his way back up to that group in front and start making his way forward. It looks like Hanif's progress has stalled as well, so he's got to the rear of this pack, and that's where I think his speed is naturally sitting. 3 seconds is the lead now, still only half a second to second and third as we go side by side between Team Cavers and Hunt.
Yes, on the previous lap, Ben Wheatley pulled away by a full second over Louis Darling with a lap of 1:41.713. Pretty much exactly a second quicker than Darling in second place. Oglesby is now clear in third place to the tune of about half a second over Nick Heighton.
Adam Keane another place up.
Yes, Adam Keane just getting past Monty Hind. Harrison Cavers had already gone through, so Hind is now down to I think 7th place. This group trying to catch Oglesby and Heighton, who are a couple of seconds up the road ahead of them. There are the leaders. Wheatley in the clear, and now Paul Oglesby is closing down Louis Darling for second place, so the podium battle is starting to heat up. Harrison Cavers ahead of Adam Keane. There's Hind, Speaks, and the rest of them fighting for 5th position.
Yeah, that 5th place battle is where the battle's out, other than this second place. So Louis Darling has lost his little advantage that he's had for the last couple of races in that second place. Oglesby is firmly there, as is Heighton, and it won't take too long if they start fighting for Hind, Cavers and Keane and Speaks to get right back on them and bring this whole pack back together again for the second and third positions on this podium step. Darling is sort of upped it in that first corner that time, though. He's got a little bit more of that gap left back and open, but Oglesby has clearly got the pace and is looking to charge down that second place gap.
Through towards Church Corner they go then. Ben Wheatley pulling away all the time. He's pulled out another second on that last lap. He's 4.2 seconds up now. Dominance like this, very rare in Caterham racing. He is something special, Ben Wheatley.
Ben Simmons last year was obviously the dominant guy, and he would often do this scampering off into the distance thing, and it was when Wheatley came and joined us at Cadwell Park that they had an absolute ding-dong battle throughout the course of the race weekend. So yes, there's a little bit of time to be found for the rest of this field, isn't there, over, and Wheatley's showing them where that extra time is. It's just little bits here and there, but there is the second place battle is now a 3-car affair, and then the battle behind is fully involved.
And that's now headed by Adam Keane. He's just got ahead of Harrison Cavers up into P5, so now he's going to go after that top 4 out in front. I am certain of it. Adam Keane's going to pull away from young Harrison Cavers there. Then we've got Hines, Speaks and the rest of them over the top come the midfield battle. 21 cars started this race. They're all still running. Of course, Zach Lower was out for the weekend after his accident yesterday. The driver is fine though with the car with a bit of damage. There's Monty Hine, the 76, being pressured by Henry Speaks in car number 37. Out onto the straight, then it's Bailey, Barry Hanif and Gary Cross. Andy Bailey, I think, had a bit of a moment at the end of the race earlier on, lined up a bit further back than we expected.
Yeah, he drifted back as the mid-pack of that race. He just, again, we've seen it a couple of times with him, and it'll be something that he really wants to work on, because he's qualifying slightly better than he ends in the race, and it can be all sorts of reasons. Can't it be a bit of luck, as we see the car just driving over the bouncy curves on the outside of the final 10 there, and you can see Henry Speaks making full use of that curbing on the exit of turn 1 as well. So Adam Keane does look like he's slightly off up the road, doesn't he, like you called last time through. He's got a nice little comfort gap now over this chasing pack, and he looks like he's going to be able to make it through to that top 4.
Yeah, it's 0.7 of a second clear of Cavers. Now here he comes, the car with the white roll cage. He's going to try and chase down, first of all, this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're going up into Rocket. Paul Oglesby not quite close enough, I don't think, to have a look on the inside to take Louis Darling for 2nd place. Then comes the battle for 5th and 6th place as the leader, there he goes, going into Peel now as the second group are coming through Rockets. It's a bit like a cycle race, isn't it? You've got the leader out in front, then the next 3 in a breakaway, and then the peloton behind, headed up by Adam Keane.
Indeed, yeah, he's Pogacar out front there, pulling away into the lead up the hill, as many cyclists have seen this year in all the Grand Tours. But as we're heading out then, we got side-by-side action. This battle will bring Adam Keane more into it. Oglesby switches to the inside then, a little bit of a last move. He's did this move on someone else earlier on in this race weekend. It's worked for him to get him side-by-side with Darling, but Darling's in the opportune place, which is on the outside. As long as, in fact, Oglesby has got the momentum down the outside and is going to take over. In fact, Darling's going to maybe lose a couple of places in a couple of corners. That's the furthest down he's seen himself drop, but Adam Keane's not quite broken away from this chase group. He's brought them with him, so if he has got the pace to bring them across, they'll be scoping that, and if they know how to get back, they'll basically keep him out front. His car's quick enough, and they can, as long as they don't fight, they will get back to this battle for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the podium. I think it's too late for Wheatley. He's 7 seconds for the good at the moment already.
Yes, that little battle there for 2nd that we saw develop in the latter half of that previous lap has allowed him to pull away even further, because Oglesby's last lap was a 1:43, Darling's was a 1:44, Ben Wheatley's lapping in the 1:41, so looking fairly straightforward for Ben Wheatley at the moment as Darling fights back along the little straight here up towards the top of the course. He's through into 2nd place, and now Oglesby ready to fight back. He's got Heighton on his tail though, and there's Ben Wheatley just out for a Sunday afternoon drive.
Well, you say that, but he's only a couple of thousandths off his own lap record that he got last time out, so he is absolutely wringing the neck of that car, and without any tow to aid him to that speed as well, so it just shows how fast he is. And like you say, this battling cost them a couple of seconds any lap where they're going side by side or battling for position. Adam Keane's still drawing that pack closer, and they are still playing ball at the moment, not overtaking him. So let's have a look at that gap back to Keane. It's 2.5 seconds. Look to see whether that's going to reduce. Problem is their battling is restarting very shortly, and I think it might start to extend if that does happen.
Adam Keane moves across, takes the inside line, prevents any attack from Harrison Cavers. Through comes Monty Hine side by side with Hardcastle, who puts 2 wheels onto the grass there out of the hairpin. Louis Darling is back through into 2nd place. He's got back ahead of Paul Oglesby. Adam Keane still towing everybody else along behind him. The lead gap is 7.8 seconds now. Last lap was a 1:42 for Ben Wheatley, so his pace has eased off just a little bit that time round, with 6 minutes of this race still to go. Is it going to be 6 wins from 9 rounds this year for Ben Wheatley? Is it going to be a second hat-trick of the season? He won all 3 at the season opener at Snetterton. All about this second place battle though. Paul Oglesby's all over the back of Louis Darling trying to retake the place. They've dropped Nick Hyton slightly in 4th. But then what about the peloton further back as Oglesby squeezes up the inside? There's just enough room there to get past Louis Darling, only just. There were a few centimetres between the 2 cars there, and Darling back up the inside into Rocket, takes the place back again.
Yeah, really good on the brakes there, Louis Darling, up until absolutely no lock-up at all, and managed to get it all done and dusted, and looked like he had lost that position at that point, but he didn't. Oglesby's still got to fight back though as we go into Peel this time. Adam Keane, you can see here, still fighting across. And just a reminder that Oglesby and Darling are the academy drivers from last year who skipped out Roadsport entirely, so they are a whole year ahead of schedule, and they are putting in a good show right here at the front of the field. The rest of this 270R pack screaming over the Peel and down into the valley just before they wet their way back up to the hairpin. But it's Wheatley still out in front, and it is still Darling and Oglesby, the 2 academy drivers from last year, heading Hyton, who's just watching brief. Oglesby trying around the outside, and Adam Keane, is that gap coming down? No, it's actually gone out just a touch. It was 2.5 seconds last time, it's 2.6, so another 10th. But again, more battling between these drivers might mean that they are starting to slow each other, although the battles now start for this chase group as well. So it looks like Cavers now needs to try and make his move to see whether he's got the pace in that car.
Yeah, the chase group's almost split into 2 because we've got Tim Hardcastle heading up that second group. Barry Hanif, I can tell you, has been given a 5-second penalty. We don't know why. We assume it's for exceeding track limits one time too many, but it's not come up with a reason on the timing screen. As Adam Keane has dropped behind Harrison Cavers, so a change for 5th place there.
My penalty says track limits against it, so yeah, it's definitely.
Yes, it's come up now. We've got the reason. It is for exceeding track limits. Barry Hanif, who's in 11th position, has been given a 5-second penalty.
Here we go again though. So Oglesby down the inside. There was still just enough room there, but I think he's realised that if he wants to get past Darling, he needs to be on the inside of the left-hand tight hairpin at the top here at Rocket. It didn't work out last time for him to go around the outside. Adam Keane having to defend heavily, does stay around the outside in his onslaught and group. Still 2.6 seconds back to that chase group, so they're not making any, they're not losing out, but they're also not gaining anything on the cars in front. And then, like you say, it's splintered into a 2-horse race with now Henry Speaks heading up the chase group, with Hind just losing out in this middle phase of the race, isn't he, as Hanif comes under pressure from Hardcastle as they head down into Siemens.
3 minutes of this race to go, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this. Ben Wheatley now nearly 9 seconds to the good over this battle for second place. Darling in the black car, Oglesby in green. Now, is this battle closing in the 5th place? Well, I don't think it is, because Adam Keane's been kept busy battling with Harrison Cavers. Barry Hanif gets ahead of Tim Hardcastle, but of course be further back on track. Yes, the penalty has been applied during the race rather than retrospectively afterwards, so he's showing he's in 11th place on the timing tower. So the gap now 9.5 seconds now. Ben Wheatley is just driving away into the afternoon sunshine here as Louis Darling takes some curb there coming out of the first corner. That's Target, then into the banking, a couple of lengths in it for second and third places. Keane's back ahead of Cavers, and they're just over 2 seconds down on Nick Hyton in front.
See the run that Oglesby had out, that Louis Darling just lost the rear of the car very slightly as he tried to push on, taking the full wide sweep, but that gave Oglesby a bit of a run on him as he was delayed. But again, Darling keeps to that inside. Oglesby's got more of a head of steam. Can he chop across? He can. So he is going to be able to protect that inside, and does so there's nowhere for Louis Darling to turn. He has learnt that lesson from last time where Louis Darling was able to squeeze back up the inside, but that is going to be Oglesby's bend. Now Darling has to protect from Hyton just behind him. But yeah, great bit of learning there. Didn't give Louis Darling anywhere to go, and good for Louis Darling. He didn't outbrake himself. He got it all back under control and had to give that place back. But it's only 1 minute and 45 of this race to go. We're on that penultimate lap, aren't we? So next time through will be their last lap, and they'll have to figure that out. So has Oglesby timed that perfectly? It looks like he might have done, and Adam Keane is now about half a second closer to the group in front than he was last time through.
So we're in the closing stages now. Ben Wheatley will be coming around to start his final lap any moment now, as Oglesby at the inside into the hairpin. He's held that second place ahead of Louis Darling. Darling gets forced to go the long way round there, and Nick Hyton now trying to close them down. We can see that Adam Keane has closed a little in the background. I think he's going to catch these three, though he's going to run out of time. Oglesby moves to defend again into the bus stop. Henry Speaks up the inside on Harrison Cavers, goes through, so Henry Speaks finally coming good in the closing stage of this race. He's up into 6th place. 11 seconds is now the lead gap for Wheatley over the rest of the field. Keane's 1.7 seconds down on Nick Heighton, so I don't think he's going to catch this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But the podium place is still to be resolved here as they head out towards Church Corner. But Ben Wheatley, a perfect weekend for him.
Speaks has made up 7 places, so definitely the mover of this group, isn't he? He's made some great results up to 6th. He's just got to hold on to that now as we watch our relentless leader. 11 laps done, 11 seconds to the good, just over his own lap record, so he's not going to push that on, I don't think, unless he does it on this last one. But we've not seen too much of him over the course of this weekend, but he has been inch perfect, hasn't he, in that car of his. He's absolutely come to this championship from the graduates and really has put his authority on everyone as he's putting on the full championship charge this year as we watch the field flowing through. But what will happen in our battle for 2nd place? Who's going to get that? Oglesby and Darling looked like they were fully ensconced still. Here's our leader once more, and then Heighton was there watching, and Adam Keane, as you said, don't think is going to be able to make it. But let's congratulate Ben Wheatley on a perfect race weekend, 3 from 3.
It's going to be 6 wins for the season. He did the hat-trick at Snetterton at the season opener. He's coming in to secure a hat-trick here at Anglesey as well. But who is going to be 2nd, 3rd and 4th further back? The checkered flag goes out for Ben Wheatley. He takes the win. But who is going to be 2nd? Paul Oglesby on the inside. Louis Darling on the outside. Heighton is just behind them. They're going to finish line astern by the look of it. It's going to be Paul Oglesby who takes 2nd ahead of Darling. And Adam Keane wasn't far behind, only 3/4 of a second back behind Nick Heighton in 5th place, so he almost got there. Speaks in 6th, Cavers down to 7th, then Hind, Hardcastle and Cross round out the top 10. Barry Hanif with his penalty ended up in 13th place in the end. His brother Arif moves ahead of him into 11th, so he gets the family bragging rights in this one.
Just spectacular from our 270s. I would say a return to form after a difficult Thruxton for everybody, but Wheatley again showing a perfect race weekend, qualifying and all 3 race victories by quite a comfortable margin in each case. But Louis Darling has had a couple of seconds and a third, so his championship all together, and Oglesby fighting back to get that 2nd place today. So great set of results for a lot of our drivers out here, and saying that Speaks had a great start to the season, to the weekend with that 3rd place, and he's just drifted slightly, but recovering back to 6th place. Congratulations to all of our 270R drivers. Enjoyed watching you racing, and I'm looking forward to seeing them all again out at Croft on the 28th, 29th of June.
Ben Wheatley will win them by 11 3/4 seconds, an enormous winning margin over the battle between Paul Oglesby, Louis Darling and Nick Heighton. They were together all race long, separated by 3/4 of a second. A further 3/4 back was Adam Keane in 5th place, ahead of Henry Speaks, Harrison Cavers, Monty Hind, Tim Hardcastle and Gary Cross rounds out the top 10. Arif Hanif in 11th, Barry Hanif drops to 13th with that penalty behind Andy Bailey, and Django Jones rounding out the top 14. I'm pleased to report all 21 starters went the distance. So excellent stuff there. Ben Wheatley completes his 2nd hat-trick of the season, 6 wins out of 9 so far this year, and very much in pole position for the championship, even at this early stage, I would say, but a long way to go yet. Let's head down to Sam Parker in Park Ferme.
So it's 3 from 3 for Ben Wheatley. Absolutely fantastic. And with an 11-second lead. Incredible. I mean, he'd have known he'd have had a big lead, but I look forward to telling him that. And another fastest lap. So fantastic, perfect drive from Ben. And what a great battle. Paul and Louis. That was amazing. I thought Louis was going to get the 2nd place because he was in front most of that time. But Paul got past him on the last lap. So good work by all of these drivers. And nice and clean race. So yeah, great. Did hear a little bit of a spin here on the last lap, but I didn't see what or who it was. But hope they made it back across the line okay. But yeah, just waiting for these guys to get out the car. They've got, all their gloves and their helmets and undo their straps, wrist restraints. So quite a bit of kit to get off. So they takes a few minutes whilst we're waiting patiently to speak to them. and then they have to compose themselves, don't they? Ben, 11 second lead. That is incredible. Like you, perfect weekend for you.
Yeah, it's difficult to kind of say, it's been a perfect weekend, but I think that's, as nigh on as perfect as you can get. So
perfect from our point of view, I think, from an outsider looking in.
Yeah, no, and again, big thanks to CTS. They really have just built a rocket ship of a car. It's just so balanced, so easy, and it's just a breeze to drive, really, and it probably compliments me a bit too much, but amazing weekend. Did I get the fastest lap?
You did.
Perfect. Yeah, so that was kind of what I was going for, sort of pole, 3 fastest laps, 3 wins, so maximum points, so all good. Really pleased with the day.
Go home happy boy.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to have a pint, I think.
Well deserved. Enjoy that.
Thank you.
Right, let's speak to these two chaps here. We've got Paul and Louis together.
Yeah.
Oh, you two had a great battle, didn't you?
Good fun. Really good fun, yeah. That's the best race of the season, absolutely, for sure, yeah. Loved it. This man's really clean. Yeah, great racing with Louis.
Yeah. No, it was great to watch. I thought you might have had it, but then you positioned yourself quite well on the last lap, didn't you?
The final hairpin, you just overshot it a little bit, didn't you? Yeah.
I locked up as I was going in, but I didn't even realise it was the last lap, so I thought I'll go and have one more battle with Paul, but when we came on, I saw a check, I was like, damn it, but anyhow, we did it. Yeah, it was a clean race, though, wasn't it? Yeah.
Awesome, yeah. Really good race. Loved it.
Really good race.
Excellent. Good way to end the day, then.
Really good way.
Yeah, brilliant.
Home now. Yeah, long old drive home.
Yeah, everyone's got a long drive home now, yeah. Well, enjoy. Well done, guys. That was great. Right, so it's the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK cars up next, so for their final race of the day. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thank you, Sam. Well, cars already out on the grid then for the final race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. In position on the grid then, it is Harry Senior on pole alongside Matt Armstrong, Paul Donkin and Harry Cook on the second row. Craig Story, the first of the AM-class drivers, on row 3 alongside Jake Swan. Then it's Tom Eden and Greg Monks. Darren McCormack and Justin Armstrong round out the first 10. Row 6, Mark Kendall and James Hall, 35 and 98. Row 7, number 16, Steve Metcalf, 68, Chris Welch. And after a knock earlier on, number 8, Chris Fraser has to start on the back of the grid.
Yeah, we saw Chris Fraser having I think it was a drive shaft issue, causing him to get pulled up on the side of the road, and it caused the race to be 1 lap shorter. The checker flag put out a lap early, and that meant that it caused Matthew Armstrong. He just slipped into the second place, looking forward to overtaking back again over the top of Harry Senior, but Harry Senior was almost gifted that win, and he kind of said so in Parc Ferme. He said it's not the way you're going to win, but obviously he takes the points. And between the two of them, they are actually collecting a lot of points, aren't they? As we see that, Paul Donkin also getting that podium earlier, which he'll be pleased with, but I know he wants more, and will expect more of himself, and let's see how he gets on then. But Harry Cook, Craig Story still, one of the stories of the weekend. He's put it on pole position earlier on, taken an outright podium, but he's in that AM class, taking 2 wins then in that AM class. Jake Swan was right on his tail though, Tommy not too far behind. So great stuff, and this is the top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK. Then this is the title of British Caterham champion. They're running around in these 2-litre Duratec, 180 horsepower in a car that weighs a half a tonne. Slick tyres going up the hill, and sequential box, the SADF box, so just pulling for gears. There's no need for clutches when you're going up through the gears, and only using the clutch when you're going down through the gears. They head out and around, and the drivers, some of the best in the UK at what they do, been around Caterham action for so long, and really looking forward to this third 20-minute race for them before they also head off up to Croft on the 28th, 29th of June. It'd be great to see you up there, and we put on great action and racing wherever we go. If you can't make it, obviously we'll be here to cover all of it live on BARC TV.
We certainly will, yes. The home of motorsport in the northeast of England, up at Croft near Darlington in North Yorkshire. With the next round of the Caterham Motorsport Championships in just under a month's time. So it's Harry Senior leads them round the light blue car with the red roll cage. In the bright red and blue, it's Matt Armstrong. Paul Donkin in red and white. In the black car, it's Harry Cook, the reigning 310R champion. Craig Story in the Dayglow yellow and pink car. Jake Swan, a good effort earlier on for 6th place, the white car with the blue cage. Tom Eden in yellow and black. your leading colours on the grid for this one.
Single set of slick tyres for them each race weekend, so they will be now qualifying a Super Pole, and this is their third race, so they will be coming to the end of their racing life, but we do still use these tyres beyond into testing because they have really good longevity, but nevertheless they will be a little bit tired as we're coming towards then under green flag conditions, ready to go racing with the 720 I can't say the words, too excited.
Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK.
Here we go.
You were going to say 420s, weren't you? Because that's what they used to be called. They are. The Caterham 420 are these machines. Now in position and away they go. The red lights go out. Good start by Harry Senior in the light blue machine. The pole sitter will lead the way into turn 1. They're all away cleanly. Chris Fraser already making up places from the back of the grid in the turquoise car. The inside, Harry Cook, a bit of a lock-up there from Jake Swan as they go into the banking for the first time. Out in the lead it is Harry Senior from Matt Armstrong. Paul Donkin, I think, is just about holding third ahead of Harry Cook. Then Story, Swan and Tom Eden in 7th place up behind them. They swing their way through Church. Senior makes his way to the inside. Everybody trying to get into each other's toes to try and slipstream their way up the hill towards Rocket. Onto the brakes they go then. Bit of a lock-up there. That's a big lock-up from Craig Story on the outside. He might lose a place here to Jake Swan. No, he stays ahead of the 66 machine, but it is Harry Senior out in front. So the battle between Senior and Matt Armstrong is joined once again.
All been about all throughout the course of all the races we've seen this weekend. It's about not letting that gap develop in front of you, trying to keep hold as long as you can, and obviously any time you attack or have to defend, it is costing you time, and that's been the balancing act. And Donkin will be again worried the fact that he's got a little bit of a gap in front of him. He's under attack from behind, so again that causes him to slow down. It's Harry Cook around the outside of him in the British Fossils car. Jake Swan, like you say, doing a great performance to stay fully in contention at this stage. Chris Fraser made past a couple of drivers already as we watch the Metcalf and Welch having a battle around there, but it's Harry Senior under control of Craig Story, fully locked up. Is he going to get onto that grass? No, he doesn't, but he is going to lose another place to Jake Swan, I think, and he's certainly going to have a flat spot on that front right, so it's not going to help him. In fact, he does manage to sweep across the front of Jake Swan, but he'll have to manage that for the rest of this race.
Yes, good recovery there by Craig Story, who leads the AM class once again. He gets onto the overall podium. He has the risk of being moved up to Pro-Am. That's how it works, the promotion system effectively with the number of podiums or results that you've got. Harry Senior it is who leads the way then. He's briefly in a second over Matt Armstrong at the end of that opening lap. Everybody right there in a chain, one behind the other, plus this battle of two at the back. So Chris Welch and Steve Metcalf having their own private race at the tail of the field. Everybody else is stacked up behind the leaders here. Harry Senior and Matt Armstrong trying to pull away from the third place man. We'll check who that is in third place. They can. Yes, it's Harry Cook has got ahead of Paul Donkin into third.
Yeah, and it's Senior and Armstrong have shared the wins over the last couple of rounds, haven't they? So they are really going to have to work now as to who's going to start getting that little bit of dominance. They also get some points for Super Pole, so that's going to become more and more important as we go through the course of this season. Who can construct those minor gaps that you need with extra few points here and there that just allow you to put that championship together. Again, they can drop 3 of their scores, but it looks like Senior's trying to spring clear of Armstrong. We've not seen that this weekend. Armstrong actually disappeared off up the road, didn't he, in race 1, where Senior was a bit caught up behind, and it's up to Senior to see whether he can redress that balance. But those two seem to be the mid-season challengers for this championship.
Better run by Justin Armstrong this time. Armstrong Senior, he's up there in 8th position, just kicking up some dust there past Greg Monks in the number 5, trying to close on Tom Eden. Just in the order for them is Ross McCormack, and then we've got Darren McCormack, sorry, and then we've got Mark Kendall in 11th position. Here come your leaders, still Harry Senior out in front, a long way to go yet. Donkin attacking to try to retake that third position. The dust kicked up there, that was Jake Swan on the inside of the right-hander before the Rocket. First two starting to escape very slightly now though. Senior ahead of Matt Armstrong. Towards Peel they come once again.
I wonder whether Justin was nursing an issue with the car or some slight handling malady, because he was quite distinctive how off the pace he was compared to where he would normally be, and he is starting to make his way back through, so maybe they've actually uncovered an issue and are getting that back under control. But it is our lead two now quite comfortably ahead of Cook and Donkin. That's been the kind of case with Craig Story playing with them as well in his AM class. He's just ahead of Jake Swan, so he can't relax. Jake Swan is looking to see whether he can take that win away from him in the AM class. And Donkin having a little look out down the inside of Cook, but there was really nothing doing. I think it was more just to get himself a bit annoying in the rear view mirrors. There's Chris Fraser, hopefully all back up and running. He's certainly got the new drive shaft in there and looking good. Seeing whether he can do anything about Kendall in front of him.
It's for P11 and 12 at the moment. This is the battle of P3 with still Harry Cook holding on ahead of Paul Donkin. Big Swan could be thinking about a move here on Craig Story for 5th place, and more importantly for those two, the lead of the AM category. That's Armstrong back up with Harry Senior. The lead gap was just under 4/10 of a second, 32.125, fastest lap of the race recorded last time round by Matt Armstrong.
Fastest lap worth a point, so again really important for the championship, and as it's going to be so close, every single one of those points is going to count.
Yes, I believe a couple of years ago one of the Caterham Championships was decided on the fastest lap point.
It's happened a couple of times in the last couple of years actually that absolutely came down to the fastest lap changing hands on the very last lap, and I can't get any closer than that, can you, in a championship? Spectacular stuff.
Down the hill they come into Siemens corner. Cormac and Kendall battling out two black and yellow cars. As around the outside, Matt Armstrong, he's finally got the lead away from Harry Senior, who's been coming for about the last 3 laps. Found his place to do it, and Armstrong finally moves ahead. The battle is joined between these two once again. Senior trying to go straight back through underneath Armstrong at the left-hander at the bus stop, but he can't do so.
Armstrong will... Chris Fraser spinning again, down at the hairpin, the final hairpin, so... Yeah, not good weekend for Chris Fraser, and actually maybe having a steering arm issue there, or just dirt on the tyres. Hard to tell what that was, but it didn't look natural movement in that car. Matt Armstrong, you can bet, is going to... is that Chris Welch as well?
It is Chris Welch out, so has he had a collision with Fraser maybe?
I don't think he was that... I think they were off the back, so I don't know if that's just a completely separate incident. He's quite pulled off onto the inside of the track there, so I think they might allow that. They've got a waved yellow at the moment, but I wonder whether they will let that race continue after they've all had a chance to see that car. But Donkin still having that fight with Cook, not able to compete with these front two drivers, disappearing off, taking those points. Armstrong is going to be so sensitive to any look and feel like there might be a safety car, so he's definitely not going to give up any places at this point to Harry Senior, who said he was wise to that last time out and decided that was he needed to make a move at that point, did it, and it gave him the victory in the end, didn't it? But Swan behind Craig Story, that's the battle for the AM Championship.
Yes, Craig Story has hung on in front of that little group so far all the way in this race. Swan and Eden second and third in the AM category ahead of Justin Armstrong. There's one Pro-Am driver in among that group. It's number 5, Greg Monks. So having a look at the inside, that's Armstrong on the back of Tom Eden. That's for 7th overall. Leaders head down to the bus stop once again. Still Matt Armstrong, number 19.
2 by 2.
Who has the lead.
Yeah, two for the front, 2 for the for the 3rd place on the podium as well, and then the rest of the field all sort of together. Justin Armstrong still trying to make, he's ahead of Greg Monks, isn't he? So he's still trying to make that progress back into that championship battle, because he's fighting for that amateur championship, and he will have lost points in the last couple of races. Oh, Matt Armstrong absolutely to the edge of the track. Just seeing whether that yellow flag's been withdrawn from that marshal's post. I can't see. Oh no, it's still being waved at the moment. So until they've got Chris Welch to a position of safety, I think they'll wave the yellow flag. It's not going to impact any of the racing, I don't think, because it's out to the exit of Church, and then it'll be a green flag before they get up into the next overtaking opportunity up at Rocket here.
Side by side, Jake Swan at the inside, trying to take the lead of the AM class and 5th overall. Has he got the move done there, heading out of Rocket? Yes, he has. Good move by Jake Swan in the 66 car. The man from Rochester in the southeast of England has taken Craig Story. There's Tom Eden, 64, 3rd in the AM division ahead of Justin Armstrong. Behind them is Greg Monks. Down the hill they come. This is the feature battle at the moment. This is for P5. There are the leaders. Still Harry Senior, not giving Matt Armstrong any peace at all out in front.
No, they've absolutely stuck together again. There's a high amount of tactics as Justin Armstrong dives down the inside there of Eden. So Eden having to capitulate, let him go through. That's another place made up for Armstrong. He's up into that third place in that amateur championship. Eden seeing whether he can fight back and has got his car down the inside. Then Justin sleeping a little bit there. That's a bit unfair, and actually I think he did manage to outbrake and does maintain that position. So good defence there by Justin Armstrong. I thought he'd let that one go, but it's still Eden fighting all over the rear of his panel, trying to get through but not managing it. So that position has now stuck, and Justin Armstrong seeing whether he can do anything about Story just in front of him, and then he can see Swan not too far away. So that amateur win is a couple of places up the road. 0.29 between our lead two, and another 0.35 between our chase pair as well. So it is this 2x2 racing at the moment, followed by the battle for the amateur championship. So lots to look at as we head into the second half of this 727. I can't do it. Still can't do it, Dave. 7 Championship UK race.
Have you been at the Dutch Barn Vodka?
I wish.
I jest, of course. No drinking and driving on the way home today, of course, as the battle for third is intensifying as well. Harry Cook chasing down Paul Donkin. We cap our eyes on the main midfield battle over 5th position. Swan ahead of Story. There's Justin Armstrong trying to close in on them. Then it's Tom Eden. And Monks hanging on to the back of this group as well in the number 5, Greg Monks. There are the 2 leaders. It is still Matt Armstrong. Took the lead a couple of laps in. Harry Senior all over his rear panel. Donkin holding on to that 3rd place. So things have quietened down just a little at the moment.
It is a bit stalematy, isn't it? As in everyone's happy with where they are. They don't think that they can do any more. It doesn't look like Cook feels he's got any speed over the top of Donkin to actually get them back to those front 2 who have scampered away once more. Justin Armstrong late on the corner there, really late on the brakes. Tom Eden seeing whether he can do anything about it. But I think he's just about to have it. It's so hard to get past it without a big mistake in this section of the track. You're just at the mercy of what the driver in front's doing. So Cook happy to let Donkin draw them back, and in fact Donkin I think is quick around this Anglesey circuit. He's just not managed to be able to show everything that he's got in his machinery. Harry Senior also losing out a little bit to Matt Armstrong, who is darting around trying to see whether he can do anything about shaking the toe. It's the best opportunity he's got. That yellow flag has been withdrawn, so they're fully back to green flag racing around the whole entirety of the circuit. Eden's still looking to see whether he can do anything about getting back at Justin Armstrong, who's late enough on the brakes and is able to take his normal line through Rocket that time. So that's 3.3 seconds lead group to second group on track, and I think it's extending rather than shrinking.
Just over 8 minutes of this race to go then, and Craig Story certainly pulled away from just Armstrong. Still can't shake off the attentions of Eaton and Greg Monks, the Amsterdam-based driver in the number 5. Chris Welch, early retirement. We saw him parked up on the infield on the inside of Church earlier on. We didn't see what happened to him, unfortunately. Chris Fraser's still going. He's caught Steve Metcalf now and might well make a move in the next lap or so. We watch Tom Eden chasing the 23 of Armstrong. Armstrong Jr. leads the way though ahead of Senior, with Paul Donkin in that 3rd place.
Gap extending though a little bit more, another kind of 5/10. I think it's a bit slower on that lap, so the gap going out to 2.9, nearly 3 seconds now. So yeah, keep an eye out. That doesn't look like Duncan's going to be able to get back. Oh, Craig Story fully locked up there. You can see these tyres are starting to get towards the end of their racing life, and he's absolutely at the edge of the track. He is pushing as hard as you can push one of these 100 horsepower race thoroughbred machines through the hairpin there and out into through Church and up straight. But he can see that win with Swan going up the road, can't he? And that's what he's trying to chase down. Eden and Armstrong continue their battle there, inches apart, as they head up here to the fastest part of this circuit. I think they'll be up to about 130 miles an hour as they head up into Rocket.
So did Tom Eden get the move done on Justin Armstrong? No, he did not. Armstrong was already ahead. See, Craig Story has now dropped back a little into their clutches. This next group on track, Greg Monks in behind. That's for P7, 8 and 9. Mark Kendall, 8 seconds further behind them, is in 10th position. Chris Fraser has now got past Stephen Metcalf, so another place gain on his recovery. He is in P13 after his problems earlier on. Still your leader is Matt Armstrong. Last lap it was 0.85 of a second.
The gap is growing slightly at the front, isn't it? You know, he was a couple of tenths up, but now he's actually got 8 tenths, which is obviously not that far away from becoming a second, which doesn't take too long to go out. And he felt like in the last race he was, he had the duff position, and that's quite right. He did lose it on a tactical decision late in the race, or basically Harry really lucking into that, and I know that they both agree on that, but it's 0.8 of a second now, so can he do anything about breaking that toe? 3 seconds back to Donkin, so another 10th further out. You can see that he is trying to shake that toe away from Harry Senior. Donkin is now in that full middle ground, and actually Jake Swan is catching up with Cook, but one of the wheel arches you can see there in the background of one car, but I don't think it's going to cause him too much problem. Oh my goodness me, that was close with Eden shopping across the front of Armstrong there, but he did get the move done, fully locked up, but that was close.
Managed to defend it there through the second half of the Rockets complex as well. A gutsy move there by Tom Eden. Just ahead of them is Craig Story. You can see him sliding about a bit there. He's definitely losing grip. His tyres are going off. He's still there in 6th place, though. He's lost the lead of the AM class to Jake Swan. Now he'll be being reeled in. Let's have a look. Armstrong and Eden was their last lap time. It's about the same as Craig Story, so they're not closing on him at the moment. As there is Jake Swan, the 66, closing on Harry Cook. That's a very strong run by Swan. Yeah, really good. He missed the season opener at Snetterton.
So if he does want to do this full season, I'm not sure whether he is doing a full championship. Charles Eden locked up again down the inside. Justin Armstrong going to try the momentum around the outside, but we've not really seen that work. Having to take a bit of dust and gravel. Eden is on the inside then of this fast first corner, which is sort of just a dab of the brakes to get the car turned in. Armstrong doesn't have the momentum around the outside, but he's got the momentum exactly where he doesn't want. Tom Eden is positioning his car exactly where Justin Armstrong doesn't want it to be, so he's doing an alright job at the moment of protecting that. And last time we saw them almost come to blows at the top of the hill, where Eden's car sort of swept across the front of Armstrong's and he had to lock up in avoidance. But the battle goes on. Cook having to defend now from then Jake Swan, who's having a look down the inside, does jink his car to the right. He is up the inside. Is he going to be able to carry the momentum? No, Harry Cook's going to hold on. That's going to give Donkin more of a breathing room as we watch Craig Story in the middle ground in that second place in class, ahead of that Eden and Justin Armstrong battle, which is currently led by Justin Armstrong. So he has got by as they went up into Rocket that time.
Yes, that's the favoured passing place, certainly for the Dutchman Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship cars this weekend. Greg Monk's giving chase to Tom Eden now, looking to make up a spot possibly into 8th position this time through. This group headed by McCormack and Kendall. Hall, Fraser and Carf still running. The gap is 0.7 of a second. Here they come through to complete their 11th lap, just under 3 minutes to go. Matt Armstrong still ahead of Harry Senior.
Less now than that gap, though. It's already come all the way down, hasn't it? Yeah, 0.3 now.
339 now. So Harry Senior is not finished yet, getting his second wind, if you like.
Timing it, you might say, again.
Indeed, yes. He'll be waiting to make that finishing move again. We saw it work for him earlier on. With a bit of luck, though, because the race was halted 1 lap early. The checker flag coming out a lap early because of Chris Fraser's stranded car. You can see how the gap has come down.
Come right down. You can see the Snowdonia National Park in the background as well, as we've got blue skies here after a quick downpour over lunchtime. The whole character of this circuit's changed again. You can see the blue sky that we're indulging in right now. The wind is still as strong as ever, though, as we watch Matthew Armstrong seeing what he can do. Can he do anything to protect himself from Harry Senior? He's certainly going to try and keep us in front for as long as he can, not to get distracted by the scenery around this lead battle. It's our championship contenders as well. Donkin now looks like he's got that 3rd place sewn up, because Cook's going to have to deal with Jake Swan. They're not fighting for actual positions, but all the points count as we go down into the hairpin. They are going to be starting their last lap next time through, though, and you can see that Matt was struggling to get that car to the apex that time. Harry Senior, maybe he's protected his tyres just a little bit better by being in that 2nd place, not having to work them harder, as he's got the draft to keep him in the mix. He's got a couple more miles of this circuit, the Anglesey International, and then to see what he can do. Where's he going to try and make his move? Because he's sure going to try somewhere.
Over the line they go to start what will be their final lap this time. Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior still nose to tail. Where is Senior going to attack? That is the question here. He will attack, it's just a question of not if, but when and where. Sizing up Matt Armstrong there for the lead. Just remembering back to Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago at the touring cars, and what Matt Armstrong and what Harry Senior did though around the outside of Henry Heaton runs the line in that final race.
Indeed, but he is not going to be able to do it, I don't think, up until Rocket, although he's got a head of steam. Matt Armstrong protects to the inside, did do what exactly need to do. He's going to have to do it in the final few corners, and the couple times Matt Armstrong has just shown a clean pair of heels to him in this lap alone. So he will be really struggling to keep up, but he will try his best, no doubt. And as we go up into the hairpin, I think that's where he'll make his move. Donkin is safe in that. Cook looks like he's happy there. In fact, Swan maybe just quite happy to just sit behind and wait for the battle for the finish line, because Craig Story doesn't look like he's going to catch up. A great weekend though for him in that amateur class car, and he will be taking all that momentum forward, no doubt. Matt Armstrong though protecting up into he looks like he's got a comfort gap. We've got one more opportunity then into the final corner. Can Senior do anything about Armstrong's lead?
We shall see as they come down to the last corner this time. It's all on Harry Senior, with Matt Armstrong weaving around to try and break the toe. Which way is Harry Senior going to try and attack? I don't think he's going to be close enough actually. It is going to be a win for the number 19 of Matt Armstrong. The man from Leicestershire out of the final corner takes the flag ahead of Harry Senior, wins by 0.35 in the second. Paul Donkin back on the podium in third. Harry Cook just holds off Jake Swan, who wins the amateur class in fifth overall. Craig Story, and in top super pole yesterday, is sixth, and still this battle going on further back. Justin Armstrong seventh ahead of Tom Eden, and Monks in ninth place. Battle for 10th is going to go all the way to the line, and Kendall nicks it from McCormack on the final lap. Just waiting for James Hall, Chris Fraser and Steve Metcalf to come in. There's Hall in 12th place. 13th will go to Chris Fraser. The final finisher should be Steve Metcalf, number 16.
Brilliant racing again from the 420R machinery running in the Seven Championship UK Championship, and it's been great to see them and develop. And the battle out front though is really coming down to Armstrong Senior. Donkin's got to do some work second half of the season if he wants to put it back.
Provisional result then, Matt Armstrong beats Harry Senior, this time by 0.35 per second. Those two really starting to tear up this championship between them. Paul Donkin back on the podium in third, just over 3 seconds down, with Harry Cook fourth. Jake Swan takes the amateur win this time ahead of Story and Justin Armstrong. Tom Eden next, then Monks, Kendall, who took McCormack the 10th on the final lap. James Hall 12th, Chris Fraser 13th, Steve Metcalf 14th. They were the only finishers. We lost Chris Welch on lap 4. 2 more races to go then here at the Anglesey circuit. Next up it's the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, our final Caterham race of the weekend. It's followed by the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship finale for the weekend. We'll shortly be able to head down to Sam, who's in Park Fermate, to hear from the drivers in the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK.
Wow, what a great final race. And it was obviously these two boys again, Harry, who's not quite here yet, and Matt Armstrong. Harry is coming through, he's just at the back there, so he'll make his way round. A great win in the AM class for Jake Swan, and Justin got third, which is great. So yeah, great racing from these guys as always. So look at all the rubber collection. Look, it builds up coming off. You can see how hot these tyres get. I'll just let Matt go, and he just wants to go and congratulate his team. Just over there. He was happy with that. He was gutted he missed out in the last race because obviously of the early checkered flag that came out, but well-deserved win for Matt Armstrong. I'll speak to Paul Donkin first because he is out of the car, and if he doesn't mind, he's sorry to interrupt. Another podium, that's good. I know you probably wanted to be a bit further up behind Harry and Matt.
Usual story, quick in testing, slow on the weekends, but is what it is, another trophy.
Yeah.
Get my little lad on the podium again, all is well. So again, thanks for the team, they put a lot of work into the car this weekend. So it's not what we wanted, but could always be worse.
Absolutely, still, podium position's always good, isn't it?
Exactly, so we go to Croft next, home circuit, then on to Zandvoort, some good rounds coming up. We'll see what happens, but it's tough at the front as ever.
Yeah, always will, but especially in this championship. Mind you, all the championships are, but this is, the top one, so yeah, it's very tough.
It is. I mean, year on year, last year was hard, but I'd say this year's even harder. Them guys are flying, especially Matt, so it's going to be hard to beat them, but we'll just keep the pressure on them the best we can.
Yeah, exactly. You'll get there. Thank you. Well done, Paul. Right, where have they wandered off to now? Matt's down here. Let's go down here. Matt's talking to his dad and congratulating his dad. Matt, you can't get away from it. But you won. It's brilliant. Well deserved, and you protected on that last lap super well.
Yeah, I knew he was doing what he did in the second race, but this time the race was 20 minutes, so I could plan a little bit better. So all went to plan, and the car was really good. So happy to win.
Happy to win. Well deserved win. Well done. And obviously your dad's on the podium as well.
Just can't stop getting on the podium, so well done to him as well. He's had a difficult weekend, so glad he ended on the podium as well.
Yeah, brilliant. That was good. Nice way to end. I'll just have a quick word with Jake. Jake, podium, well done.
Yeah, no,
that's absolutely brilliant.
From where we qualified 13th, we'll get that for the end of the weekend. We can't complain. It was busy and fraught. It was hard work, but we got there eventually.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
No, well, first place in AM class, excellent.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it. On to the next one.
Hey, you're not with us at Croft?
No, we are back with you at Silverstone, end of the year. So yeah.
We've got a long gap now.
Yeah, got to let you want me.
Thank you, Jake.
Right,
see you later. Right, where did Harry Senior go? Let's have a little scan. Oh, he's right behind you, Paul. He's talking to Ian and Matt. Let's go round. May I interrupt, Ian? Is that okay? Can I interrupt?
I've got the scrutineer.
I know. I'll just interrupt him. Brilliant race again, as always, between you and Matt. It's so good to watch, and it was. And I was saying to Matt, he did protect quite well on that last lap, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a nice little move, slowed up a little bit before turn 3, and kind of compromised the run. It's hard to judge what he was doing. It's all part of the game. Nothing wrong with that. Had a scruffy kind of mid part of that race, a few mistakes, so he built a little bit of a gap. Didn't particularly want to be that far back from him. Caught him at the end, but yeah, like I say, he had a nice little move planned out, I think, for the whole race. So it's good to see that. After the last race, I think he deserved one. But yeah, we'll on to the next. I never want to come back here again. I really don't like it here. So.
You must be the only person that doesn't like it here. Everyone I've spoken to absolutely loves it.
It's too windy.
Oh, well.
It's too unpredictable. You can't set the car up. You basically have to figure something out that you can live with and then just drive around everything. I hate it. I like it. I like everything being under control. And it's hard to chase perfection around here. So Croft next, love it there. Alton, brilliant. Sandvort, great. Silverstone, great. Can't wait for the rest of the season. Move past this one. Can't wait to go home.
Considering that you don't like it that much, you've done exceptionally well this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. Pretty good.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to Croft already. Right, there you go. The cars haven't gone out onto the grid yet, so I imagine they are maybe collecting. I'm just scanning all the cars here to see who are missing. But maybe I'll just have a quick word with Chris Fraser and see what happened. As the cars haven't gone out onto the grid, if the signal will allow me to. I wonder if it will. I wonder if I'll call Chris over, actually. Stay there. Chris, can we have a word? Sorry, our signal doesn't stretch over there. Well, I just wanted to know what happened. Obviously, I'll take it there's a issue with the car. We didn't see on camera what happened.
No, I just got taken out by someone.
That's what we didn't see.
Yeah, so someone just literally threw it up the inside of the hairpin and just smacked me and took me around. Oh. So after breaking the drive shaft in the last race, I want to go home now. This is boring and not fun. Not fun when you spend all this time come and prepare, and then you have two things completely out of control.
Yeah.
So starting from the back's never fun anyway, really, in this, particularly with the staggered grid and how quick everyone is. It's just so hard to get anywhere near the lead group, and I was sort of making good progress, and then, Darren hit me for the third time this weekend, and this time spun me around. So, disappointing.
Yeah, it's not a great way to end the weekend, is it? But you enjoyed Anglesey Circuit to drive?
No, not really.
Oh gosh, you're the second person. So you and Harry Senior are the only two people that I know don't like the circuit.
Oh, it's all right, but when you have a weekend like this, it's pretty hard to fall in love with the place.
It puts a downer on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the weather's been pretty awful.
Wow.
So it's finally started sunning now, sun shining now, but Look, there's some interesting parts. I struggled with setup all weekend, hence, where I was, so I just wasn't doing well. I qualified all right in 6th, but then, ended up way back there. So that's not a good weekend.
On to Croft next.
Yeah, my home circuit.
Your home, exactly.
Yeah, very close. I sleep in my own bed there, so...
That's always nicer, isn't it?
Hopefully we can go a little bit better there.
Yeah, brilliant.
All right, cheers, Sam.
Thank you. Well done, Chris. See you later. Right. The 310s are now going out on circuit, so I'll hand over Chris and Dave.
Yes, the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, our final Caterham race of the weekend, heading out onto the grid. We did catch up with a few of the drivers a little earlier.
So I've got Charlie Lower now. Charlie, this is your final race of the day and you are starting in a great position, and obviously unlike the other two, but you made your way through the pack in that last race incredibly well. It was good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy. The win was definitely on the cards, but I'll take a second place at this time of the championship. Just extremely happy. I love this track. It really suits me. It's a proper driver's track and I do really enjoy it. Yeah. Same as you. You said.
Oh yeah, I love it as well. And it is like it's proper driver's track. Perfect for Caterhams. It's got elements of everything, really, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Lots of undulations and off-cambered corners. You really have to be on your toes the whole time. It's almost like you have to drive at 9 temps and be consistent, and you'll ultimately be fast. It's a consistency game around here, not about top speeds.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look forward to watching this one, and good luck.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlie. So I'm now with Ryan Wilby. Ryan's just strapping himself in. It's quite, it's a process to getting this right, and you don't want to get it wrong. Because you've got all your straps, you've got your lap straps, your arm restraints. They all go into the buckles, so it keeps you nice and tight in there. And then you tighten those up in a moment, and then it's helmet time. Right, but yeah, how's it going out there? You're looking quick, and the circuit's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I love driving the circuit. And the races have been good so far. Just hoping I can stay with the front pack this time.
Yeah.
But I'm glad the sun's back out and it's sunny Wales.
That's it. Yeah. This reverse grid's good, isn't it? It gives you an opportunity.
I'd say it's good today because it's put me in P2. But it sort of depends. I can sort of love it, hate it sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best. I'll let you get ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks very much to Sam, and let's have a look at the grid then for the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship. It's a partially reversed grid. The draw was made earlier on, and the top 6 in the result of race 2 have been reversed. So it's Harvey Lawrence and Ryan Wilby who will be on the front row. Harvey Lawrence finished 6th, so he moves to pole. Phil Bianchi and Taylor O'Flanagan on row 2, and Charlie Lower and Lars Alexander Hoffman on row 3. 4th row will be Paul Goldstein and Gareth Lucas, occupying the places they finished in race 2, releasing the top 10 James Empson and Ben Lopez Appleton. Row 6, 96 Peter Mott and 49 Stephen Lancaster. On row 7, Alex Vincent, number 17, and 67 Richard Coop, and 38 Jeff Price, who failed to finish the race earlier today, starts from the back. There are 15 cars out there then for another 20 minutes of racing, and this is going to be another very interesting one indeed. I think a few people will be pinning their hopes on Phil Bianchi here, Chris, getting his first win.
You've got to, starting from that pole position earlier on, just being shuffled backwards slightly. We see Charlie Lower coming through, didn't we, last time, to sort of put his car back in that battle where we'd normally expect him to be, but he will be starting, he would normally consider it kind of a lowly 6th, but actually, or 5th, but actually compared to where he's been starting so far this weekend, he'll be enjoying that. But Harvey Lawrence on pole position, then what a position to be in. Take your first pole position with Ryan Wilby alongside. So yeah, we'll see how long those guys can keep out in front. I have a sneaking suspicion though that Lower, Hoffman and the normal crew will be back in front relatively quickly, looking to see how quickly they can get their points. But Taylor Flanagan leads that little trio of cars who are normally at the front in his yellow car. So let's just see how long Harvey Lawrence and Ryan Wilby can hold on for. 20 minutes, the third of their 3 races this weekend. We've had some fantastic action from them already, and I'm looking forward to this final Caterham action of this Anglesey race weekend.
Harvey Lawrence, the AM Championship leader, on pole, the light blue and yellow car, alongside the Dayglow red and grey of Ryan Wilby. Second row, Philip Bianchi in white and red, alongside him Taylor O'Flanagan in yellow, Charlie Lower in Dayglow yellow and blue, and the red and white Motul liveried car, Lars Hoffman on row 3. The 5-second board has already gone out, so red lights go out, and away we go down towards target for the first time. They're all away cleanly, Into the left-hander, it's going to be Taylor O'Flanagan who comes through into a lead. Super start from the second row of the grid for O'Flanagan. He's already clear, and it's Ryan Wilby in second place. Now, where is the other championship contender, Lars Hoffman? He's boxed in on the inside there in sixth position, but O'Flanagan was off like a rocket there. And look at the lead he's got already over Ryan Wilby. It's Bianchi battling it out with Lawrence for third position. Philip Bianchi's already come through into P3. Lawrence down to fourth from his pole position. Now Bianchi through into second place because out on the wide line is Wilby. And he'll have the inside line, though, for the left-hander, and that's Hoffman coming through into P3. Yes, it is, behind Bianchi, so much for the reverse grid. The status quo is already restored at the front.
Yeah, Charlie Lower just hasn't had quite managed the run of it, but it's not going to take him a couple more corners before he's back up there. Bianchi is still in that second place, though, so of those people in the reverse grid, he's the one that's benefited most, and he's had pace in that car all throughout the course of this race weekend as the rest of them thread themselves down the hill and through the left-hander before coming back up towards us to the hairpin. But Taylor Flanagan knew he wanted to make hay while the sun was shining, and he's done that. But Hoffman is down the inside then of Bianchi. Not going to make it happen this time through, but Charlie Lowe is next up. Ryan Wilby, Harvey Lawrence, and then the rest of this 310R grid. Fourth step of the Caterham ladder. 150 horsepower under them, a fully kind of race-focused machine. It's still underlying it. The Academy stuck hard that they all started with, but it's kind of changed beyond all recognition. There is Harvey Lawrence holding over the top of Paul Goldstein. Emerson just behind him, who had some issues late on in the race earlier today, which meant that he's struggling, as is Ben Lopez Appleton. Just not had the weekend Ben Lopez Appleton that we sometimes expect to see from him. But Bianchi locking up his fronts there, had to get out of it. The car stepped out of line, did well to control that. But Taylor Flanagan still protecting that lead. If this group, they know that if they start battling, they're going to let him get away, and they're wise enough to hold station up until the point that they think they're not going to get him back. But at this stage, Bianchi's had the pace in that car, and I think they'll be thinking, yep, let him go up the hill. I say that, and Hoffman's obviously going to go up the inside. But this is the best place to overtake without losing too much time, as long as you sort it out by the time you get to the second half of the corner, and it does look like that is going to be what has happened. So 1 second over the lead group at the moment, so let's see whether that comes down at the end of this lap.
Looking for win number 5, I think it is, of the season. Taylor O'Flanagan, he and Lars Hoffman have divided the wins up between them so far this year. We win number 5 if Hoffman can take the win as well. The championship situation is going to look interesting at the end of this weekend, whatever happens, with Bianchi now down to third behind Lars Hoffman, and Charlie Lower trying to go with them. It's been a frustrating weekend for the Lower family. We saw Zach Lower, Charlie's brother, get some damage yesterday in his 270R. Ryan Wilby heads the second group here ahead of Harvey Lawrence. Then we've got Paul Goldstein, number 50. Oh, and contact there, and wallop. Who was that? I think that's Gareth Lucas,
yeah, it is Gareth Lucas.
Number 10. That's broken his front suspension, and that will be a retirement for the number 10. He didn't see who he clipped the back of, but that will have damaged the right front suspension.
He's testing to see whether it's all right. At the moment, I think he's unsure whether it's okay, but I think it's going to carry on. We see that quite a lot. Bit of tyre over tyre action, and the cars do tend to cope with it quite well, as long as it doesn't snap a mounting joint. But he'll be feeling that one out, but it's going to cost him his race anyway, so it's not what he wants. But it's quite a shock when that happens for us in the commentary box, as well as the drivers out there. But Ryan Wilby still heads over the top of Lawrence, over the top of Emerson, then Goldstein. That's sort of spreading out now, but the battle at the front, that gap has gone out to 1.27 seconds this time through. So O'Flanagan still keeping the as pinned as he can to see whether he can do anything about keeping that gap. Emerson now having a battle with Harvey Lawrence up into Rocket this time. And again, Lower still not able to make any further movement over the top of Bianchi, and it was Hoffman behind O'Flanagan last time through. But let's see what it is. Replay of Gareth Lucas' jam. I think they just missed a gear on their way out, and that caused him to sort of launch himself over the rear wheel, gather his thoughts together. Again, it would have been a bit of a shock to him, and see whether he's okay. And I think he's going to be up and running again.
Yeah, I think it was the number 17 car possibly that he hit the back of there.
It was Peter Mott, maybe.
Peter Mott, yes, number 96, my apologies, it was, who he clipped the back of. Saw him get involved in a couple of scrapes earlier in the weekend as well, as the leaders head up towards the hairpin once again. James Empson's having a strong race. He's got past Paul Goldstein, the man who's trying to race, I think, in every Caterham series in the UK over the last couple of years, and has won in most of them as well. But he's stuck in the midfield this weekend, still looking for his first 310R success. James Empson A strong run here up onto the back of Harvey Lawrence. The lead is still with O'Flanagan. Bianchi's back through into second. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.845. Lap of the race under 1 minute 40 seconds. Impressive from the Maltese driver. There's Lawrence ahead of Emson. That's the Kermit the Frog liveried number 20 car. He's just ahead of Goldstein in turn. Then Ben Lopez Appleton, car number 5, and Alex Vincent, number 17, rounding out the first 10. The lead gap is 0.85 of a second. There goes O'Flanagan, with Bianchi. He's going to chase him down if he can shake off the attentions of Lars Hoffmann, who goes to the inside again in the Motul car on the run up into Rocket. Bianchi tries to work to hold him off, and he has just about this time.
Yeah, they've got to work together though if they want to get that gap down quick smart. It doesn't look like it's coming down, so it's probably okay at this stage. But Charlie Lower struggling to keep up just at this phase. I'm sure he will be able to, but the reason everything's sort of paused is because O'Flanagan is absolutely pinned to the floor. He's no leaving anything out, and it is just taking a lot of these cars to keep up, so everything gets strung out in those situations. So where these battles aren't really developing is because of the speed of the O'Flanagan car out front, and you can see that gap is just enough to really keep him interested in absolutely getting everything nailed on and nailed right, to not having to think tactically, just thinking about every single braking part. You know, hit your brakes, hit the apexes and hit the exits, and that's all that's going through his mind at the moment as we watch Steve Lancaster coming round. But it's interesting to see the gap this time through. Has he extended it or has it shrunk just a little bit more? Hoffmann obviously happy at the moment, or in fact he was trying to look to go by and maybe get some help. Bianchi again faster that time through, so I think we'll see that gap lower than it was before. In fact, it's almost identical, so it's not coming down too much. But Bianchi has got that pace back in the car, and he will be looking to see whether he can close that over the top of O'Flanagan.
The first four broken away slightly from Ryan Wilby, and still there is Wilby trying to give chase out of the banking, the orange and grey car. Harvey Lawrence still leading the AM class ahead of Alex Vincent. Further back, third of the AMs is Peter Mott. So Harvey Lawrence, I don't think he's going to be an AM for very much longer, given these results. We'll see him on the podium overall soon, I am sure. There's Ben Lopez Appleton, been with Caterham for several years now, the number 5, chasing down Paul Goldstein. James Epson having another go at Lawrence there as they go into the top of the circuit. Here are the leaders. The first four still breaking away. O'Flanagan, Bianchi, Hoffmann and Charlie Lower. New colours for Charlie Lower this weekend. I didn't recognise him in practice yesterday. Normally has a sort of grey liveried car with red trim, but now in the Dayglow yellow and blue livery. I won't say paint jobs, it's not paint anymore, they're all wrapped these days, aren't they?
You can see the colourful nature of this grid. Most of those cars, wrapping nowadays as the most economical and also the best way of being able to change your car should you want to. The change character and look and feel. It's a commentator's nightmare when the drivers do that, isn't it? We get very used to the colour schemes and picking them out, and when they change it can really throw you. But here is Ryan Wilby heading Harvey Lawrence, who's having to defend heavily from Emson, who's still trying to look like he can make some forward progress but not managing it. Goldstein seems pretty stuck where he is in that 7th place as well, as we watch the number 17 of Vincent and Lancaster going about it in this second Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car. It's Charlie Lewis. You can see the neither blue now included in that colour scheme on his car, with the Dayglow yellow going alongside it. But he's got it's all kind of, like I say, still spreading itself out in this lead group, and that's just from the sheer relentless pace of O'Flanagan, pulling them all forward, not letting them get away with anything, and still that gap is persistent. As soon as Bianchi gets back to him, Hoffmann then will quite quickly close up, as will Lower, because they will start slowing each other down, starting to second guess each other. You can see that at the top of the hill that gap does look like it's shrunk a bit more. Ryan will be chasing heavily as fast as he can, but really he is the next person who's defending from a group of cars behind him.
Yeah, the gap's opened up between 4th and 5th to 3.5 seconds, so it's just between these four at the front of the field, covered by 2.2 seconds. I wonder what colour I'd have at Caterham if I was racing in one of the championships. Well, purple's my favourite colour, so I'd probably go for that.
Go for the Ben Timmins purple.
Yes, the purple and yellow. I did like that livery.
Heading down the hill and up then into the hairpin. That gap is still persisting, but I think by the time we get down over the line this time, we are going to see that reduce. But it is very much a 2x2 there. Hoffmann and Lower looking like they're kind of off the back of that. I'm predicting that it will close itself back up, but there's no guarantees if Bianchi and Hoffmann do work together, and Hoffmann's got a lot less to lose with Bianchi than he has with Hoffman. O'Flanagan's got less to lose because Hoffman's his championship leader right now, and he's a couple of points back. And remember, when we get to the end of the season, all these points become so important.
Just less than 10 minutes to go then, so we're past half distance, and Philip Bianchi is certainly reducing the gap here at the moment on Taylor O'Flanagan. The man from Willington leads the way, the man from the island of Malta in the south of Europe, chasing hard. No racing circuit in Malta, of course. The biggest form of motorsport there is drag racing. They are trying to get around to the European Drag Racing Championship on the island of Malta. I know Duncan Mikalev is doing a lot of work there, but never mind that, because look at the way Lower is going here. Charlie Lower takes Lars Hoffman up the inside on the run in towards Rocket. He's up into P3. Now, are we going to see him go after the two leaders? Because there is a bit of a split between the two pairings that was developing here. But now, Lower up to third and trying to chase down Phil Bianchi.
I suspect there were some hand signals between Hoffman and Charlie Lower there, saying we've got to work together to make sure we get back on this. Charlie Lower feeling like he had the pace in his car to drag Hoffman back to this lead group. So I imagine they are communicating via the form of hand signals to do that as we watch this chase group still stuck together. We'll see whether that does come down and whether they continue to cooperate, but Charlie Lower just defending a little bit on the inside, but not heavily. So I think they have both agreed that they need to work together to close this gap as quickly as they can, because if the two in front of them start coordinating between themselves, they will start pulling ahead. Bianchi's still not quite made it back that gap though. It's still absolutely resisting the kind of complete nose to tail nature of Caterham racing as it normally is, but he is trying his hardest, and I think again I am still predicting it's going to happen. I thought it would happen a couple of laps back, but it's actually taken a long time for them to get O'Flanagan back under control.
Harvey Lawrence under pressure from James Empson there. That's for P6, just behind Brian Wilby. Hoffman and Lower, are they working together to try and catch our two leaders? Just under 8 minutes of this race still to go, so a lot could change in the closing laps. They go out towards Church Corner. The gap between Bianchi and Lower was just over a second last time through. Bianchi has got O'Flanagan in his sights, so he's going to have a look at the inside as they come out of Church up towards Rocket. They're side by side. Bianchi takes the lead into the right-hander. It is a bit tighter than it looks. It's quite deceptive, that right-hander on the hillside there. But into the lead goes Philip Bianchi. He's desperate for his first win in 310R. Came so close on Saturday, and Taylor O'Flanagan just pipped him at the post by about a tenth of a second. Is he going to try and put one over the former champion in the number 11?
Do you know what, though? Taylor O'Flanagan absolutely let that move happen without actually fighting it at all. He knows that that gap behind him is going to be tricky for Hoffman to get across. So yeah, he's still looking to see whether he can do that. But as they head down over the hill, then here is that lead duo. And if they are working together, then this is exactly like I said, it's going to be tricky for this chase pack to come together and decide who is going to come across that gap. But it is still this group here. So Ryan Wilby's lost a place then, hasn't he, to
yes,
Harvey Lawrence.
To fifth. Yep. That's happened at Rocket, I think. Harvey Lawrence going through to P5, the AM class leader, but they've dropped over 5 seconds, nearly 6 seconds back on this quartet. So our podium places are going to come from these four. I think the Carbon Creative car of Taylor O'Flanagan giving chase to Philip Bianchi now, and Hoffman is back ahead of Lower as well, so there's been a change for third place while the lead change was going on, and now Hoffman is starting to get away from Charlie Lower to try and close in on our top two and renew his rivalry with Lars Alexander Hoffman, with Taylor O'Flanagan. Lars Alexander Hoffman.
Yeah, if you get the win, you get an extra point gap over the top. So again, are they going to work together? It does look like it. Bianchi just letting that one happen, just letting him slide through, using the extra momentum that the draft gives you on the Taylor O'Flanagan car to pull them both hopefully clear. There was no overtaking that chase group, so hopefully Hoffman has got the speed. But because there's a couple of extra points difference out front, he's got 4 points as the turnaround over the top of Hoffman. So it's really important to him to maintain this win, and he does want it. He doesn't just want that single point gap, although he will take it. So it's 5 minutes or 5.5 minutes of this race to go then. The last 5.5 minutes of Caterham action here from Anglesey, which has served up so much action as we watch Taylor O'Flanagan then leading Bianchi up here. That gap is substantial and growing very slightly, so it's a 2.3 now, and it was a second a couple of laps back, so it is growing very, very slightly, and they'll be keeping an eye on their pit boards, no doubt, to see whether that continues to be the case.
Just over 5 minutes to go then. Here they come down the straight. Ryan Wilby's got back ahead of Harvey Lawrence into P5. They've got Empson, Lopez, Appleton and Goldstein up behind them. Paul Goldstein, a quiet race for him, back in 9th place here. Second pack in this race, heading down into the bus stop. Still James Empson not able to make a move on the 2 cars ahead of him as they head past the pits. Taylor O'Flanagan has got the lead back again then. It's Hoffman back up into 3rd place. So O'Flanagan retook the lead on the back straight, if you like, last time out, coming out of Church. Let's see if Bianchi's going to move back ahead this time. It's working though, they are moving further clear of the 3rd place battle. Really 1.6 seconds ahead now.
1.3.
Yes, Hoffman and Lower. Bianchi goes to the inside again. Yep, their plan is working. And then suddenly, of course, on the last lap, they'll drop all that and start fighting each other again.
Maybe not even the last lap. It'll depend who's ahead of who and whether they want to continue that battle. But actually, that was a little bit more of an awkward overtake, and I think that gap's come down this time through. You can see Charlie Lower's back ahead of Hoffman. They're using the same tactics now that's being used against them to try and close that gap. Harvey Lawrence is now still leading over the top of Ryan Wilby, so he's protected that lead for a lap now, as then this final few cars in this grid through around that Rocket and up into Peel. But yeah, they are trying to protect in that second group. Empson's losing ground a little bit in this middle pack, isn't he? But it's almost spreading itself back out again. Bianchi really needs to hook on, otherwise he's going to give the toe to the cars behind, and he's going to have to deal with them rather than clinging on in there with O'Flanagan. But this has been a relentless. The drivers at the end of this race are going to think of be saying how tiring this one's been, because they've been absolutely flat out for its full 20-minute length.
So Lawrence back up into 5th now, ahead of Brian Wilby, then Empson, Lopez, Appleton, Goldstein. The leaders crossing lights. O'Flanagan with the lead this time around by 0.6 of a second. They're just over a second clear of Lower, and side by side there between Wilby and Empson. Empson was on the outside line heading into the bus stop. Lower staying ahead of Lars Hoffman. Flanagan and Bianchi still working together to go clear for now, as we said earlier. Is Bianchi going to wait and perhaps surprise Taylor O'Flanagan, just as Taylor surprised him yesterday to snatch the win in race 1?
Just looking at those gaps, I know what Bianchi's thinking. He's got the pace in that car, but every time that Taylor O'Flanagan gets those little gaps, he is just not missing any of his braking markers. He really, and that the toe is only just enough to keep him in the mix there. He is back with him, but again, that gap is not down to 0 like we expect to see. It's not easy for him to catch up and cling on in there. And Hoffman and Lower they just never got into contention. I think this will be the penultimate lap. I think they will be starting their last lap as they come through. You can see the gaps there on your screen. The gap between Taylor Flanagan and Philip Bianchi has been growing and shrinking over the course, but growing on the last lap.
We'll wait to see if the last lap signal does go out this time. I think it will.
Close.
Be touch and go as they come off that final corner. Lars Hoffman trying another attack on Charlie Lower for that 3rd place. Now they will start to attack each other. That last lap board is going to be the signal for them to go all out. It's going to be every man for himself, and
they'll know it's close as well. They'll know it's closer, but it does look like they're going to get down to 39, which has been the lap times that they've been doing. So yeah, it looks like this will be coming onto the last lap. Then is there anything Charlie Lower can do? Is Harvey Lawrence going to be able to keep in front of Ryan Wilby and Empson as he comes into this? But one more lap then of the Anglesey International Circuit for the 310Rs. Final Caterham action for today here at Anglesey. Looking forward to seeing it, but Owen Flanagan looks like he's in the seats right now.
Yes, last lap board is out, so we're into the last lap of the weekend for the Caterhams in this Vertex 310R Championship race. Harvey Lawrence running wide there, coming off at target up into the banking. He's holding that 5th place. He's going to win the amateur class by a very clear margin. Next in amateur is Peter Moss. He's down in 10th place, some 7.8 seconds behind this group. So now these two are going all out. It's O'Flanagan against Bianchi. You see Bianchi now dodging around on the back of the race leader. Hoffman's up into 3rd place. He's must have got that down the straight there up towards Rockets. Still your leader is Taylor O'Flanagan. Is he going to make it 2 for the weekend, or is Philip Bianchi going to snatch a first ever 310R victory? Round Peel for the last time. 30 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be into the last corner, isn't it?
Drop down to the left at Siemens. This is going to be very interesting to see what Philip Bianchi tries here. They're into the straights any moment now. Here they come up towards the hairpin for the last time. Lower's going to try and attack Hoffman for 3rd place. So you can see Hoffman moving to cover there. Lower's going to go for the inside. He's locked it up. He just avoids the back of Lars Hoffman, and he has clipped him on the way out. That was very close there. I thought he was going to take out both of them there. So what is Bianchi going to try here? He goes to the outside. O'Flanagan's covering the inside line. He's never going to throw it all the way around the outside. No, that's not going to work for Bianchi. And it's going to be a second win of the weekend for Taylor O'Flanagan. Well done to all the drivers involved there. Hoffman hangs on for third. It's win number 5 of the season. Taylor O'Flanagan. And this lot are still at it further back. Lawrence and Wilby side by side. And I think it is going to be Harvey Lawrence who tops this battle for P5 ahead of Wilby, then Emson, Lopez Appleton and Goldstein. Brilliant.
Yeah, well done to Harvey Lawrence as well. Great weekend for him here. Real coming of age at the international circuit here, as the rest of the field coming on over. Just waiting for Coop Lucas to come over, and we obviously lost Price a bit earlier. But
Jeff Price, I don't think started. No, he was a non-starter.
So before I get to sign off and say how great the racing has been, but I just want to say a final thank you to all the marshals, all the personnel, BARC and Caterham Motorsport for everything they do 24/7, and all the race TV coverage that we get, and we get to enjoy and share the racing that we love out there with everybody. And Davey and the Sam, it's been a pleasure as ever. But I enjoyed that 310R race, and I can't wait to do it all again when we go to Croft on the 28th and 29th of June.
Thank you very much indeed to Chris Hutchinson for joining us this weekend on our Caterham race. I think he's got quite a long journey home, so we're going to let Chris head off for now from North Wales back down to the south coast. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan who takes the win in our final Caterham race of the weekend by 0.46 of a second from Philip Bianchi, still looking for that first 310R win. Lars Hoffman in third ahead of Charlie Lowe. A great fight between those two. Harvey Lawrence, the AM-class winner, in a superb 5th overall, holding off the combined efforts of Ryan Wilby, James Emson, Ben Lopez Appleton and Paul Goldstein. Further back, Peter Mott in 10th ahead of Alex Vincent, Stephen Lancaster, Richard Coop and Gareth Lucas. They were the only starters. We lost Jeff Price earlier in the weekend. And that does wrap up the Caterham action this weekend. We have got one more race to come, the CNC Heads Sports and Saloons, but shortly we'll head down to Sam in Park Ferme. We'll hopefully shortly hand down to Sam in Park Ferme. Don't forget, we have got one more race to come. Final race of the weekend for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We'll have the grid for that for you. In the meantime, enjoying the beautiful views of Snowdonia National Park from here at Anglesey. It's maybe a blustery weekend, but the rain, apart from a short spell at lunchtime today, has held off. Few better locations to go motor racing in the UK. There's one of our marshals posts. A big thanks again to the Orange family and everybody else here this weekend, the medical staff, the recovery crews, all the officials from the BARC and everybody else who's made this meeting possible. Big thanks to Chris Hutchinson, just departing the commentary box. We'll see him back out at Croft at the end of June. Next action on BARC TV will be the Caterhams at Crofts. That's June the 28th and 29th, the home of motorsport in the northeast of England. And we go to Thruxton for British truck racing, first weekend in July, the 5th and 6th. And the Caterhams go to Zandvoort in the Netherlands at the end of July, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. Well, having one or two problems, I think, down in Parc Ferme, so we'll try and hear from Ian and Sam at the end of the next race, because our final race of the weekend is about to line up. We have cars coming up to the grid for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon cars. We've lost a couple of other cars from the earlier race. I'll quickly take you through the grid. It's based on the results of race 2 earlier on. Simon Alloway and Bod Buckby, the Lotus and the Caterham on the front row of the grid. Ben Roberts in the low-cost 7 will this time start at the sharp end of the grid with his brother Chris alongside in the BMW M4. Row 3, Gary Wardle's Audi, Carl Bennett's BMW. Ryan Nelson in the Ginetta and Ash Hicklin's Bentley on row 4. Completing the top 10, Philip White's BMW, Paul Rotheroe in the Citroën Zara VTS. Row 6, Rob Phillips in his Honda Civic and reigning champion Steve Kerr's Fiesta. Then Aled Dark's Darien, Jason Hennifer's Fiesta on row 7. Row 8, Louis Dobson Fiesta, Duncan Auckland in the Grand National Coupe. Row 9, we have Rob Wakelin's Honda Civic and Helen Allen in the Fiesta Z-Tech, the first of the Class F cars. Behind them, Julian Wood BMW Compact, Errol Taylor in the Toyota Yaris. Completing the grid, we'll have number 18, John Maddock Jones BMW, and David Jones in the Focus RS. Will round out the grid. 22 cars this one. We've lost a couple of other cars since race 2 this morning. Conor Modrow's Westfield will not be out in this one. Also Matthew Jones, you saw him with some damage to his Ford Focus, so he'll be a non-starter. And Simon Gravely has also withdrawn the VW Golf. So we should see 22 cars on the grid. So race 3 then for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. After this, the championship goes to Alton Park on the 6th of July for its next round. And then in August, they're at Donington Park for an away round. End of August, they're back at Anglesey, and then the finale in October at the Alton Park circuit in Cheshire, the home circuit for this championship. 14 races in total. Started off this series as a special GT championship. Has grown over the last 40 years into what we see today with everything we see today on this grid. We've got silhouette specials, more highly modified cars, the modified saloon cars as well. So silhouette specials and modified saloons are basically the split between the classes, and then you've got the engine size splits up to 1600cc, up to 2500cc, and then everything else in the top class. But Simon Alloway on pole, the Lotus Esprit V8. Been a supporter of this championship for many, many years now. Simon second in the Class A points behind Gary Wardle, last season's championship. Stephen Parker, who won the title overall, of course, in his Fiesta. He won the Class D championship. Already mentioned the late, great Tony Sugden in this championship. Won many races in his Skoda Cosworth special saloon car. There's Ben Roberts. He could be the one to watch here, the low-cost 7 RR. Seen him come through twice on the back grid for a win and a podium this weekend. And there's the Citroen Zara, the silver car there of Paul Rotherow. An absolute giant slayer, that car can be sometimes. Taking on the much faster sporting machinery. The yellow and orange car of Simon Alloway, the V8 engine Esprit on pole. Bod Buckby in the green Caterham alongside him. In the blue car with the green stripe, Ben Roberts. On the second row, the low-cost brother Chris alongside him in the BMW M4, the white car. Row 3 is Gary Wardle, the red and black Audi, and Carl Bennett's blue BMW. Then Ryan Nelson, the metallic green Ginetta, is on row 4, glinting in the sunshine alongside the black and day-glow yellow liveried Bentley GT of Ash Hicklin. Watch for that off the line down the outside. The 5-second board is held aloft. Fine sight, this grid of many different machines makes. The red lights are on for our final race of the weekend here at Anglesey. We are underway, and the grunt of that 5-litre V8 launches the Lotus Esprit off the line. Wheel spin from Ben Roberts behind him in the low cost. Who's leading as they come up towards the banking? It is the Lotus that leads, the two more nimble handling machines, the lightweight machines behind him, and Ben Roberts trying for the outside as they make their way out towards Church Corner for the first time. A slightly depleted grid after a few problems for a few cars earlier in the weekend. We lost a couple, of course, in the opening race yesterday with a shunt on the start line, then a tangle between the two leaders. It's Simon Alloway looking to lead all the way once again. Ryan Nelson there, the Ginetta, staying ahead of Gary Wardle in the Audi A3. Ben Roberts up into second place, Bod Buckby's third, Chris Roberts in fourth, then it's Carl Bennett, Nelson in sixth, but away goes Simon Alloway. Just imagine back when we had full grids of these special GT cars back in the late 70s, early 80s. And the Donington GT Championship as well, the likes of Mick Hill, Philip Barak, Tony Sugden as well, of course. Oh, big lock up there on the hairpin from our race leader, nearly went straight on. On the inside, here comes Gary Wardle in the Audi A3. Ryan Nelson, thought you hadn't spotted him there for a second. Manages to hold him off as the leader comes into the bus stop for the first time. Ben Roberts in second. Bod Buckby in the Caterham 7 is third. Then the BMWs, then Ginetta and Audi side by side. Behind them is Paul Rotherow. The Bentley pulls out of the slipstream there to try and make up a place further back on Phil White's BMW. There's the Citroen Zara. First famous Zara, of course, was Kenny Hansen in Rallycross, who won a multitude of European titles in his Citroen Zara. He's got the Audi ahead of the Ginetta. Here comes Rotherow at the inside on the banking. Nelson locks up a little in the Ginetta. Side by side, and side by side they're rubbing door handles there down the back straight into Church. A couple of cars didn't take the start of this one. I don't think we got Rob Phillips' Civic out there. We may not. I thought I saw a car slowing at the start, which I think may have been Alan Dark's Darien. And we haven't got John Maddock Jones' BMW, which should have been at the back of the grid either. So we're down to 19 cars. Here's a replay of the starts. I saw a bit of there was a bit of contact there. Yes, there's the Darien. That's what happened to the Darien. Alid Dart got forced onto the grass. Contact with one of the BMWs. They lost Alid Dark's Darien right at the beginning. I thought I saw him going very slowly at the back of the field. The Welshman out of it. This is the battle for 6th position. Gary Wardle's got the Audi back ahead of Ryan Nelson. Ash Hicklin's in there as well. Phil White's BMW. Behind him, Jason Hennifer. He's put his Fiesta back together. Had a crash at the opening round of the season at Poulton Park. The lead is up to 5.5 seconds now for Alloway ahead of Buckby. Paul Rotherow chasing the Bentley now. Ash Hicklin, who's got ahead there on the final corner. Bentley now closing down Ryan Nelson in the Ginetta. Opening round of the year at Alton part. The Class A win went to Simon Alloway. Class B, it was Ben Roberts and Derry Davies. We saw Derry yesterday with his Darien, picked up some damage. They won the class, but they had the class win. It was Bod Buckley who leads Class B coming into this round. No entries so far in Class C this season. Class D, it was a double win for Chris Roberts in the BMW Z4. Class E, it was won by Paul Rotherow on both occasions. Class F, Helen Allen and Jonathan Lee took the win. Jonathan Lee was racing yesterday with the BMW Mini. Rob Wakelin struggling a bit with the Honda Civic, and he's currently behind the little Yaris of Errol Taylor. Has a look at the back of the Yaris. An unlikely race car, isn't it? The little Toyota. I know the more modern Yaris are used in World Rally Championship and so on, but this little city car, you wouldn't think of it as a race car, and Rob Wakelin does get back ahead of him there in the Civic Coupe. Helen Allen's not far behind them either. This is a good fight for the lead of Class F for the smaller saloon cars. And Rob Wakelin just doesn't seem to have the grunt that he had earlier in the weekend. He's already had one car hit problems this season, his Peugeot 205, which ran in Class B at the opening round. Down they go towards the left-hander at Siemens. And the Yaris back up the inside. He's going to have a look there, possibly into the hairpin. Look at this. Errol Taylor, newcomer this season, I think, in the Yaris. The man from Whitchurch has a look on the inside of Rob Wakelin, but the bewinged Civic holds him off. Well, the leader's already gone into the distance. You can just see the yellow streak in the background of the Lotus. Leads Bob Buckley by 6.5 seconds now. This is the battle of the third. The Roberts brothers, third and fourth. If Chris Roberts wins Class D here, I think he'll still be in a joint lead of the championship with Paul Rotherow at the end of this weekend. Simon Alloway, of course, didn't finish yesterday's race, so he'll drop back. So it's going to be, I think, Chris Roberts and Paul Rotherow, the joint championship leaders, because it's the way the British Saloon Car Championship was in the 80s, all classes added together to produce the overall champion. Through the final corner, 13.5 minutes to go, near enough. The factory Roberts racing cars, the Roberts brothers, they've had a couple of other machines in this meeting. They run Carl Bennett's BMW as well, who's running fifth behind them, and also Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini, which sadly broke down yesterday. There goes the race leader up into Rocket, going like a rocket, isn't it? Simon Alloway's Lotus this weekend was caught up in the start line shunt in yesterday's race, and sadly accounted for Rick Wood's Volvo lookalike, S60 lookalike Silhouette Special, and also Ronnie Patterson's Caterham, which would have been a contender for overall podium for Scotland. In yesterday's race, Bod Buckley was battling with Derry Davies for the lead. They collided here at Rockets and were out of the race. Derry Davies damaging his front suspension as the big Bentley continues to fight it out with Ryan Nelson's Ginetta. That's the better handling car, the Ginetta. The Bentley, just too big and bulky a car, I think, for a circuit like Anglesey. Bentley's dropped back a bit there, actually. Behind there is Paul Rotherow's Zara. Now, he's still leading Class E. We know what's happening in Class F, because you've seen Rob Wakelin battling with Errol Taylor. Simon Alloway and Bod Buckley are leading Classes A and B. Chris Roberts is leading Class D in fourth place with the BMW, and there's no entries in Class C for the second round in a row because John Edwards Park withdrew with his Fiesta XR2. This is for 7th place overall, for 3rd in Class A, these two. 2nd in Class A is Gary Wardle's Audi up ahead of them. Here comes the big Bentley, inside at Target. But his Target manages to hold him off. Ryan Nelson from Sheffield. Particularly running. We lost Alan Dark, of course, in that start line collision in the Welsh-built Darien. Bentley back up the inside again. He seems to be the stronger car under braking. And again, Ryan Nelson able to get away through the twisty bits. Leaders are lapping the smaller cars, and you can see the gap to second place has come down to less than 1.5 seconds now. Ben Roberts chasing Bod Buckby. There's Chris Roberts in fourth, getting past the Toyota Yaris. Well, we've seen unusual cars win races in the past. We in a handicap race, it was at Castle Combe a few years ago, we had a Honda Jazz take the win. A very special Honda Jazz, prepared by Syncro Motorsports, I might add, far from the little city car that Honda produced, the rival to the Yaris. Bod Buckby, the Caterham, 13.5 seconds down now on Simon Arloway, so the Lotus is going to take its fourth win of the season from 5 races if it holds out for the remaining 10 minutes. Through the back straight we go then to 7 type cars, one to Caterham, that's the winged low cost. Similar to the Westfield that Damien Longatano's had so much success with at Pembrey in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars. Huge wing on the back of that low cost, looks more like a Pikes Peak hill climb car, doesn't it? There's our Class F leader for the less powerful cars. Rob Wakelin in the Honda. Like he was having trouble earlier on, but seems to have recovered now. The Yaris in second place, and still third in class is Helen Allen, based near Wolverhampton in the West Midlands. There she is, the blue and white Fiesta. Carl Bennett has lapped the Class F battle in his BMW. He's in 5th position. The A3, second in Class A. Helen Allen, seen her husband Brian out racing with her for a while. Racing for many, many years in the Fiesta now. Still a bit of smoke from the Civic there, a bit of a lock-up from the Yaris as well. So he's got the novice cross on the back, Errol Taylor. Slapping the Saloons. He's pulled clear a little from the Bentley of Ash Hicklin. Ash was very successful with a radical sports racer in years gone by. I remember seeing him in action at the Boxing Day meeting at Mallory Park a few years ago in the open sports car all-comers races. And he lapped the entire field in one of those in his radical. A very quick driver is Ash. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Bod Buckby, 1:35.401 last time round. That's about a second quicker than Simon Alloway, but I think the Lotus may have done enough. It's 12.5 seconds clear. Ben Roberts, 3.5 seconds back on Buckby in 3rd place. They're the 2 Class B battlers. As the big Bentley makes its way through. Plus we've seen Bentley in British GT in the last few years very successfully. Ash will be present at the Bentley Drivers Club meeting at Silverstone. I attended that a few years ago. Great affair that is. Featuring Bentleys of all ages, including the huge Turbo R by the Worthington family. There goes our leader, Simon Alloway. Simon run away in this one. He has run away at the front of this one, although the gap is starting to come down now. Coming up to lap Louis Dobson, Paul Dobson. He's raced a Mazda RX-7 very successfully in this championship. Was champion a couple of times. Runs a bus company in Cheshire. That is RX-7 painted as Lightning McQueen for a few years, I remember. Alloway leads. You can see the gaps coming down at about a second a lap, and there's less than 6 minutes to go now. So Bob Buckley, I don't think is going to catch him. So strong in a straight line. This 5.5 litre V8 engine Lotus Esprit. There is Duncan Auckland in the Grand National Coupe. Here's the battle for third between the Roberts brothers. It's our leading Esprit. It's an LS6 V8 on board that car. Raced in the Donington GC series back in the 80s, and Simon has owned it since 1995. Been racing with this championship. Previously ran with the Rover V8 engine. Somebody's slowing. That's Julian Wood in the BMW Compact. Is he just slowing to let the back markers through there? No, I think it's not a problem, Julian. The low cost and the BMW still battle it out for third place. A bit of sibling rivalry. Coming to lap Duncan Auckland, another veteran of this championship in various cars. Julian Wood coming to a halt at Rocket. He doesn't want to stop there. He risks the car rolling back down the hill. Might have a safety car here. There's just under 4 minutes of the race to go. Now, is he going to be able to lift the car? Yes, he's going to get it off the circuit. Well done, Julian. The BMW Compact, the ex-Stephen Parker car. Talking of Stephen Parker, we've not seen much of him this weekend. He's currently third in Class D, number 1, in 12th overall. I think Julian Wood has managed to get the car safely off track there. Away he goes. Simon Alloway. 11 seconds clear. Paul Rotherow has got the Citroën Zara ahead of the Bentley. Again, mentioning how unpredictable this championship is. Where else can you see a Citroën Zara overtake a Bentley? He's coming back at him into the final corner there. Ash Hinkley on the back of Paul Rotherow. Paul, based in Lichfield in Staffordshire, runs Aldridge Motor Bodies. He has for many years. He's raced this car for many years with this championship. In 8th place here. He's leading Class E, so he's going to be unbeaten in his class so far this year, and I think we'll be jointly leading the championship with Chris Roberts in his BMW. Swings it through Church Corner. Such a look sight, isn't it, a Zara out there? There's the Bentley dropping back. I think Ash Hinkley might be in a bit of strife with the Bentley. He's got Phil White closing up on him with the BMW. He's going to go through. Yeah, that Bentley is in trouble, unfortunately. He had problems in qualifying yesterday, missed the first race. We've got 2 minutes of the race still to go. So Simon Alloway is heading for victory, even closing at a second of that. Bob Buckley, here he is. He's not going to catch him in the Caterham. Through the banking he goes. He's going to win his class, though, Class B, and keep his championship challenge alive. Another 9 races, to go this year. The closing stage is now our final race of the weekend, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon. You can see just on the right of your picture by the Marshalls post there, Julian Wood has stopped the BMW. There's Helen Allen, still now second in Class F. She's got ahead of the Toyota Yaris. There it is, Errol Taylor. But Rob Wakelin is now 5 seconds ahead in the Civic. 7 seconds now, the gap between Holloway and Buckby. They'll be into their last lap now, lapping Rob Wakelin's Honda. On the last lap now, there is our leader. Former Donington GT Lotus, contemporary of Tony Sugden, Jeff Farmer. But Jeff went on to race all Formula 1 cars in the Boss Formula Series for a time, big open single seat. Phil Barak, who's still racing in Clubman's cars until recently. So we mentioned Tony Sugden earlier on, and he and Simon Alloway became mainstays of this championship from the 90s onwards, when it was known as the Ace Vehicle Deliveries Sports and Saloons. Now sponsored for many years by Rick Wood's business CNC Cylinder Heads. Simon has won the championship a couple of times in his Lotus. Comes down into Siemens Corner for the last time. Last lap of the weekend here at Motorsport in North Wales. Up to the hairpin. Actually pulled away a couple of seconds from Bod Buckley on that last lap. He can afford to almost coast in now. For his second win of the weekend, it was a short-lived first race. He got caught up in a melee at the start. No problem. He come on behind in race 2 and in race 3. The Lotus Esprit V8 of Simon Alloway to take his second win of the weekend, his 4th of the season. Defending champion Stephen Parker comes over behind him. He's a lap down. It's going to be Bod Buckby's Caterham in second place. Gap in the end of just over 15 seconds. Third will be Ben Roberts. There he is now. He's pulled away from his brother's BMW as well, so has the BMW gone into limp mode again? I hope not. 95 Ben Roberts, winner of race 1 yesterday, the race of attrition. He takes third, one from the back of the grid yesterday, 2 podiums in the other 2 races, so a profitable points weekend for him. Oh, and Carl Bennett's lost it on the final corner with his BMW. Chris Roberts has finished in 4th place, and he wins Class D, so that will keep up his unbeaten run in Class D in the championship. He and Paul Rotherow, I think, are going to be the points leaders to this round. Carl Bennett rejoins with a bit of contact there on the final corner, I think. He comes home second in Class D, in 6th overall behind Gary Wardle. Ryan Nelson is 7th in the Ginetta. Now Paul Rotherow should be in next in the Zara. Yes, there he is. Keeps up his unbeaten run in Class E. Phil White is 9th, and Ash Hicklin in the Bentley is 10th. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to come in then. There's David Jones in the Ford Focus RS. Jason Hennifer's Fiesta. I think that's everybody in now. Just a couple of retirements. Winner completing 13 laps in 21 minutes. Give you the provisional results of that one then. Simon Alloway taking the win, and he wins Class A. Winning by 15.5 seconds in the end, Simon Alloway. So 2 out of 3 this weekend for Simon Alloway. Bod Buckby second, he wins Class B, and Ben Roberts in third. A very profitable weekend for the low-cost driver. Chris Roberts 4th and wins Class D. Gary Wardle and Carl Bennett after a mishap on the last corner. Ryan Nelson's Ginetta behind him. Paul Rotherow wins Class E, so he and Chris Roberts provisionally the championship leaders. And Phil White, Ash Hicklin and Jason Hennifer. Everybody else a lap down. Stephen Parker next, then Louis Dobson and Duncan Auckland completing the top 14 places. David Jones was 15th ahead of Rob Wakelin, who wins Class F. Helen Allen behind him, and final finisher was Errol Taylor. We lost Julian Wood and Aled Dark. That wraps up the race action for this weekend, and hopefully we will be able to head down to Parc Fermé with Ian fairly shortly. To hear from our top 3 and maybe a few others to round off this weekend.
Well, it's a case of deja vu a little bit, isn't it? The same result from race 2 is the same in race 3, and it's been a perfect day for Simon here. It's just let you get your helmet off, Simon, for a second. Great racing indeed. What a mix of cars. I absolutely love this. Thank you to you as well, everybody, for tuning in over the course of the 2 days. We have had an absolute blinder, and finally, at the end of the weekend, the sun decides to come out. Simon, typical, isn't it? The sun decides to come out just as we're about to all leave.
Yes, yeah. That's the way it normally goes here when Anglesey, isn't it?
Bit of a case of deja vu, that race.
It was, yeah. I did start to lose brakes again part way through, and had to manage them. So, it wasn't quite as easy as it looked. But I'm not quite as worn out as I was in race 1. So,
did you get on the treadmill? Did you have a nap?
No, I don't know what I did, but definitely felt a bit better. But that's good. Yeah.
Congratulations, anyway. Go on, have a safe journey home, won't you? Let's go grab Bod as well for another P2 over here as well. And how was that?
Oh, a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Yeah. Great battle with Ben at the start. I knew he'd come past me. I'm always slow at the start. I don't know if it's just my tyres or I'm just still asleep or what. But
we've had a bit of a wait, actually, haven't we?
We've had a bit of a wait. He woke me up. We had a battle. Brilliant. Delighted.
Top man. Enjoyed your weekend?
Loved it.
Fantastic. Have a safe journey home, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Ben over here as well. Let's just quickly have a quick chat with him. Of course, it's a hat-trick of podiums for Ben here, isn't it? Hat-trick of podiums for you.
Oh, yeah, mega. Honestly, absolute mega weekend.
Another battle with your brother as well.
It was good. I've realised I've broken my diff, so it's literally one-wheel drive. On my outlap, I was like, it doesn't feel right here. I thought the race before, I thought something was going in the diff. But it's something's let go in it. Even off the line, usually get a mega start in this, and it just didn't hook up. So every left-hander it was like one-wheel drive. But no, like I said, I've got a finish, so I'm made up with it.
Yeah.
Sun's out for everyone, so it's amazing. What could you ask for? Just need an ice lolly, you know.
5-hour drive home now. That's all. But
not too bad. Chest away, so not too bad at all.
We've only got an hour and a half or so. Blimey. Right, there you go. That is it here. A big thank you, and in that live chat section, to the team here who have been bringing you all of the pictures completely. Thank you to Paul, a massive thank you to our producer Elliot, and of course a huge thank you to Sam and Dave Goddard as well. Please do hit that little like button and that subscribe button. It really does make a big difference on BARC TV and the Caterham YouTube channel as well. That is it from me. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.
Thank you, Ian Waterhouse. Thank you, Sam Parker, down in Parc Fermé in the assembly area this weekend, and a big thanks to Chris Hutchinson for joining me on commentary. Well, that's just about wraps up the action here on BARC TV. Time for many a long journey back home from the home of motorsport in North Wales. It may be a remote location, but such a fabulous one here in the certainly sunnier conditions here today. Big thank you to all the volunteer marshals, the Orange family, as always. No way we could go racing without them, helping our drivers to enjoy their racing, keeping everyone safe. Thank you to also the medical staff, the recovery crews, race control staff, everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club, all the circuit staff here at Anglesey Circuit as well, for looking after everyone so well. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment. A big thank you as well to all their backup crews in the pits and paddock area as well, for keeping the cars running. Plenty of work needed on some of the cars this weekend. Some brilliant racing we saw, to say the least. Most of all, thank you to everyone for watching and for all your comments this weekend. And we'll hope to see you back soon. We're back in a few weeks from Croft with more Caterham action on BARC TV at the end of June. And keep an eye on the social media channels on the BARC website, barc.net, for all the latest news from the club and on our live streams. Thank you to all our camera crews as well for bringing us the action, for braving the very blustery conditions out here this weekend. Thanks to our producers and directors behind the scenes as well, and already we've said thank you to Ian and Sam down the ground, and for Chris for joining us as well. We'll see you back here soon on BARC TV, but until next time, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Anglesey Circuit. Hope you've enjoyed the action. We'll see you again soon. Bye for now.